Then he opened fire.
We have 9 victims, and I do believe this was a hate crime.
Friends say the 21-year-old high school dropout was a loner, an unabashed racist with a deep hatred for black people.
He just said, I have to do it. He said, you rape our women and you taking over our country.
The massacre in Charleston touched off not only a debate over the Confederate flag, but it touched off a debate all over the country. How did we get here? And why is this happening?
It was easy, I guess, to think of that as a singular horror. And it was convenient, I think, to think of it that way. Unless you really wanted to understand how this could happen. And then that meant that you had to get into the history.
Most of us know that our country fought a civil war in the 1860s. But less is known about what came afterward, the chaotic, exhilarating, and ultimately devastating period known as Reconstruction.
If we're looking for the roots of the tragedy at Mother Emanuel, this is where we have to start.
The Reconstruction period is one of extraordinary excitement, a time when America could finally become that land of freedom that it had promised to be since the very beginning.
Black people actually sat in the House of Representatives and the Senate. Poor whites and black people saw a common cause with one another.
You're seeing this opportunity and imagining that will only get better. And looking back, what we know is those black folks had no idea of the cliff that they were heading towards.
The achievements of Reconstruction triggered a fearsome backlash, an onslaught of terror and oppression that lasted for decades.
After 250 years of slavery, white Southerners could not quite accept the 4 million former slaves as equal members of their society.
Violence is used in conjunction with Jim Crow in order to strip African Americans of the rights and privileges they gained during Reconstruction. The Charleston Massacre comes from a long history of white terror against African Americans.
But Reconstruction left a legacy of hope, as well as violence.
We have to recognize the injustices that were inflicted, but we can't reduce all history to that injustice. People who had been held in perpetual bondage confronted the greatest sin of American history straight on.
Their hopes were far greater than maybe what any government can accomplish. A system functioning without race being a barrier to equality, we still haven't quite gotten there.
Almost a century and a half later, we still find ourselves haunted by the collapse of Reconstruction, a chapter of our history that's often been misrepresented and misunderstood. It's time that we acknowledge the true story and complete the work of reconstructing America. When I was in high school, Black history consisted of a few simple facts and a very happy ending. Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. But this was the 1960s. 100 years after emancipation, Black people were fighting for the most basic rights. So what happened to that happy ending? It turns out that wasn't the end of the story. It was just the beginning.
April 9th, 1865, Palm Sunday. At the village of Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia, Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered to United States Lieutenant General Ulysses S. Grant. Lee's capitulation effectively signaled the end of the Civil War and the death of slavery in the United States. The news rippled out from Appomattox.
A strange woman I never seen before came running down where we were all at work. She said as loud as she could, "Hey, freedom, you are free." Everybody was getting up his clothes and leaving. They didn't know where they was going, just scattering around.
It was just like opening the door and letting the bird fly out. He might starve or freeze or be killed pretty soon, but he just felt good because he was free.
To a remarkable degree, it was the slaves themselves who had helped bring this to pass. From the war's first days, legions of enslaved people defied their masters and fled to Union lines. Others were liberated by the United States Army as it occupied parts of the South. By the summer of 1862, many thousands of slaves had found safe haven. Their brave actions, as much as any other factor, converted President Lincoln and many other Americans to emancipation. When black men were finally allowed to enlist in the Union Army, 180,000 answered the call, most of them former slaves.
It was both the manpower that they brought to the Union side and also the denial of their manpower in the production of the Southern economy.
There's no question that they strengthened the Union hand militarily, and they changed the nature of what a military victory would mean.
The role of black soldiers, Lincoln said this himself, was essential in ensuring that the war would end with the abolition of slavery.
What would the future hold for these freed people? Now untethered, their status as citizens was very much in question, with few legal rights or protections guaranteed. Even so, the prayers of generations were being answered. As Lee and Grant negotiated the terms of surrender, the government in Washington was wrestling with what was being called Reconstruction. On the surface, Reconstruction just meant restoring the rebel states to the Union. In fact, it raised a host of questions.
Reconstruction is the process by which American society, North, South, black, white, tried to come to terms with the consequences of the Civil War, the reunion of the nation, the destruction of slavery, the question of what the status of the 4 million former slaves would be as free people in American life.
One of the first questions that the post-war period has to confront is who is a citizen, and then what rights attend to citizenship? Who are former slaves going to be in the body politic?
In parts of the South that the Army liberated during the war, officials had been confronted with issues like education, land ownership, and workers' rights. Even at Appomattox, it was apparent that the North and the South saw Reconstruction quite differently.
Grant goes into these negotiations thinking, well, we won. Not just militarily, but our principles won. Robert E. Lee comes into it thinking, it shows that you had more men and more cannon than we did. We acknowledge no wrong. And they just talk right past each other, which is one reason it becomes not the end of all this struggle, but in some ways the beginning.
These ideas start to accumulate around Appomattox of a merciful coming together of peace. Many iconic images associate this surrender ceremony with Jesus entering the city of Jerusalem, the city of peace. But they don't actually help us understand what happened there at all. Whatever Appomattox is, it's not the start of peace.
2 days after Appomattox, Abraham Lincoln spoke about Reconstruction at the White House. For the first time in public, the president suggested that some black men, the very intelligent, and black veterans deserved the right to vote. A man in the audience turned to his companion and said, "That is the last speech he will ever make." On April 14th, 1865, Good Friday, John Wilkes Booth made good on his threat. The reckoning for America's original sin was just beginning.
The early days of freedom were a bewildering mixture of exhilaration and apprehension. But the first order of business was to reconnect with family members who had been torn away by slavery.
Information wanted. I had 2 children sold from me about 10 years ago by a man by the name of Pate. My boy's name was Monroe Early, and my daughter's name, Mary Early.
Starting in 1865, so shortly after the end of the war, you see people placing ads in newspapers. It really gives a sense of the separation that had occurred during slavery.
Information wanted. Of my father, Jerry Hodges of Norfolk County, Virginia. I was sold from him when I was a small girl, about 30 years ago. My mother's name was Phoebe, and she belonged to a man named Ashcroft.
This moment of emancipation is a serious moment of upheaval. A lot of people are moving about. There are a lot of things that are going on. But for African Americans, one of their big things is to try to build the lives that they've been thinking about while they're enslaved.
People took to the roads trying to find family members. I mean, literally walking to where they had last left family.
Information wanted of my children, Louis, Lizzie, and Kate Mason, whom I last saw in Owensboro, Kentucky. They were then owned by David and John Hart, that is, the girls were. But the boy was rather the property of Thomas Pointer.
Imagine keeping this memory of your child or your wife or your husband, your father, your mother, alive in your mind and in your heart, and then trying to bring about some kind of reunification. But you hardly know where to start.
The end of the Civil War brought more questions than answers. Even the status of slavery was unresolved. The 13th Amendment passed Congress in January, but it hadn't been ratified by the states. And what did freedom mean? Could the freed people be citizens? Were they entitled to a role in politics? Could they earn wages in the free market? It was a dangerous time that would have tested the abilities of even the greatest president.
Just hours after Lincoln's death, Andrew Johnson was sworn in at a hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. When Lincoln chose a Southern Unionist Democrat as his running mate in 1864, few imagined that Johnson would ever ascend to the presidency.
During Reconstruction, the Republican Party is the party of civil rights. It is the party that promotes a vision of an interracial democracy. The Republican Party is the party of African Americans.
Although Johnson was a Southerner and a Democrat, he had opposed secession, even at the risk of his life.
Andrew Johnson grew up a poor white Southerner. He believed very strongly that the Civil War had been caused by the planter class, the Southern elite, and he hated them. But he imagined that the primary victim of the planter class was the class to which he belonged, the poor whites of the South.
Andrew Johnson was the first man in this country made president by an assassin's bullet. He wouldn't be shy about using his newly gained power.
Congress had gavelled out of session in March. They're not coming back till December. Out of session, they're stuck, and Johnson is in the driver's seat.
The most famous black man in America, the abolitionist Frederick Douglass, had his doubts about the new president.
At Lincoln's second inaugural, Johnson meets with Frederick Douglass.
When Johnson realizes that he has to shake a black man's hand, his smile turns into a scowl. Douglas smells the liquor on his breath. He's already drunk at 11 a.m. Douglas says to his friend, no matter what else Andrew Johnson is, he is no friend of the black.
Even as the freed people celebrated the death of slavery, Douglas was forced to wonder, in what new skin will the old snake come forth?
The freed people longed for all of those things that other people enjoy, things denied them under slavery: the right to marry, the right to make a home, the right to an education, and the right to earn a living. For many, the basis of being truly free was the right to own land.
In the summer of 1865, the question of land was very much on the mind of Major General Oliver Howard. That May, Howard had been given one of the most daunting assignments in American history. As the head of a new government agency, the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, Howard was given a few hundred agents and then charged with overseeing the entire transition of Southern society from slavery to freedom.
The Freedmen's Bureau was supposed to protect blacks from violence. It was supposed to give them access to education. It was supposed to, in some way, get them access to land. It was supposed to make sure that local courts treated blacks fairly. White Southerners deeply resented the Freedmen's Bureau, even though they were not there to quite protect the former slaves, as to make sure that relations between white and black were fair and equitable on both sides.
The federal government never done anything like this. The budget of the Freedmen's Bureau on an annual basis was not much more than what it cost to fight the Civil War for 1 week.
Though having limited resources, what the Freedmen's Bureau had plenty of was land. Over 850,000 acres of it. And Howard sensibly wanted the freedmen to have use of it.
During the Civil War, a lot of land came into the hands of the federal government. Some of it was seized for non-payment of taxes. Some of it was just abandoned by planters who fled when the Union Army appeared. The Freedmen's Bureau was to oversee this land.
At the end of July, General Howard ordered his agents to begin renting out 40-acre plots. The freedmen would have 3 years to buy the land outright.
Of course, this phrase, 40 acres and a mule, was picked up by African Americans all around the South. Many people thought this is a blueprint for Reconstruction.
But within weeks, Howard's plans were in trouble.
Johnson's Reconstruction plan, which he put forward in May of 1865, basically gave amnesty to most white Southerners who would take an oath to the Union and also accept the end of slavery. But he said those who owned $20,000 worth of property before the war are not going to be covered by a blanket pardon. They have to come and get an individual pardon from the president.
Johnson also began setting up new state governments in the former Confederacy.
President Johnson had a very soft version of Reconstruction, almost like a restoration of the Southern states.
White Southerners have to accept the fact that slavery is dead. But other than that, Johnson was giving them a free hand in keeping the black population under control.
Many Republicans worried that Johnson was undermining the result of the war, but there wasn't much they could do because Congress was in recess.
Johnson felt that he could handle Reconstruction perfectly well, and it would all be done by the time Congress came back into session in December 1865.
In May, Andrew Johnson decreed that wealthy rebels would only be pardoned if they appealed in person to him. All through the summer of 1865, a steady stream of prominent Southerners, the very people Johnson loathed, called at the White House to beg the president's forgiveness.
This was a poor boy who was not recognized among the elite class when he was in Tennessee. People that he had hated are now coming to him and asking for pardons. and he liked it.
By the end of the summer of 1865, many of the former Confederates who took the South out of the Union have received presidential pardons, which means they are back in American society. They could vote. They get to make whatever laws they want. And there's nothing you can do about that.
In September, Johnson ordered Howard to restore almost all of the lands in the hands of the Freedmen's Bureau back to the Confederates he had pardoned.
It fell to Oliver Howard to go and inform free people that they were probably going to have to start entering into labor contracts with, in many cases, their former owners.
Howard knew he had to deliver this devastating news in person, in places like Edisto Island on the South Carolina coast.
They could not believe it, and so they refused to leave. The freed people start shouting, "No, no," and then an old woman starts singing, "Nobody knows the troubles I've seen." And everyone in this church starts singing that song. And Howard is just devastated.
The Edisto Islanders desperately appealed directly to the president.
We were the only true and loyal people that were found in possession of these lands. We have always been ready to fight if needs be to preserve this glorious union. Will a good and just government take from us all this right and make us subject to the will of those who have cheated and oppressed us? We look to you in this trying hour as a true friend of the poor and neglected race.
Their plea went unanswered.
The United States had the opportunity at that time to make amends for centuries of enslavement. The United States had the opportunity to make it possible for the formerly enslaved people to be economically independent. And the country failed to do it. By not redistributing that land, it consigned most of them to a dependence that remained for decades afterwards. And we're still dealing with the fallout from that.
How'd you get involved with this, the planning of this monument?
More perhaps than anyone else, historian Eric Foner has brought the truth about Reconstruction to light. We visited the newly dedicated Reconstruction-era National Monument in Beaufort, South Carolina.
This area was almost like a test case. Could these former slaves really be free people? Could they learn? Could they work as free people? Not everybody knew what the answer was going to be, but they proved themselves in Beaufort, and it actually therefore had an impact on Reconstruction as it developed.
You've written what many of us think is the Bible on Reconstruction. You've written 10 books on Reconstruction. You're going to write an 11th on the Reconstruction amendments. To what do we attribute your fascination?
You know, the ferment at the local level in Reconstruction, which really I think is the big story, how the end of slavery upends everything. And a new system has to be created, a new economic system, a new political system, a new legal system. You know, slavery was a total institution. When that's gone, you got to build a new society.
And one of the barriers, of course, was the tremendous legacy of anti-Black racism.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. Racism, which is the deepest legacy of slavery, really, in our society. You know, it would be nice, but one can't very well expect that the legacy of racism would just be sloughed off because slavery ended. Didn't happen, and that was a tremendous barrier to change.
In 1866, a Richmond journalist published a book called The Lost Cause. He argued that the war was, in reality, a gracious Southern civilization defending itself against Northern aggression, an idea that resonated deeply among the defeated white Southerners.
One has to remember that the white South suffered a devastating loss of life in the Civil War, something really without parallel in American history.
The South is devastated. People are literally starving. They had destroyed their economy. They had torn their families apart. It was hard to see any real meaning in what the Confederacy had done. I think people wanted to find something to hang on to.
Many former Confederates stubbornly clung to the belief that their cause had been just.
That whole lost cause myth developed out of the idea that the only reason why they were fighting at all was because the North was trying to suppress their rights. For the Confederacy, the war was absolutely about slavery. First, last, middle. All we have to do is look at the ordinances of secession, the debates in the various state legislatures, private letters. They're all talking about slavery as the cornerstone of their civilization.
The Confederate Constitution was very, very clear in terms of the role of slavery in its society. Number one, that it shall in fact be perpetual. And number two, if the nation expands, slavery goes with it.
Looking back almost a century later, a Southern writer noted only at the moment when Lee handed Grant his sword was the Confederacy born.
One of the things that's often forgotten is that many white Southerners did not want to fight for the Confederacy, had never supported secession in the first place. But with the end of the war, it becomes possible to imagine a kind of unified Confederacy as it recedes.
The Confederacy, in many ways, has had far more of an active life after Appomattox than it did before. After Appomattox, it was just a fantasy. It was a dream of what that nation could have been.
Some people coped with defeat by mythologizing slavery. Others tried to recreate it.
In November of 1865, the government that Andrew Johnson had set up in Mississippi passed a set of oppressive laws that applied only to African Americans. Soon, other Southern states followed suit. These laws became known as the Black Codes.
The basic purpose of the Black Codes was to recognize that slavery has been abolished, but to make sure that there is as little change from slavery to freedom as possible.
The key to the Black Codes was what they called vagrancy laws, things like that. Every adult black person was required to sign a labor contract for the year with a white employer. If they didn't do that, they would be considered a vagrant, and they could be fined, and if they couldn't pay the fine, they could be auctioned off to someone who would pay the fine, and then they'd have to work off the fine for that person.
What's even worse than being arrested if you don't have a job is having your children taken away. So your neighbor down the road can go to the courts and say, John Jones, he can't take care of his children. He's indigent, but I'll take them in. And I will train them in farming methods, or I'll train the daughters in housewifery. And I will have their labor, and the parents will get a little bit of money at the end of their period of indenture. But Black parents didn't have a say in this.
A lot of parents are fighting back and saying, no, they don't want their children to be apprenticed. They can take care of them. They also know that in apprenticeship conditions, they can't protect their children from physical and sexual abuse. It becomes a way for the planter class to continue stealing the labor of the children, and sometimes stealing the children themselves.
Enforcement of the Black Codes went hand in hand with relentless violence against the freed people.
Outside of cities and towns, the Union Army was shrinking rather than expanding. You're looking at former slaveholders who can't imagine living in a world where slavery doesn't exist if the Union Army is not on the ground and the Freedmen's Bureau is not there to enforce the new rules. Then they were going to do whatever they could to keep the African American population in a state of subordination.
The Ku Klux Klan is created in Tennessee in 1866. It coincides with the creation of black codes. You could argue that on some levels that the Klan is doing the same thing that the slave patrols did. During slavery, the slave patrols would make sure people have passes, making sure that they are not loitering. They're not getting together in bands of people. And the Klan is going to do the same type of thing.
You have people who are targeted because they've managed to acquire a decent amount of land, or their children are in school and a white person in their community is struggling at the same time. What they decide is that the way to deal with this is to attack the person, to take away everything they have, to destroy their property, to run them off their land.
At war's end, Frederick Douglass had wondered what new form slavery might take. After 6 months of Andrew Johnson's Reconstruction, the answer was painfully obvious. Thaddeus Stevens, the passionately impatient Republican congressman, had been forced to wait on the sidelines for months, watching powerlessly as Andrew Johnson raced to implement his version of Reconstruction before Congress reconvened. The president declared that the former Confederate states had met his terms, so their representatives were in Washington, ready to take their seats in Congress as members of the Union once again. Stevens thought this was outrageous.
When the states met to elect new congressional delegations, they elected to Congress the Vice President of the Confederacy, 4 Confederate generals, 6 members of the Confederate cabinet, many Confederate congressmen.
It is, by its very nature, defiant for Southern white former Confederate officers to head to Congress right after the war. On the other hand, they never believed the war was about fundamentally restructuring their economic and political hierarchy. The idea that if you served or if you had slaves at one point, that now you are politically disenfranchised never was in the kind of Southern white imagination during that period of time.
Once the Southern delegates were seated in Congress, they'd represent their home states back in the Union again.
Either they were going to be admitted, and that was going to be the end, and Reconstruction would have been over at that point, or they weren't.
As a leader of the House Republicans, Stevens found the prospect appalling.
Thaddeus Stevens would say, African American men helped save the United States. We have a moral obligation to create a foundation of freedom and equality before the law. And without that, anything else is going to be a fraud. He was fired with this passion for justice that would saturate the entire social order. He was ready for a revolution in the South.
Stevens and his fellow House Republicans had planned for this moment. At the stroke of noon, when the 39th Congress opened, they set those plans in motion.
The clerk began to read the roll of the members of Congress, and he skipped over the representatives from the southern states.
As it becomes clear that they're not going to call upon any rebel state congressman, Democrats start to jump up and to scream, "This is revolution." In fact, they were right. It was a revolution.
Each House of Congress has the power to exclude those it finds unfit. If the clerk fails to call your name, you're not a member of Congress. Not a single name from the rebel states did the clerk call that day. Congress was boldly seizing control of Reconstruction.
Some Democrats say the American Republic died on December 4th, 1865, and in some ways they might be right. But a second American Republic is born over the next 5 years, that has a different constitution, one that's going to be written painfully and slowly and imperfectly, but written by Stevens and his colleagues in Congress.
This Republican-dominated Congress turned its attention to a pioneering Civil Rights Act, which they passed over President Johnson's veto in April 1866.
It was Congress's answer, you might say, to the Black Codes and to Johnson's Reconstruction Plan. It established the principle of birthright citizenship. Anyone born in the country is a citizen.
Why do they do this? Because they know that Southern states are looking for ways to define ex-slaves as not citizens.
Part of what the Civil Rights Act of 1866 is doing is pushing away the prospect that people can be, as had been true for Native Americans, that people can be physically removed from the nation.
While Republicans were gaining the upper hand in Washington, a more brutal struggle was being waged throughout the South.
The white South begins to realize that there's no real possibility of fighting the North, but they can win the struggle on the ground, at home, over the people that they're really worried about.
All throughout the South, Black people were on the move, leaving the countryside for the city. But as the crowding grew worse, tensions mounted.
Where do you live?
I've lived in Memphis very nearly 3 years.
How old are you?
I don't know exactly. I suppose about 24.
Were you here during the riots?
Yes, sir.
On the afternoon of May 1st, 1866, the streets of South Memphis were even busier than usual. The city was packed with freed people. Memphis had been garrisoned by a Black regiment, and a Freedmen's Bureau office had opened there. Late that afternoon, Lucy Tibbs heard gunfire in the distance. The city's Black garrison was being demobilized, and many of the former soldiers were celebrating in the streets. Memphis was seething with racial hostility, especially between the largely Irish police force and the Black garrison.
African American Civil War veterans return, not only with a kind of bearing that comes from military service, many of them are going to come back with weapons that they have purchased from the Union. They're going to march through the streets of their cities, they're going to create militias, and they will meet white Southerners for whom this is a real overturning of the old order.
About 6 o'clock, I saw boys and men with pistols, firing at every Black man they could see. They shot them down as fast as they could come to them.
How many did you see shot down?
The first was killed by John Pendergrass. He keeps a grocery by my house. I was looking right at him when he shot that man.
One of the things that I think is frightening about the violence is that many people do know the people who are perpetuating this violence against them. They can name them.
White mobs, including most of the city's police force, began to roam the streets on the hunt for Black people.
At night, they barred up all the doors, then surrounded the houses and told the folks to stay in there.
Is that what they told you?
Yes, sir. But old man Pendergrass and his sons set them on fire. When the fire got very hot, I saw men, women, and children break out and run. They shot at them as fast as they could while they were running.
The freed people are sort of beyond the law. And so there's an incredible amount of casual violence.
Did they come into your house?
Yes. I said, please don't do anything to me. I'm just here with 2 little children.
Did they do anything to you?
They done a very bad act. I just had to give up to them.
It took the Army 3 days to regain control of Memphis. By that time, every black church and every black school had been burned to the ground. At least 48 people had been killed, all but 2 of them black. Not a single white person had been killed by a black person. The nation was riveted by the news out of Memphis. Then 3 months later, almost 40 more people were killed by a white mob in New Orleans.
The political consequence of this in the North was it helped to convince large numbers of Northerners that Johnson's Reconstruction plan was a failure. Andrew Johnson was not down there committing acts of violence, but this was sort of the logical outcome of Johnson's Reconstruction plan. When you say blacks really have no rights whatsoever, obviously you're encouraging an atmosphere which does not feel, to use a modern phrase, that black lives matter very much.
Lucy Tibbs was among the dozens of victims who testified to congressional investigators.
It's enormously meaningful as an act of courage to testify. They would have to worry about going home and effectively being subject to continued violence, this time perhaps even death.
The testimony of the Memphis survivors helped to convince Republicans in Congress that the rights of the formerly enslaved had to be written into the Constitution itself.
This is what inflames white Northerners so much, the widespread violence against the freed people, the massacres in New Orleans and Memphis. So Reconstruction becomes stronger because of what the white South does.
Republicans in Washington were interested in setting the nation on a new footing, and that's what they did through the 14th Amendment.
The 14th Amendment redefined the rights of the freed people, and by extension, the rights of all Americans. Anyone born in the United States would automatically be granted citizenship, and no state could deny to any person due process and equal protection of the laws.
Congress passed the 14th Amendment in June of 1866. It turns out that was the easy part. The real challenge lay ahead. Every southern state had an all-white government that had been created by President Johnson. And every one of those state legislatures, except for Tennessee, refused to ratify the amendment. How were Republicans in Washington going to get 3/4 of the states to ratify the 14th Amendment? The answer began to emerge almost a year later. By the spring of 1867, the radical Republicans were firmly in control. Every former state except Tennessee remained out of the Union, having no say in federal elections. The Northern-dominated electorate had given the Republicans huge congressional majorities in the 1866 midterms. The newly empowered majority lost no time in passing sweeping new laws over President Johnson's veto. Reconstruction entered a bold new phase.
In the spring of 1867, Congress turned from kind of the more moderate measures to saying, you know, we actually have to reorganize the South and set these states on a different course. And so the way that they do that is establishing the former Confederacy in 5 military districts. Each one is going to be overseen by a U.S. general. It was something that they called military reconstruction.
They marched through the South telling local officers, we can fire you, we can overrule you. Their goal is visibility, and their goal is to make a statement, you're not in charge, Confederates, we are.
Congress laid out strict new terms. The rebel states had to adopt new constitutions, give black men the right to vote, elect new state governments, and ratify the 14th Amendment. Then, and only then, could they be readmitted to Congress.
How would you get the southern states to adopt the 14th Amendment, to which they are deeply resistant? You say black men must be able to vote, and they also must be able to hold office. This, in the white Southern imagination, is the great travesty of Reconstruction. Some of the former Confederates who had been disenfranchised after the war still cannot vote, whereas black men can. So that is what just really infuriates the white South. And they call it bayonet rule.
When Southern whites imagined what could come after the war, should they lose, it was never a possibility of like a really flipped upside down social hierarchy with equality for African Americans, because that wasn't happening anywhere in the country.
Many northern states did not allow black men to vote. And so Southern white conservatives felt that the provision of suffrage to African American men in the South was something between hypocrisy and punishment.
Activists and Army officers spread out across the South, registering freedmen to vote. At the beginning of 1867, fewer than 1% of all black men in the United States could vote. By the end of 1867, that figure was higher than 80%. A vibrant new political culture sprang up as freed men and freed women pressed for their rightful place in the Union that they had sacrificed so much to save.
The advent of black suffrage unleashes a kind of utopian idea of change. You see it in mass meetings where people get together just to read the Constitution and debate, well, what is democratic government anyway? How can we create it? So it is a remarkable moment of hope and of militancy.
Black men and women, these folks who had just come out of slavery, would take off work on Saturdays and walk 25 miles to a political meeting.
The vote was considered basically owned by the collective, not just by individuals. And so women and children were actually involved in political discussions. They attended mass meetings.
In some states, there were significant pockets of poorer white farmers who actually, many of them had not been in support of the Confederacy, had not favored secession, and many of them suffered as a result of the Civil War. They were in dire economic straits. It's not that they weren't racist anymore, but they were willing to work with blacks to try to uplift poor farmers of both races via the Republican Party.
Former slaves themselves are breathing life into freedom, giving it substance, whether it's creating schools or enacting their own political organizations or reconstituting families. They are giving the nation a kind of blueprint for the challenges, but also the possibilities of Reconstruction.
Andrew Johnson played almost no part in these profound changes. Fending off impeachment consumed the last months of his presidency. Meanwhile, the new state governments in the South began ratifying the 14th Amendment. In July of 1868, it became the law of the land.
Ironically, if Reconstruction had gone more smoothly, you might not have had the 14th Amendment. If the white South had not insisted on putting exactly the same men back in power, if the white South had resisted the temptation to put in black codes that made a mockery of emancipation, if the white South had not endorsed these massacres in its major cities, it's easy to believe that there would not have been the fundamental changes in the American Constitution that we had.
No other New World slave society that emancipates slavery implements equal citizenship and equal protection under the law and suffrage for half of the former slave population within 5 years. That is truly revolutionary.
There was some degree of self-interest, frankly, in it on the part of the Republican Party. Why fight this war? And immediately allow the Southern leadership, the plantocracy, to reproduce not only a slave system, but the dominance of their party in the South. So for a time, the interests of the freedmen and the interests of the Northern-led Republican Party were in step with one another.
The 1868 presidential campaign presented voters with a stark choice. The Republican candidate, Ulysses S. Grant, had led the United States Army through victory and the post-war occupation of the South. The Democratic campaign was perhaps the most racist in U.S. history, and in parts of the South, it was supported by a wave of murder and arson. With that campaign of violence, succeed in preventing black men from voting?
Tuesday, November 3rd, 1868, was an election day unlike any other. South Carolina and 7 other Confederate states had re-entered the Union in time for
Viewers like you makes this program possible. Please give to your PBS station.
When the Civil War began in 1861, nearly 4 million black people were trapped in bondage for life.
After the war was over and slavery abolished, Reconstruction was well underway. And although there were challenges ahead, black people were filled with an unprecedented amount of hope.
Frederick Douglass felt triumphant. The black man, he declared, is a citizen. The black man is enfranchised. We live in a new world. At last, he said, the black man has a future.
The 15th Amendment to the Constitution barred racial discrimination in voting. Black men took to the polls.
Then you see all of these black people in charge. More than 1,500 black officials move into positions of public leadership.
If you were an African American who had just been elected to the legislature, it was your time. The future must have seemed limitless.
Robert Smalls of South Carolina was one of these legislators. He had escaped slavery by boldly commandeering a Confederate ship and delivering it to the United States Navy, blockading Charleston Harbor. After the war, Smalls returned home to Beaufort and became one of the first heroes of Reconstruction.
Michael, tell me about your great-great-grandfather's life.
You know, society told Robert that he was less than a human being, that he was a piece of chattel, that he was devoid of higher-level thinking and strategy and planning. But he rejected all of that. The way that he commandeered the boat that was the vehicle of his freedom, in the middle of the night, putting on the top hat and the long coat of the Confederate captain. I just admire the audacity he had to steal his freedom, to seize his freedom. He was born in a shack behind the house. He was enslaved here. After the war, he comes back and he owns the place.
From being property to owning the property.
Absolutely.
He went from being enslaved to being elected as state legislator in 6 years.
He was elected to the South Carolina House and then the South Carolina Senate before going to Washington and Congress.
That is the most remarkable up from slavery story I ever heard. Once he was in office, what sort of issues were important to him?
You know, he grew up with the children of his master and would see them going to school, and it just bothered him. He thirsted for education and sought through legislation to extend that to others.
Were you insufferable among your friends when you were in school? Would you say, my great-great-grandfather was famous?
No, actually quite the contrary. I grew up in the 70s in Boston. Race was a touchy issue then with busing. In April of 1976, I was 13. I had an opportunity to unveil the bust of Robert Smalls that's here in Beaufort. And that was the first time I spoke about Robert Smalls, and I've done it hundreds and hundreds of times since. Look, this is American history. Robert's story is a metaphor for this broader movement that empowered a whole race of people.
Reconstruction is a story of great expectations, enormous strides, and wrenching retreats.
Early on, in its most hopeful moments, it seemed like a revolution was taking place in the halls of Congress.
Tell me about where we're standing. What would this place have been like during Reconstruction?
So this is the old hall, the House, now Statuary Hall. In the 1870s, when the African-American members were here, there would have been vendors in here selling food and snacks as members traversed the north-south access from the House chamber over to the rotunda on the Senate side.
Tell me about the first black congressman.
First is Hiram Revels from Mississippi. He's elected to the U.S. Senate, and he comes in February of 1870, and he's celebrated as the 15th Amendment in flesh and blood, the symbolic triumph of Reconstruction. And then in December, we have Joseph Rainey of South Carolina, first African American in the House.
How would they have been greeted?
They didn't exactly roll out the red carpet, but the door didn't get shut either.
Mm-hmm.
Many of the African American members lived in the same neighborhoods that white members of Congress did. So they weren't segregated in that sense, but they oftentimes had to pay higher rents.
It's a black tax.
Essentially, yes. Yeah. Imagine you have these two men who occupy the seats of former slaveholders, and they come to work in this magnificent Temple of Liberty, but it's a place that had also been constructed with slave labor.
This is an incredibly heady moment, kind of like Barack Obama becoming president. There's like 14 black men in U.S. Congress. There's 2 senators. Blanche K. Bruce's name is on money. He's signing currency in the United States.
See, all of these people served starting in the 1870s. I may be the only African-American from South Carolina now, but I am the 9th. You had the Robert Smalls, Richard Keynes, Robert Elliott, DeLarge, Rancia. So over that period of 25 years, you had real participatory democracy taking place.
The photograph of Hiram Revels highlights this statesman who happens to be African American. Frederick Douglass recognized a camera captured the equal and essential humanity of that man or woman, black or white.
Whatever may be the prejudices of those who look upon it, they will be compelled to admit that the Mississippi senator is a man.
He is represented with the same stature as Lincoln or Seward or Grant or any other white politician. Douglass did the same thing at a time in which most whites tried to argue that blacks should not have equal citizenship. And one way of out-citizening white citizens is you portray yourself with greater sense of dignity and respectability, and in a sense humanity, than many whites.
We do not come here begging for our rights. We come here clothed in the garb of American citizenship. We come demanding our rights in the name of justice.
Richard Kane could capture an audience. I think all his years in the pulpit made him a really good speaker in the House. He stood up to the white supremacists who were basically calling him, inferior. And he said, look at me, I have 2 eyes, I have 2 ears, I have 2 hands, I have 2 feet. How are we different when it comes to our manhood?
I was amazed when I began to read the speeches of black congressmen in that period. I mean, here are people who are arguing about what the laws of the nation will provide in terms of human rights and have a sophisticated understanding of the underlying principles that make these freedoms necessary in a democratic society. The level of discourse was so far above the level of discourse in Congress today. It was shocking.
In state houses across the South, black men and white men were attempting to govern together for the first time. In South Carolina, where African Americans made up almost 60% of the population, voters elected a black majority House of Representatives.
It was the seat of Black Power USA. The Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, State Treasurer.
Unimaginable today.
Absolutely.
Right.
Many parts of the South didn't have a educated and experienced black leadership ready to step into power, which you did have in South Carolina. It had a free black group before the Civil War in Charleston, which was well-educated and politically articulate.
Behind us lie 243 years of suffering, anguish, and degradation. Before us lies our mighty future. That future is ours to shape.
Robert Brown Elliott was very ambitious. He was educated as a lawyer. He had a photographic memory. He was absolutely fearless.
It's hard to imagine more daunting challenges than all these governments have. Some parts of the South had really been devastated by war. So you've got to try to build a forward-looking government at a time when there are very few resources.
The state legislatures create public schools, public hospitals, public welfare systems in a way that hadn't been seen in the South.
Black men go into these legislatures with an idea of how they're going to improve their communities. One of the most important things they do is to establish free public schools.
There were no public education systems in most of the southern states. If you had money to buy it for your children, you had it. If you didn't, well, you did without.
You start to see state constitutions adopting some policy that says education is a right. And this is providing it for all children.
Across the former Confederacy, free schools opened for both black and white children. Only a few years earlier, there were laws on the books in the South that prohibited enslaved people from learning to read and write.
Black people knew how much their freedom depended upon literacy. It was not uncommon to see 5-year-olds and 95-year-olds flocking to schoolhouses for a chance to learn how to read.
Free blacks realized white families are not going to send their kids to school with blacks. And so in every single state, you had separate schools. And black leaders generally said, that's okay. As long as black people get education, we're not going to try to force whites to go to school where they don't want to. And many black parents wanted black teachers. They didn't trust white teachers to be fair and to have the right attitudes for their children.
To meet this demand for teachers, governments, black churches, and missionary organizations established black colleges and universities. Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee, was founded in 1866.
Let my people
Into this phrase.
go down.
Where?
The Fisk Jubilee Singers became the voice of black Reconstruction. They introduced the world to the artistry of freed people and to the songs of their enslaved ancestors, the spirituals.
Most white people who had ever seen blacks on stage had done so in the minstrel show.
Minstrels, white men who would paint their faces black, enlarge their lips with white makeup, and spoof the African American. America found this entertaining.
But in concert after concert, first in Northern American cities and then in Europe, the singers defied expectations.
They had a decorum and a dignity on stage that challenged all of the prevailing stereotypical images that white Americans had.
These are songs of overcoming. They were about healing. They were about love. They were about the black struggle.
They allowed someone else to understand what it means to be in your world or in your shoes.
Using profits from performances, Fisk was able to buy the land on which it sits today. Fisk is one of the many historically black colleges and universities established during Reconstruction that are still educating students. Black people were also beginning to make inroads into other spheres of American life. They were buying land, setting up businesses, and becoming economically independent.
I started a farm.
I own one lot, 7 acres, another 1 acre, and another about a quarter of an acre. I bought myself a little plantation. I bought another place, and together, that makes 98 acres.
I bought 150 acres. I have about 50 or 60 acres tended.
I rented 43 acres of land. I have a good crop in.
My husband put up an elegant blacksmith shop.
I have a son I sent to school.
It's a moment of possibility. They have reunited their families, they have formalized their unions, they have property, they have their own businesses.
The 14th Amendment had granted equal citizenship to all Americans, especially African Americans.
It was about being able to claim an American birthright, full citizenship. They saw themselves as really moving forward.
What does real equality look like? It looks like equal protection under the law.
Now African Americans could serve as sheriffs. So they were able to go out and make arrests and bring white perpetrators in for justice.
Black people get to be judges. They get to sit on juries. They get to sign contracts in their own interest.
John Roy Lynch, a successful young businessman in Natchez, Mississippi, was appointed in 1869 as a justice of the peace.
He was born a slave in 1847 in Louisiana, the son of the plantation manager. And at the end of the Civil War, he attended night school.
As a very young man, he distinguished himself working in a photographer's studio.
He went to a few Republican meetings.
And impressed Adelbert Ames, who was the Reconstruction governor of Mississippi. Even though Lynch was only 21 years old, Ames appointed him to be a magistrate.
In his memoir, he wrote about how former slaves would bring all their problems to him as a local justice of the peace. There was a black man in this office. There had never been such a thing in Mississippi before the Civil War, and so former slaves kind of identified with him.
A case that came before me was that of a white man. He threatened the life of an old colored man over a business transaction. He remarked, "Do you mean that it's a crime for a white man to curse a nigger?" "Yes," the court replied. "It is as much a crime for a white man to curse a Negro as it is for a Negro to curse a white man." "Well," he exclaimed, "that's news to me."
If you're living in this moment, you're imagining that we'll only get better.
In slavery, African Americans could not control their communities. And so if people are drawing on the resources that they had developed in slavery, on their sense of what it meant to have family relationships, friendships, communities, and they're able to institutionalize them in new ways.
They create fraternal organizations like the Masons that find solidarity and strength in mutual support. It's remarkable how a whole black world of their own organizations and support structures grow up and develop.
During Reconstruction, churches became the cornerstones of the black community. Many enslaved people had been forced to worship in secret or only with the master's blessing. But now, black people were free to worship God any way they wanted. At Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina, the Reverend Richard Kane helped revive a congregation that had been banned under slavery.
How did you first hear about your great-great-grandfather? Did your mother say, "You come from people"? That's what my mother would have said.
Yes,
your great-great-grandfather was the greatest black preacher in history.
Yes, my mother and my great-aunt, and they always talked about Richard Harvey Kane and the great work that he was able to do.
He was born free in what's now West Virginia, was a pastor in Brooklyn in 1965. Some people would have said, stay in Brooklyn where it's safe.
He said that he felt like a lion bound. I mean, he wanted to be here in the South and be a missionary to the newly freed slaves.
I don't think people today understand the role of the church in the 19th century. The church was their institutional universe.
Yes. The black church was the center of everything that happened with the community. The emotional, the educational, the political. Kane taught the newly freed slaves that they were no longer inferior. They could accomplish anything.
And he epitomized that.
Yeah.
He was a one-man band for the black community.
Oh, yeah.
Entrepreneur, minister, editor, writer.
Yes, congressman, state senator.
Too powerful, too influential.
Yes, yes.
And therefore a danger.
Yes, he lived in constant fear.
One of the most tragic aspects of Reconstruction is that the more African Americans achieve, the more they put their lives at risk.
I could hear the noise of the horses.
They Ku Klux my house.
They had on white gowns, masks on their faces.
75 men.
They were Ku Klux.
They tore her clothes off.
I was blindfolded. Cut me with knives.
They whipped me.
They whipped me.
Put a rope around my neck to hang me.
Southern Democrats used violence and terror tactics to disrupt Republican control and plot their return to power. They saw themselves as the redeemers of their states.
Violence is efficient, it's easy, it's fast, and you can often do it under the cover of night. Klan attacks become so pervasive because that's how widespread the fear of Black enfranchisement is.
The Klan is actually committing atrocities against everyone. They're attacking freedmen and white Southerners who were sympathetic to the Union cause and to the Republican Party.
To their eyes, emancipation was wrong. They are washing the South with blood to redeem it.
This isn't simply a question of trying to return to an earlier way of life. This is actually a political counter-revolution.
To document the violence, Congress in 1871 launched one of the most extensive investigations in our history, known as the Ku Klux Klan hearings. The United States never had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission after slavery ended. The Klan hearings were as close as we came. It was extraordinary. Congress was actually listening to Black people, testifying about the atrocities committed against them.
I was elected to the legislature. They offered me $2,500 cash if I would let another man go to the legislature in my place. I told him I would not go back on my people. 65 came to my house. My little daughter came out and begged them not to carry me away. They drew up a gun and threatened her. I may say that they hit me 5,000 blows. Some of them are the first-class men in our town. One is a lawyer, one a doctor, and some are farmers. My little daughter never got over it until she died. I have never got over it yet. It broke something inside of me.
The hearings are open and public.
Women showed up at those hearings, and it took a lot of courage for them. They could face retaliations by the KKK.
But they want the world to know what had been done to them.
All the time I was planting my crop, they worried me about if they ever saw me, they would hurt me.
Whites are really attacking Hannah and her family because they had been too successful. It's jealousy. It flies in the face of the idea that Blacks are inferior.
5 men bulged right against the door. George McCrae catched the little child by the foot and slinged it out of my arms. He carried me to a pine, tied my hands there, pulled off all my linen. They said, "God damn you, you are living on another man's premises." I said, "No, I'm living on my own premises." I gave $150 for it. They whipped me from the crown of my head to the soles of my feet. Every time they would go off, George McCrae would get his knee between my legs, say, "Old lady, if you don't let me have to do with you, I will kill you." He said, "God damn you, I'm gonna kill you."
There are 8,000 pages of testimony given by everyday Americans. This is a haunting tale of American history and something that we don't talk about enough. Violence has always been here and goes side by side in American history to the creation of a white supremacist racial ideology that has driven us from slavery all the way to the present day.
The Union war hero, Ulysses S. Grant, had run for president under the slogan, "Let us have peace." But as reports poured in from the former Confederate states, it was becoming painfully obvious that the terror was not going to stop.
Grant didn't start out as a hero in terms of race relations. At first, he was very dubious about the fighting abilities of blacks, but he ended up becoming one of the greatest champions of recruiting and arming and equipping black soldiers. He had a remarkable record in terms of integrating blacks into the federal government.
Grant's reaction to Klan violence is a strenuous one. He makes it clear to the Speaker of the House that Congress is going to have to address the situation.
Grant was in step with a Congress that was determined to take action.
Congressman Rainey, when he was arguing for protection against the Klan, said that when he and other black congressmen left the seat of government to return home, they were at risk.
There were a couple of incidents where he and others were physically confronted on the road, and only the intervention of federal troops kept things from taking a dire turn. He had absolutely no patience listening to anyone say that maybe the Klan didn't really exist, maybe it wasn't such a big problem. Rainey would say, I just saw them a couple of days ago. What are you talking about? And then go on to deliver a very convincing lecture,
saying that that violence was treasonous and the federal government had an obligation to do something about it.
Congress passed a series of enforcement acts to address the crisis, the third of which is known as the Ku Klux Klan Act.
All of which together were intended to put weapons into the hand of the federal government to directly intervene.
The 14th Amendment established that states could not deprive people of privileges and immunities of citizenship or of due process of law or equal protection of law.
So what Congress is doing in the Enforcement Act, right, is trying to create a new category of offense using the 14th Amendment to, in essence, get around the fact that Southern courts are not going to convict white Southerners.
Most importantly, the federal government can suppress habeas corpus. Where violence occurred, they can hold individuals for a crime without being charged for that crime, and they can also use the militia or the military to go in and suppress violence.
To spearhead the operation, Grant appointed Amos T. Ackerman as Attorney General of the newly created United States Department of Justice, established in the executive branch in 1870.
He supervises the deployment of federal troops to restrain violence.
Many of the Klan members that believe that they're going to be charged by the federal government begin to run away and hide.
Here is the federal government, finally taking the situation with the Ku Klux Klan in hand and directly striking back at it. The difficulty was going to turn out to be persistence.
The federal government could try to contain the violence, but it couldn't contain the spread of white supremacist ideology manifesting itself in full force.
Southern oligarchs who have held power in the pre-Civil War South for decades did not want to surrender that power.
White supremacy, an alliance between white people against black people, was always an important device that held Southern politics together.
Southern white elites knew how to activate that bond of whiteness with poor Southern whites.
And that was difficult work to do. A lot of propaganda had to go into that.
Planters in the Democratic Party have to sell white supremacy to other white Southerners who might not have the same or even any significant economic stake in white supremacy. That planters play upon racial economic rivalry. The idea that any gain by any black man deprives all white men. So they're creating a racial zero-sum fight for economic power, for government, for jobs, and promising a psychological benefit, a psychological wage of whiteness.
In 1870, when former Confederate General Robert E. Lee died, many white Southerners poured out their grief and sorrow for their fallen hero, a symbol of their so-called lost cause. It seemed that the longer Reconstruction continued, the more the former Confederates lamented the loss of their way of life. Robert E. Lee's death became a symbolic focal point for a wrenching outpouring of nostalgia and grief.
When he died, it's like a king has died.
Bells ring throughout the South.
Schools closed.
People closed their stores.
They wore sashes and put things on their doors to commemorate his passing.
Newspapers border their entire pages with black.
They mourn him as if this is the second time they have lost the war.
In the eyes of the white South, here was a man who embodied the things that they admired the most: manly courage, Christian virtue, devotion to those underneath him, of his soldiers, and a kind of apparent paternalism toward enslaved people. And not only was Lee this perfect person, but he had been the perfect warrior. He had outsmarted the Yankees, but he was always up against larger forces. He helped create that myth at Appomattox that we have succumbed in the face of greater might. Our cause was not unjust, it just happened to have lost. It became a lost cause.
When great leaders die, or when persons die that people think of as great leaders, people are guided by emotion. As a consequence, you have this cult of Robert E. Lee developing.
And in fact, the cult of Lee had become so powerful by the 1870s that Frederick Douglass remarked that you could not pick up a newspaper nowadays without reading the most nauseating flatteries about Robert E. Lee.
The ostentatious and noisy exhibitions of sympathy and grief on the part of the rebel democracy all over the South for the man who made such Herculean efforts to destroy the government is a most painful proof that the great body of the Southern white people are far more ready to weep for the loss of a Confederate general than to sustain the government under which they live.
Douglass recognized if you rewrite the story of the war, that can have profound implications for race relations. The symbolism of Lee could become very dangerous.
The clock was ticking on Reconstruction, and the presidential race of 1872 was a test of its popularity. With black voters solidly in his corner, President Grant easily won re-election. But the campaign revealed growing fault lines in the Republican Party.
Grant faced a renegade liberal Republican movement that was critical of the mainstream of the Republican Party.
Their good government types were very upset by the scandals that had been exposed in the Grant administration.
Credit Mobilier was basically a phony company that was set up to provide financing for the Pacific Railroad project, and it laundered money. It made lots of money for corrupt individuals. The difficulty is that those corrupt individuals were often members of Congress.
Grant was personally quite honest, but he seemed blind, credulous, almost childlike to the presence of unscrupulous people.
Corruption is as American as apple pie. And if we find it in the Grant administration and the Reconstruction South, that's not because Reconstruction was inherently corrupt. It's because corruption happens. You could almost make a bumper sticker out of it.
Liberal Republicans are also adopting more of a states' rights position now. We can't just keep intervening in the South, and nominated their own candidate for president, Horace Greeley, the editor of the New York Tribune, a long-standing anti-slavery advocate.
Greeley made this famous statement that he's confident that masses of our citizens, North and South, are eager to clasp hands across the bloody chasm that divides them.
The split in the Republican Party is the harbinger of a retreat from Reconstruction.
Support for Reconstruction was waning in the North, where many had grown weary, from the growing cost of peace. In this environment, Black legislators became targets of scorn, ridicule, and anti-Black racist propaganda.
Derogatory images of African Americans become more and more prominent in the 1870s.
Even someone like Thomas Nast, who was a very vocal advocate for African American political rights during Reconstruction, used his artistry with Harper's Weekly to depict the African Americans in South Carolina, for example, where they have a Black majority, in the most vile ways.
James Pike, a Republican, works on the New York Tribune, publishes this book called The Prostrate State. South Carolina is under the rule of barbarism, incompetence.
He has a famous passage in which he's describing really buffoons. Those who are not buffoons are corrupt or incompetent.
He hammers again and again and again on almost animalistic stereotypes of field workers to say, really? Are these the people you want to have in charge of your government? Passing laws that suck tax dollars out of hardworking Americans? No. And in fact, we're pretty sure they shouldn't be parts of polite American society at all.
They perpetuate an idea that Reconstruction has effectively failed and that the federal government and the Republican Party needed to cut its losses and remove itself from the South. Leave the Negro to those who know him best. White Southerners.
As enthusiasm for Reconstruction dwindled in the North, Democrats felt emboldened to intensify their counter-revolution throughout the South. Year after year, election after election, they would not relent. In 1873, amidst the fallout from a fiercely contested election in Louisiana, Black Republicans in the town of Colfax staged an armed occupation of the courthouse to prevent Democrats from taking over the Perry seat.
White paramilitary organizations surround the courthouse with artillery.
The white vigilantes offer guarantees of safe conduct. If you will come out, if you will surrender yourselves, the white vigilantes line them up and execute them. It's nothing more than pure, unadulterated murder. The United States Attorney in Louisiana, under the Enforcement Acts, is responsible for the arrest of over 100 of the white vigilantes. However, Louisiana juries turned out to be extraordinarily reluctant to convict. Only 3 convictions are obtained.
White Southerners made it difficult for the Republicans and Northerners to enforce Reconstruction policy. The organized white supremacist groups were trying to make the cost of federal intervention higher than the federal government was willing to bear.
In state after state, increasingly organized societies, paramilitary clubs, white leagues claim control of public places.
John Roy Lynch, now a congressman, was targeted when he returned home to Mississippi to campaign.
At Fayette, they paraded the streets, yelled, fired cannon. Each club had a wagon with fodder. Colored men said these wagons contained guns. Democrats had all gathered around the place. I took the stand. They commenced to yell at the top of their voices so as to drown out every word I attempted to utter.
Southern whites were attempting to take the South back. The red shirts and the Knights of the White Camellia. That's essentially what the so-called redemption movements were.
They are the ones who are defending the right order of things in civilization, that white people control black people. And that's the way it should be.
The brutal violence was accompanied by a major economic downturn, the first since the end of the war. It was known as the Panic. Banks and railroads were at the center of the storm, but soon it spread to every corner of the economy.
The Panic of 1873 has enormously destructive influences through the economy, North and South. A really devastating impact is political.
Northern Republicans lose election after election in the midterms of 1874 to Democrats who promised first to save the economy, but also to end Reconstruction in the South.
Democrats achieve a majority in the House of Representatives for the first time since the Civil War.
Democrats also gained control of state governments in Alabama, Texas, and Arkansas. Reconstruction's future was perilous. But the fight wasn't over. In 1874, congressional districts with majority black populations elected leaders like Robert Smalls and John Lynch. They would face stiff opposition as members of the minority party.
The Democratic majority in the House of Representatives means no more money for Reconstruction initiatives. So, if there will be political troubles around election time, if the Ku Klux Klan will suddenly reawaken and begin intimidating voters at the polls, murdering black people on the roads, night riding to terrorize blacks into submission, there will be no initiative coming out of Washington.
Was there a sense of desperation because of the reversal of the 1874 election?
What had been a 100-seat majority for Republicans turned into roughly an 80-seat majority for Democrats. Coming into the new Congress, we had a long lame duck session of about 3 months. The clock is ticking. African Americans know that this is really probably going to be the last shot at a far-reaching civil rights bill.
It prohibited discrimination in public transportation, juries, public accommodations such as hotels, and public education. Immediately when the Civil Rights Bill came to the floor, Southern Democrats and Northern Democrats alike railed against the bill. They believed that it was unconstitutional. Opponents of the bill thought the U.S. government had no business telling the proprietors of restaurants or the people who run railroads who they could admit. These are private businesses, and they can decide who their clientele is.
The critics believed that it was not about non-discrimination. They saw it as about social equality. And their view is that social equality could not be legislated. It couldn't be enforced. It shouldn't be imposed.
This is pushing integration that is unnatural. You're going to force a white person to ride next to a black person, and the next thing you know, you're going to force a white person to have a black person over for dinner, or interracial marriage.
So they were apoplectic about the idea that they had to protect their whiteness, and in particular, protect their white women against this exposure to African Americans.
Near the end of the first full day of debate, most members were given 20 minutes each to speak. And Alexander Stephens of Georgia, former Confederate vice president, stood up feebly because he was confined to a wheelchair and requested a full hour to speak. And Republican leadership agreed as long as Robert Brown Elliott also had a full hour to provide his rebuttal. Stephens, leaning precariously on a big stack of papers, gives this long, monotone, prepared speech in which he goes over the unconstitutional arguments for the Civil Rights Bill. When he sits down, it's late. George Hoare of Massachusetts says, well, you know what, maybe we won't have Elliott speak today. Maybe he can go first thing tomorrow. And that may have been strategic, because word got out that Robert Elliott was going to provide the rebuttal to the former vice president of the Confederacy. The next day when Elliott takes the floor, the galleries are packed with African American observers. Reporters had shown up, and the whole chamber is just filled with people. Elliott gives this really booming delivery.
The Constitution of a free government ought always be construed in favor of human rights. I cannot and I will not forget that the welfare and rights of my whole race in this country are involved. The race whom he spurned and trampled on are here to meet him in debate and to demand the rights which are enjoyed by their former oppressors.
When Eliot finishes, the whole room erupts into booming applause. People line up to shake his hand. This is a real symbolic moment. The old planter class appears feeble and on its way out, and this dark-skinned, suave, intelligent African-American man represented the way forward.
Congress passed the Civil Rights Act, but there was a clause that was stripped from the final act, and that was about education. Americans were not ready for that kind of equality in education yet, and apparently wouldn't be for many, many more years.
While Congress managed to get the Civil Rights Act of 1875 across the finish line, another branch of government blunted the reach of the 14th Amendment. In 1876, the Supreme Court announced its ruling in United States versus Cruikshank, the appeal of the 3 white men convicted of murdering African Americans guarding the courthouse in Colfax, Louisiana.
The decision which is handed down in Cruikshank is one of the most remarkably feeble-minded and disastrous decisions that a United States Supreme Court has ever handed down. And the reasoning ran like this. The 14th Amendment was only intended to restrain states from depriving U.S. citizens of the privileges and immunities that they're supposed to enjoy. But what went on in the Colfax Massacre, first of all, was not a state action. It was not the state of Louisiana. But this was, in fact, merely individuals.
It was a local crime. Private violence is the business of the states. And if they are not taking care of it, that's just too bad.
Mobs of whites decide to kill you. Have you been denied your right? Well, the Supreme Court decided that you've not been denied your right if you were murdered, as long as it's just private individuals, whether individually or collectively, that are interfering with your rights. That's not a federal case.
While the Cruikshank decision didn't close the door on possible future prosecutions, it narrowed the pathways for enforcing the 14th Amendment.
Little stood between the redeemers and their ultimate goal, which was terrorize African Americans so completely that across the South, hundreds of thousands who had been registered and had been politically active would be reduced to a few hundreds in many of the jurisdictions that they once actually dominated.
Grant saw that support for Reconstruction was eroding, so he decided to pull back on military interventions in the South to enhance his party's chances in the North. With the next presidential election months away, Washingtonians, black and white, came together to honor a past president, Abraham Lincoln. For one man, the occasion afforded an unprecedented national platform for a call to action.
On April 14th, 1876, this plaza near Capitol Hill was teeming with people, including members of both houses of Congress, the Supreme Court justices, and the President of the United States, Ulysses S. Grant. The crowd had gathered here on the 11th anniversary of Lincoln's assassination to witness the unveiling of this monument honoring his crowning achievement, the Emancipation Proclamation.
The most memorable words spoken that day were those of Frederick Douglass.
Truth compels me to admit, even here in the presence of the monument, Abraham Lincoln was not our man. He was preeminently the white man's president. You are the children of Abraham Lincoln. We are best his stepchildren. To you, it especially belongs to preserve and perpetuate his memory and commend his example.
When he says Abraham Lincoln was a white man's president, you go, whoa, that is an amazing thing to say in front of the most powerful politicians in the Republic in the year 1876. It's shocking.
Yeah, it's a presidential election year. It appears that Reconstruction is unraveling. He used this opportunity to make a speech about the responsibility of the U.S. government, which was sitting right in front of him, to hold together whatever was left of Reconstruction if they could.
There's this understanding in 1876 that blacks have all the rights now that they should expect. We have the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. The Republican Party, it's become a party of large financiers, corporate men, and captains of industry. Now let's focus on the economy.
When Republicans cast around for a likely candidate, Rutherford B. Hayes seems to be the man. He finished the war as a Union general. But by the time he becomes governor of Ohio, he has begun to pull back on black equality. He's untainted by corruption, which will be extremely valuable because Samuel Tilden is running almost entirely on an anti-corruption platform as a Democrat. But Hayes is also bland enough that he will offer no objection to anyone. He is a first-rate, second-rate man.
Both candidates pledged that they would bring Reconstruction to an end.
Election night is complete and utter confusion.
Even though Tilden won the popular vote, the results from Florida, South Carolina, and Louisiana, where African Americans faced severe violent repression, were undetermined.
Republicans convinced Southern governments to declare enough votes invalid to swing the Electoral College to Hayes.
The Democrats were so outraged by the fact that Tilden was not declared the winner that they began to rally their voters under the slogan "Tilden or Blood." There were real fears of civil war. Grant started to call in troops to guard Washington. And he said, either party can afford to lose an election, but we as a people cannot afford to have a presidential election that is tainted by false or illegal results. Congress created a bipartisan commission that declared Hayes the winner by one vote.
Democrats predictably cried foul.
Hayes was referred to as rather Fraud v. Hayes. He was called his fraudulency.
February, as Inauguration Day neared, the election still remained undecided. Republicans and Democrats came together and cut a deal. Hayes is inaugurated as President of the United States.
It's hard to imagine, in the moment of an election, a party trading a presidential victory, unless it means protecting their way of life. White supremacy is a long-term campaign. It was more important to reinstate that power structure than it was to win the White House.
Hayes promises white Southerners that he will leave the South to conduct its own affairs unimpeded, and that the Negro problem will be its to solve.
The federal troops would stop enforcing the kinds of reforms that had marked the Reconstruction era. The southern states had been redeemed.
Whoever had been elected, whether it was Hayes or Tilden, Black people were going to suffer because Northerners had decided to move on.
It was a time of so much hope and so much optimism. The horizon seemed limitless. And then, boom, came redemption.
I can only imagine it was the most frustrating thing for Robert Smalls. Here's someone who literally risked his life to be free and devoted himself to creating this new America. And to see that dismantle must have just been horrible. You know, one of his most famous quotes is, "My race needs no special defense, for the past history of them in this country proves them to be the equal of anyone, anywhere. All they need is an equal shot at the battle of life."
From the very beginning, the success of Reconstruction depended on the will of the nation to hold the line against the forces of violence eager to undo it. As the nation's will faltered, the rights of African Americans would be sacrificed to political expediency. After 12 tumultuous years, Black people faced an uncertain future. As Frederick Douglass put it, if war among the whites brought peace and liberty to Blacks, What will peace among the whites bring?
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
12 years after the end of the Civil War, Reconstruction was dealt a devastating blow. You might even say it was overthrown. The Southern Democrats took their states back one by one.
The 1880s is a kind of a twilight zone between Reconstruction and the full implementation of the Jim Crow system. Black people continued to vote in many parts of the South. There was still violence against them, but there were still some black people holding office in many parts of the South. Civil rights laws remained on the books.
One of the cruel ironies of Reconstruction is that black people could claim certain rights in the 1870s that they would have to fight to reclaim in the 1960s. Thanks to the Civil Rights Act of 1875, African Americans were guaranteed equal access to hotels, restaurants, theaters, and public transportation. Those who were denied service could expect their rights to be upheld in a court of law. But all that was about to change. Ida B. Wells, a child of slavery and Reconstruction, taught in a segregated school outside Memphis, Tennessee. Being denied access to the all-white first-class car on a railroad trip would propel her to the front lines of civil rights activism.
One day, while riding back to my school, I took a seat in the ladies' coach of the train, as usual. The conductor came along to collect tickets. He told me I would have to go in the other car. I refused. He tried to drag me out of the seat. I fastened my teeth in the back of his hand. He got the baggage man to help him, and they succeeded in dragging me out. White ladies and gentlemen stood on the seats applauding the conductor for his brave stand.
She challenges segregation on public transportation decades before we would ever hear the name Rosa Parks.
She sued. She won in the lower courts, but the railroad appealed the decision, and when the court case went to the Tennessee State Supreme Court, Ida B. Wells lost.
W.E.B. Du Bois summarized Reconstruction in one sentence. The slave went free, stood a brief moment in the sun, and then moved back again toward slavery. Yet African Americans had tasted freedom. They had begun to acquire land, build schools, and create social institutions of their own. And though the tide was turning, they refused to give up on the promise of Reconstruction. After the defeat of the Confederacy, many white Southerners still longed for ways to hold on to their civilization. And even when they tried to convince the rest of the country that they accepted the outcome of the war, their vision of the future looked disturbingly similar to the past. The chief evangelist of this new order was Henry Grady, an enterprising newspaper editor from Atlanta. And in late 1886, he journeyed to New York City to outline his vision of what he called the New South.
So much of the country saw the South as this kind of benighted, section that had endured civil war, that had been impoverished, that was beset by political turmoil and racial violence. Henry Grady traveled the country, went to the Northeast, trying to sell this vision of a different kind of South, one that was more modern, one that was more economically diversified, one that could attract Northern investment, one that would see economic growth, and one in which the tensions and conflicts of Reconstruction would be put aside.
But Grady's rosy description of how the South had solved the Negro problem ignored the dangerous reality that Black people faced. When it came to the possibilities of owning land or earning a living, the New South looked quite a lot like the Old South.
What African Americans want most is to own land. And some of them are able to access land, but by no means as many people as would desire land. Sharecropping emerges starting around the late 1860s, going into the 1870s, but it really doesn't become predominant until around 1880. African Americans are given access to plots of land, typically 30 to 50 acre plots, which they essentially control. They don't own the land, but they work the land as a family unit. But there are a lot of things about sharecropping that become quite oppressive.
You would live on somebody's land and you would give over a share of your crop as rent. But the way that it worked is that people became increasingly in debt because there was always interest on whatever you're using, whether it was tools or seeds or the use of animals.
There are yearly contracts that they have to sign. Most African Americans are not literates. They're not quite sure exactly what they're signing on to. They're signing away many aspects of their independence.
Many of the sharecroppers worked on the same plantations that they were in as slaves. Many of them do become more impoverished over this period of time.
Sharecropping wasn't even the worst of it. In a region still scarred by war and economic dislocation, the labor system that took shape in the late 19th century developed coercive means to ensure that cotton remained king. It was called convict leasing. Get arrested on a minor charge or a trumped-up charge, you could find yourself locked up and then hired out to a planter or even a corporation bidding on inmate labor. The pipeline from prisons to profits in this country has deep roots.
The convict lease system was an inhumane and barbaric form of punishment, really emphasizing that African Americans were not afforded equal opportunity before the law. The convict lease system was, in effect, a form of slavery.
Black women were also part of convict leasing and were often incarcerated alongside men. They were subject to sexual abuse and assault.
Convict leasing used the criminal justice system to discipline the Black community to be subservient to the economic interest of white Southern elites. They were snatching up bodies everywhere to fuel this system.
After Reconstruction ended, African Americans in the South faced a stark choice: stay and live in oppressive conditions or find a way out. They sought a place where they could support their families, safe from violence and oppression. For many, that promised land was Kansas.
In Kansas, you could live free. You were free from the sort of plantation system, free from the denial of one's equal rights, as well as night rider terrorism.
In 1879, an estimated 6,000 so-called exodusters left the South for Kansas. Within a few years, thousands more would uproot and move west.
It's the first large migration of Black people, and so it attracted attention because these were people who were moving of their own volition.
They were leaving virulent racism. They were leaving dead-end sharecropping.
Most Black Southerners thought of themselves as Christians. They identified with the Bible of Exodus, and they felt that they were being delivered into a promised land, or at least a safer land.
It became a political test question among black leadership of how a lot of black folk in the South saw Reconstruction had no hope in federal intervention to help them anymore, and they were looking for any possibility.
It had its opposition in some very familiar figures, mainly Frederick Douglass, Blanche K. Bruce, Robert Brown Elliott, who were black congressmen. They were very wedded to the kind of Lincoln-esque view of America. They believed in the Constitution, they believed in the Reconstruction amendments, and to them the idea of turning your back on that, instead of standing and trying to stay and fight for one's rights, was inimical to them.
While nowhere near as massive in scale as the Great Migration that would come a few decades later, the Exoduster movement was large enough that it caught the attention of politicians in Washington, who demanded to know what was going on and why.
The Senate hearings were important. We can learn a lot about the conditions of life because of the testimony.
We found ourselves in such a condition that there was no way on earth that we could better our conditions there. We appeal to the President of the United States and to Congress to help us out of our distress or protect us in our rights and privileges.
It turns out a lot of people who went to Kansas didn't exactly find Shangri-La. They didn't find a greater deal in most cases. They did not become landowners by the large measure. But it was one of those moments again that tested everybody.
Even when African Americans moved out of the South, they soon discovered that they couldn't outrun Jim Crow. In 1875, they'd seen a glimmer of hope with the passage of a Civil Rights Act that banned racial discrimination in public accommodations. But just 8 years later, the Supreme Court would strike down that law as unconstitutional.
Segregation is growing, it's not receding. And it's not just impacting those who are the former slaves, not those who are agricultural workers, not just those in the rural South, but elite African Americans everywhere.
The Supreme Court is going to rule on a number of cases cobbled together, which we have called the civil rights cases.
One of the cases came out of San Francisco, where a couple was denied the ability to sit in the dress circle of the theater. The dress circle is the first-class seat. We're talking about the theater in the 1870s. This is not a movie theater, this is theater.
Most black people were concerned not to be treated in an undignified manner, not be excluded from a restaurant, not be sent to the back of a railroad car, not to be put on the outer deck, let's say, of a steamboat on the Mississippi River.
The Supreme Court ultimately rules in 1883 that the 14th Amendment does not prevent people from denying individuals access to hotels, restaurants, because these are private locations and they can make that decision on their own.
When a man has emerged from slavery, there must be some stage in the progress of his elevation when he takes the rank of a mere citizen and ceases to be the special favorite of the laws.
The parting shot of Justice Bradley is an insult to all freedmen. Less than 20 years after the end of slavery, after the end of a system that had lasted for 2 centuries, the Supreme Court is talking about how laws against discrimination is somehow preferential treatment. The fact that they could pull that off meant that African Americans were utterly and totally on their own when it came to law.
When African Americans discovered that they wouldn't be allowed to cross the color line, they turned inward and created a black world within a white world.
The possibilities of freedom have been shut down. They've been closed off. The pathways that, could potentially guarantee success for a lot of people have been blocked by either violence or by new laws that are being passed to segregate on a racial basis. For a lot of people, they have to figure out to what degree do they try to fight the system, knowing that they or their loved ones could be killed.
African Americans rally their resources to begin to create communities that are safe spaces, that are places where they can control as much as possible their daily lives.
It's self-segregation. Black people believed that if they were forced to be in the presence of white people, there would be certain things they couldn't do. They couldn't expect to have control over politics. They couldn't expect to have economic independence. And they certainly would not have the social standing that they could if they had their own towns. They had their own businesses. They had their own churches. They had everything that they thought they needed to live decent lives.
All black towns and all black neighborhoods continued well into the 20th century, offering a buffer between what Du Bois called life within the veil and the indignities of Jim Crow America.
The owner of the local dry goods store was not in competition with the white man because they were not in his community. And we know that these clashes occur when black men are coming up against their white competitors.
Reconstruction has two motifs. There are those who left, and there are those who stayed. Madison Park gives evidence to those who stayed.
Give me the history of this community. Where are we? How did it come about?
In 1880, a group of freed slaves, nothing except the clothes on their back, some money they had saved, decided to pull their resources together and to organize themselves to create community. There was one in particular by the name of Eli Madison, who was kind of the leader of the pack. And Eli organized them to buy a small piece of land and to work that land and make it profitable. And my grandfather's grandfather was one of those people who joined Eli Madison later when he established his place. He believed that he could be in charge of his own destiny. The uncertainties of going to another place were just as great as the uncertainties that he was going to face here. There are far more people who stayed behind than who went away.
Far more.
Yeah. All the descendants of those founders were the people that were in and out of my lives daily. I grew up in the same house on the same piece of land that my grandfather's grandfather built.
What positive things for a black person comes from growing up in an all-black world?
I knew that what I was being prepared to do here in this place was going to prepare me for a larger world beyond Madison Park.
Do we still need Madison Parks for our people?
We need Madison Park now more than ever before.
Why?
We can create support systems that can address many of the problems and challenges that we have in society today.
Despite the drawing of the color line, African Americans refused to remain within the confines of Jim Crow. Looking at white farmers toiling next to their black neighbors, it was inevitable to wonder if they could transcend superficial differences of color and form alliances based on mutual economic interests.
The post-Reconstruction South is a hard place to be a farmer. The prices for what they're growing are steadily declining, and it's just not clear how you're supposed to make a living. Black farmers are in the same situation as white farmers in this regard. They need what they are growing to be worth more.
The Colored Farmers Alliances did represent a seeking of economic and political power on the part of black farmers. This was a time in which black men were losing their political power.
Organizing workers along class lines rather than racial lines was revolutionary. especially in the Jim Crow South. The effects could have transformed the South fundamentally.
They bring together black people and white people. They said we might be able to mobilize this politically. The Republicans have walked away from black people at this point. The Democrats seem to have walked away from poorer white people.
It was a grassroots movement, a movement of ordinary people that were trying to, in some ways, push back on the political elites, the business elites, the social elites.
They would pool their resources and buy things cooperatively and help each other. But the alliances are struggling, and they say, well, just economics isn't going to do. We need political power. So what we want to do is form a people's party. Their detractors call it populist, and they say, oh, all right, we're populist. The Democrats don't like the populists. The Republicans don't like the populists because they're taking voters from both of them. It's the largest third-party challenge in American history.
That's kind of redemption for us in American history, to look back at those moments when we see those broad participatory coalitions happening and to think that's who we are. We are those common struggles to make a better future for ourselves. That's America too.
Black and white people tried to come together, and then they're pit against each other. The Democratic Party, which is the party of white supremacy, had to mobilize and use everything to crush it. They used propaganda, they used beating people up, they used legal means, and they created a culture where poor white people saw themselves as very different from black people.
The 15th Amendment had removed race as a barrier to voting, and for the most part, African American men voted Republican. Southern Democrats, accordingly, cast about for ways to curb black voting without triggering a response from Washington. Throughout the 1890s, Southern states held constitutional conventions dominated by Democrats, essentially designed to strip African Americans of the right to vote.
Constitutional conventions in the South were the linchpins of Reconstruction. Those were essential to pass the 14th Amendment and then to apply for readmission in the United States. The constitutional conventions that follow 20, 25 years later run the story in reverse. They are the places where a lot of the gains of Reconstruction in politics are taken away.
They're not about democracy. They're not about majority rules. They're about ensuring that white Americans have control of the political process and have control of everything else that goes with that.
Only one black delegate attended Mississippi's convention in the fall of 1890, Isaiah Montgomery. And Isaiah would vote with the majority.
Isaiah Montgomery had been born into slavery on a plantation in Mississippi that was owned by Jefferson Davis's brother. Montgomery was a man who was educated. He was literate. He had business savvy. He certainly understood in freedom that black people needed an environment where they were in control. In 1887, he decided to establish Mount Bayou that was independent of white control economically, politically, and independent of white influence socially. In order to keep this independence, he would have to make certain concessions. He was willing to not press for certain rights if Mount Bayou was left alone.
Mr. President and gentlemen, I freely stated to my earnest conviction that the work of this convention must restrict the colored vote to a greater extent because of their inferior development.
Montgomery does what he's expected to do. He supports the Southern cause of disenfranchisement of African Americans in Mississippi. He makes a speech and he says to Black people and white Mississippians, we know that you have to do this. We know that if you deny us the vote, that's okay. Because after all, we're fresh out of slavery.
My mission here is to bridge a chasm that has been widening and deepening for a generation. We are all aware that our race has not yet attained the high plane of moral, intellectual, and political excellence common to yours. But it is our privilege to press on and upward.
He was reviled for it. African Americans felt that he had betrayed the race, that he didn't need to concede so deeply, especially since that Constitution really did strip Black people of any kind of political influence they had had before.
Starting in 1890, every Southern state writes a new constitution or passes new laws that deprive Black men of the vote without actually saying the phrase race or Negro or colored. The South goes from a time in which Black and white men are voting in very large numbers to in a very short period of time where they are not. We call that disfranchisement.
Other Southern states took their cue from Mississippi. Voter suppression tactics included literacy tests, poll taxes, and the requirement that potential voters demonstrate that they understood the state constitution. Their combined effect was so successful that they depressed not just the Black vote, but the poor white vote as well.
When we're looking at this in the current context, things like voter IDs, the diminishing number of polling places that strategically coincide with communities where African Americans are located, it's not hard to see a connection between these things.
The disenfranchisement of African Americans in the decades after Reconstruction didn't exist in a vacuum. It was one manifestation of a pervasive ideology of white supremacy that presupposed that Black people were biologically inferior. From the most debased forms of popular culture to the ivory towers of academia, the onslaught of racist theories about African Americans amounted to character assassination on a race-wide scale.
One of the things you get in periods of great inequality is a lot of legitimating discourses which try to tell us why the inequality that we see all around us is natural, why that's the natural order of things. Scientific racism is one of those discourses. It's pseudoscience.
The emergence and kind of surge of this idea of the biology of race plays into the hand of these people who would like to emphasize that white people should only be with other white people and that anything other than that is unnatural.
That's the biggest problem with scientific racism, is not so much that it was bad science, but there was a scientific argument that was trying to prove a social argument.
While scientific racism became one of the many tools of Jim Crow, white supremacists took it upon themselves to police the boundaries of the color line. They were judge, jury, and executioner, substituting lynch law for the legal system.
It's really beginning in the 1880s and by the 1890s that we see the explosion of this form of vigilante violence, of mob terror directed towards the African American community.
The overarching purpose of the violence is really control and the ability to impose white supremacy on the South and ultimately on the entire nation. And as lynching becomes something that happens more and more in American society, it often takes on a more ritualistic character.
There was one idea that white people did not challenge, is that it was their destiny, their God-given right to be in charge of the South. It was their obligation to domineer over black people. And that took lots of different forms. It could go all the way from the most brutal and simple violence to these elaborate rewriting of a constitution. The goal was to make sure that this remains a white man's country.
We sit in America and often judge violence that's perpetuated in other societies, how barbarian they are. Well, we've done the same thing. The problem is that is not talked about in American society. We skip over the violence to try, on many levels, to hide from it.
I remember I read Of the Coming of John in The Souls of Black Folk, and that was my first encounter with lynching. And it haunted me, it frightened me, and it's something I always thought about whenever I saw images of people in the South.
Lynching became the area that I was most concerned about because it was the thing that we were most silent about in America. And I guess I just felt like we have to make this visible. That's what gave rise to this idea of creating a memorial that would expose people in a very intense way to this history of lynching. And for me, going to the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin, the Apartheid Museum in Johannesburg, the Genocide Memorial in Rwanda, I wanted it to speak to the anguish and the pain in a very direct way. The monuments begin at eye level in the first quarter, and they rise as we were walking down, and they rise even more, and now you're standing underneath of this history. People who carried out these lynchings could have buried the bodies in the ground and gotten away with more violence. But hanging was preferred because it lifted these bodies up to terrorize and menace and taunt communities of color. People would pose with the brutalized bodies after they conducted this violence. They were proud to have tortured and menaced these folks.
What was that about? I mean, you've thought about this. What would Freud say was really going on here?
I think there was such animosity, such bitterness, such hatred at the idea that someone was forcing them to accept the equality of black people, that they had to express it, this rage.
Who comprised a lynch mob?
It wasn't the Klan, it wasn't the extremists, it was the farmers, it was frequently teachers, it was law enforcement officers, it was the business leaders, it was clergy. It was anybody who was part of that community.
We haven't been able to change the narrative about slavery. What makes you optimistic about changing the narrative about lynching?
I think that narrative is going to change as we begin to show this brutality. We haven't created spaces in America that motivate people when they go through it to say never again to racial violence and racial hierarchy. And that's, for me, the reason why things like the memorial and museums like this that are direct in presenting this legacy and violence of lynching become necessary. I want us to tell the truth about our history, not because I want to punish America. I want to liberate us, but we can't get to liberation if we don't acknowledge what we've done.
The frequency and brutality of violence against African Americans is sickening to contemplate. A distinctly American phenomenon, lynchings increased in the years after Reconstruction, peaking in the early 1890s and remaining a source of terror deep into the 20th century. The victims were overwhelmingly black. But while white supremacists could terrorize black lives, they couldn't silence those fearless enough to expose their crimes to the world.
There were a lot of newspapers in the 19th century published by both blacks and whites.
White newspapers would have like an occasional sort of page dedicated to Negro news, or if blacks were covered at all, it was in a very negative fashion.
If we looked at the dominant publications, we only had a kind of exculpatory story of white actions toward black people in American history. But when we want the first draft of black history, it required that we have actual black publications and black journalists who were crafting narratives of what they saw and what they experienced and what they heard.
A young journalist fought back by crafting positive narratives about African Americans. Her name was Ida B. Wells. Starting with her battle with the railroad in 1883, Wells began chronicling her fight against Jim Crow. Though she lost her case, she didn't lose momentum as a writer, abandoning her career as a teacher and becoming a journalist full-time.
She writes about women, politics. She sort of writes about whatever is on her mind.
In 1889, she becomes 1/3 owner of the Free Speech, which is a very militant newspaper in Memphis, Tennessee, at a time when racial tensions are really rising.
One incident in particular brought racial violence painfully close to home for Ida B. Wells.
One day, two boys were playing marbles. The black boy beat the white boy. The fathers got involved. Eventually, the whole conflict moved over to the People's Grocery Store, a local black-owned grocery store that was competing with another white-owned grocery store.
A number of black men were arrested, including the 3 owners of the People's Grocery, Thomas Moss, Calvin McDowell, and Will Stewart. In the middle of the night, 75 masked men grabbed the 3 men from jail and take them to an abandoned railway yard and lynched them. Ida Wells is out of town selling subscriptions. She comes back to a community that is shocked.
Thomas Moss was a friend of Ida B. Wells, along with his wife.
In fact, Ida is the godmother of his child.
The white press portrayed all 3 men quite disrespectfully. They put up these sketch drawings of them dead with bullet wounds in their heads. It was all very grisly.
Ida decides that she's going to actually investigate these lynchings. This is a woman, and she's only about 5 feet tall. And she has decided that she is going to go to the scenes of lynchings. She's going to interview those who are witnesses. She's going to collect the newspaper articles about lynchings all over the country.
Often the allegation associated with lynching was that there had been a rape. Ida B. Wells would find out that a lot of these allegations had absolutely no truth to them. They masked consensual relationships between white women and black men.
8 Negroes lynched since last issue of the Free Speech. If Southern white men are not careful, they will overreach themselves and public sentiment will have a reaction. A conclusion will then be reached, which will be very damaging to the moral reputation of their women.
Ida B. Wells says if you actually look at what's going on with these lynchings, they say that it's about sexual violence, that they're protecting white Southern womanhood. But many of these victims are actually African Americans who are doing quite well. And the sole reason they have been targeted is to take away what they have accomplished.
Ida was out of town when this article comes out, and no sooner than it hits the newsstands, the white mob gathers and goes to the Free Speech and destroyed it. She went out and got a pistol and put it in her purse. She didn't think that she would actually be able to hold off the lynchers, but she wanted some of them to die while they were killing her.
Ida B. Wells' investigative journalism came at a price. Her newspaper attacked, her life threatened. Wells was driven out of Memphis. But this only spurred her to write more. As she noted in 1892, "It's with no pleasure I have dipped my hands in the corruption here exposed. Somebody must show that the Afro-American race is more sinned against than sinning, and it seems to have fallen upon me to do so."
She's supported by Black women who help her put together the funds to publish her pamphlet. She promotes it when she goes on these speaking tours and gives lectures.
Ida B. Wells actually sets the record straight. Her journalism and the Black press are constantly keeping that dissenting voice in American society.
How would you describe Ida B. Wells to someone who didn't know anything about her?
She was just absolutely fearless. She wrote about probably the most untouchable subject at that time, which was the extrajudicial killing of Black men and women by mob.
Will we always need an Ida in the world of journalism?
Absolutely. Having that voice of not just reporting the facts, but of morality, of saying that this is an injustice that needs to be righted, will always be necessary. Not just in the United States, but I think in any place where peoples are oppressed. The press is the one who has influence on policies and politics. Failing to tell our own stories was giving up our agency. We were never going to have a true and accurate depiction of what our lives were like, what our America was like, as long as other people were writing those stories. And Ida B. Wells understood that in a very visceral way. For myself, that's why I became a journalist. Her courage has always been an inspiration to me.
Ida B. Wells soon seized upon another platform for her activism, the Chicago World's Fair. The year was 1893, and the United States was playing host to the Columbian Exposition, marking the 400th anniversary of Christopher Columbus's watershed voyage. The exposition's extensive use of gleaming white painted facades and bright streetlights earned its fairgrounds an ironic nickname, the White City.
This was an opportunity for the United States to showcase its progress as a modern nation on the world's stage, to showcase all of the technological, cultural, intellectual developments, to prove that it was not just on par with Europe, but had surpassed it.
This was the United States saying to the world, come here, and most nations did. Something like 25 million people visited that fair in 6 months. There had never been anything like this. There were pavilions for all these other nations and countries, and they exhibited their wares and they sold their goods. There'd never been a mingling of the marketplace of world culture and economics quite like this.
But the representation of different races at the World's Fair was often kind of racist. It's like Africans who had been imported and were just kind of there almost like they were in a zoo.
They were dressed up in African garb, half naked, dancing every day for people to see them. There was a group of Eskimos brought from way up in northern Alaska, and they had to perform in the heat of summer in all of their furs.
The World's Fair was important in the process of reconciliation, of the North and South coming together, of creating a unified nation. However, African Americans, very deliberately, were not included. And that sent a very clear message that African Americans were not a part of the nation.
Ida B. Wells wanted to be there to address the world. Her idea was to hand out pamphlets to visitors.
Wells and Frederick Douglass came together to demonstrate that African Americans had indeed made significant contributions to the nation in education, in employment, in religious life, that they had progressed from slavery.
When the White City refused to give Black Americans a dedicated exhibition space to display the race's progress since the Civil War, Ida B. Wells and Frederick Douglass decided to fight back. their widely distributed protest pamphlet shone a bright light on African American achievement, while also illuminating what Wells called the twin infamies of lynching and convict leasing.
After many Black people lobbied for a long time, they ultimately got some form of representation at the World's Fair. Negro Day, which proved to be enormously controversial.
The worst part of that Negro Day was watermelon stands set up all over the fair. Frederick Douglass was asked to be the primary speaker. And at first, he didn't want to do it. But then he decided, yes, he would.
There is no Negro problem. The problem is whether the American people have loyalty enough, honor enough, patriotism enough to live up to their own Constitution. We Negroes love our country. We fought for it. We ask only that we be treated as well as those who fought against it.
Silver-tongued Lion delivered one of his strongest indictments. And as fate would have it, it would be one of his last major speeches. On February 20th, 1895, Frederick Douglass died in Washington, D.C., at the age of 77. Douglass's death closed a major chapter in the history of our people and begged the question, who would step forward and lead?
Booker T. Washington's a great American story. He hears that there is a school in Hampton, Virginia, walks all the way across the state of Virginia on his own as a young boy. He shows up in this school and says, I want to come to your school.
Booker T. Washington becomes the principal and leader of Tuskegee Institute in Tuskegee, Alabama, situated in the Lion's Mouth. He enters this space to build a school for African Americans and creates it into something that no one ever saw before.
He thought that it was best for African Americans, especially from the South, to gain an industrial education, to be able to master core skills that they could then put to use, and ideally translate that into land ownership, business ownership, into the field of teaching, and build up institutions of their own.
He had the ear of leading white Northern philanthropists. Washington gave them a very palatable formula to follow. Give me your money, and I will build schools that will produce some teachers, but also the people to do the work that you think these people should be doing.
Two years after Frederick Douglass denounced the savagery of lynching, Booker T. Washington, at the Atlanta Cotton Exposition, gave what would become his most famous address. It signaled a profound change of course.
To those of my race who depend on bettering their condition, our greatest danger is that in the great leap from slavery to freedom, we may overlook the fact that the masses of us are to live by productions of our hands, and fail to keep in mind that we shall prosper in proportion as we learn to dignify and glorify common labor, and put brains and skill into the common occupations of life.
Washington declared that black men had sought political power too prematurely during Reconstruction, that they would be better off dedicating their lives to aspiring to own their own farms than dreaming about election to the halls of Congress.
Washington suggests that if African Americans build a life of economic independence in the South, this can be a basis for future political and legal equality.
He's talking about Black people owning businesses, acquiring land, and becoming independent farmers. He's talking about self-help.
He was also a master of dissemblance, of telling white people what they wanted to hear, but sometimes doing something opposite behind the scenes, supporting cases against discrimination, doing things that, if they were made public, would certainly get him in trouble in the eyes of many of his white supporters.
Washington can look like a traitor to Reconstruction and a defender of it, because he forces us to evaluate how we think about the relationship between politics and economic independence. For that reason, he can look like both the most conservative and at times the most radical leader in a turn-of-the-century South.
As Booker T. Washington preached the gospel of social separation, the concept of separate but equal was playing out on a much larger stage.
Plessy versus Ferguson is the case that took up the question that was left by the Supreme Court a decade earlier. If segregation is mandated by the state, is it unconstitutional?
Louisiana passed a separate cars statute, essentially requiring Black and white patrons to occupy separate cars. Homer Plessy's case was actually a test case where they arranged to have this man who was a Creole of New Orleans, mixed-race person, enter into a white car and then identify himself as a man of color. He wasn't apparent visually.
In 1892, Homer Plessy deliberately took a seat in a white-only railroad car in order to be arrested, to mount a legal challenge to Jim Crow legislation.
They believed that they could challenge this segregation law, but the Supreme Court wasn't having it.
4 years later, Plessy's planned act of resistance resulted in an infamous Supreme Court decision that left the color line indelibly printed on the nation for generations.
The Supreme Court in 1896 comes down with the ruling that, and as long as provisions are made for accommodations that are separate, but they're equal to those of the first-class car or other accommodations, then it's okay. They do not put a very fine definition on what equal might mean. Separate's very clear, but the equal part is not.
What they conveniently covered over is that things can be cultural, they can be based on history, they can be based on distinctions that people think are normal and still be oppressive.
And the court creates a cover for all sorts of segregation, whether it's a streetcar or it's a school or a public swimming pool. Separate but equal permits the southern states to fully enact Jim Crow and do so with constitutional sanction.
Within the Plessy versus Ferguson decision, a lot of white people accepted the argument that in the end, people of African descent were a fundamentally inferior race.
As the 20th century approached, many African Americans believed that the nation had reversed course after the promising years of Reconstruction. In the battle over the color line, white supremacists had won. And though activists like Ida B. Wells refused to give up the struggle, America had entered the nadir of race relations. Things would get worse before they got better.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
By the 1890s, Reconstruction had been overthrown, and the Democratic Party was in control in almost every southern state. But in Wilmington, North Carolina, there was still a glimmer of hope.
Wilmington was a port city. In the 1890s, it had a large black middle class. African American people were succeeding spectacularly, really, in North Carolina.
African Americans had over 100 businesses, including barbershops and other kinds of retail.
There were black elected officials in North Carolina a bit longer than anywhere else. When the political lights went out almost everywhere in the South, there was still a lot of hope in North Carolina.
An interracial coalition of Republicans and populists governed the state in the mid-1890s, and the city of Wilmington was a center of black political power.
There was a fusion movement of African Americans and disillusioned whites who don't want to go with the Democratic Party.
The fusionists enfranchised black voters and gave black voters some power.
There was great and deep resentment among the wealthiest of Wilmington's white population because here they are being governed by, as they called it, Negro rule. And this was an affront to them in a whole host of ways. So they weren't going to tolerate it.
White Democrats in the area said, no, we don't care that this is a legitimately elected government. We will not be governed by African Americans.
And so they concocted a fake rape scare, publicizing what they called outrages, black men against white women. And they spread the news like wildfire. It's not as if they're reporting. It's a complete propaganda campaign of fake news.
That's where a lot of the animating fear of black people, potential black rapists comes in. That's where whipping people up into a violent frenzy against people who might be taking their jobs or their status comes in.
So when you add that threat to white women, to the fact that there are black office holders in Wilmington, these white Southern Democrats feel they have no choice, as they see it, but to rise up and bring justice and order and purity to Wilmington by driving out black people.
On November 10, 1898, white supremacists saw their opportunity to remove the black leaders and their allies from office by force.
Alfred Waddell, who is a washed-up older man who had been a colonel in the Civil War, leads a mob into the city. Waddell had promised that if the leaders did not surrender, he would choke the Cape Fear River with their bodies. It's a planned execution of the city's black male leadership.
There was a white mob that came out and basically forced the resignation of all the aldermen and the mayor, and then went on a rampage, killing African Americans and any sympathizer. African Americans fought back, but clearly they were overwhelmed.
People were in an absolute panic and fled to the woods. And as they fled along the roads, white people would kill them as they were fleeing. No one knows how many people died.
It was a violent coup d'etat, is really the best thing to call it.
As they said, the Cape Fear River ran with blood. So they did through violence and through terrorism what could not be done through politics.
Immediately, the white response is, we have done such a great thing, and they brag about it. We have restored good government. We have restored white men's government to North Carolina.
As Jim Crow segregation took hold across the South, white supremacists didn't just take control of state legislatures, they took control of the narrative of their so-called redemption.
With the dawn of the new century, they began to rewrite the history of the Civil War, and especially the history of Reconstruction. As George Orwell said, he who controls the past controls the future.
In 1875, near the end of Reconstruction, the 44th Congress included 7 Black House members and a United States Senator. By 1900, only 1 remained, Congressman George Henry White of North Carolina. White stepped down in 1901, and there wouldn't be another Black member of the Congress for 28 years. For Black people, this period is known as the nadir of race relations in America. The triumphs of Reconstruction became a distant memory, a dream. And white people, North and South, were all too eager to put Reconstruction behind them.
The country was 30 years out from the Civil War. The states were back under firm control of the Southern Democratic Party. White supremacy was triumphant.
Northern veterans and Southern veterans get together and have these reunions. That's really an important part of that reconciliation.
They'll come and shake hands. Hey, good fight. Didn't agree with what you're fighting for, but we can put it behind us. The idea would be we could put this country together if we just ignored the claims of Black Americans to the claims of American citizenship.
So that puts the South in a position of not being just kind of this aberrant, misbehaving region, but fully somehow American in a real political sense. It's like the propaganda's worked.
The propaganda campaign to rehabilitate the reputation of the South commenced almost as soon as the Civil War was over, with the publication of a book called The Lost Cause. The Lost Cause argued that the intentions of the Confederacy had been righteous and admirable, in spite of its military defeat. 30 years after the war, this idea took on a new life. The Lost Cause became the ideological justification for white supremacy.
Get to the 1890s. The Lost Cause became not about loss at all. It became a new kind of narrative about the victory over Reconstruction.
There's a kind of entire mythology associated with what Reconstruction was attempting to do, that it involved the subordination of the white population by the Black population, that the Reconstruction legislators were ignorant, venal, or worse, predatory.
The Dunning School, for example, named for a Columbia University professor who was hell-bent on proving the point that Black people were incapable of self-governance and that Reconstruction had been a big failure and a big fiasco.
It was all wrong. So it becomes this way of justifying and making a case for why you need Jim Crow.
The Jim Crow system isn't just a series of laws. It's a set of beliefs, philosophies, attitudes, and even stone monuments.
Confederate monuments are a lasting legacy of this revisionist history. And white women of the South were the ones spearheading the effort to erect hundreds of these memorials to their lost cause. A group calling themselves the United Daughters of the Confederacy organized in Nashville in 1894.
The UDC became a powerful and prominent force which took control of Civil War memory.
The daughters want to honor the entire generation of the 60s, both men and women, and write a new narrative that lifted them up from defeat. In that first meeting, there were maybe 30 women. That was one chapter. The next year, 110 chapters. Within 10 years, there were 30,000 women in the organization. They were wanting to honor their ancestors. But they were also grappling with what did a defeated South mean for their generation? And it's that generation that seems very, very resentful of the fact that they are no longer going to inherit the old South. They won't be Southern belles. They won't have slaves at their beck and call. Southern civilization to them had been lost.
The United Daughters of the Confederacy wanted to regulate how the story of the Civil War would be taught in schools. They wanted children to learn their version of the story, and that meant a pro-Southern, pro-Confederate history.
They formed textbook committees, and so essentially just vetted them whether or not they should be adopted by the school system in their state.
They would lobby these publishers and try to influence the story of the Civil War in the textbooks.
This is just an example of the kinds of things that they felt should be rejected. Reject a book that says the South fought to hold her slaves. Reject a book that speaks of the slaveholder of the South as cruel and unjust to his slaves. And so these children who are growing up in the South are being inculcated with these lessons about states' rights, about slavery, about their ancestors who should be regarded as heroes. And when those children of the South grew up, they became segregationists in the 50s and 60s. I don't think Americans understand the full effect that the lost cause has had on their lives. It's come to them through their textbooks, through monuments, through music, through films. It's one of these things you don't even know it's going on, and yet you're being shaped by it.
I'm standing at the Confederate Memorial Monument in Montgomery, Alabama, on the grounds of the state capitol. Dedicated in 1898, 3 years before the state disenfranchised black voters, it's just one of hundreds of monuments celebrating the Confederacy across the South. African Americans have lived with these haunting symbols of their oppression for over a century. But it's only recently that a national debate has erupted over their existence.
It's our town now! We are about to march over to a statue with our torches and sort of make our presence felt in the most peaceful manner possible.
No one would wish for the conflict we had in Charlottesville over the monuments, but I do believe that the conversation about the monuments is something that we have to go through. I do think people are going to have to think about, so why are these here, and what work are they doing, and who put them up, and why?
And in the second decade of the 21st century, asking African Americans, or anyone else for that matter, to drive by property that they own, occupied by reverential statues of men who fought to destroy the country and deny that person's humanity seems perverse.
Mitch Landrieu was the mayor of New Orleans between 2010 and 2018. He made a bold, quite controversial decision to remove the Confederate monuments from his city.
There were 4 of these Confederate monuments, 3 in New Orleans, and then there was 1 to the Klan.
Who brought the existence of these statues first to your attention, and the fact that they were problematic?
Well, it was my really dear friend who I grew up with, Wynton Marsalis. He said, do you know that Louis Armstrong left this city because of that statue? Or he said, because of the attitude that allowed that statue to stand up. I started to do research, like, well, who owns the monuments? Who put them up? I learned that they were put up as a political message by the Daughters of the Confederacy. They wanted to tell the story that the lost cause was a noble cause, to preserve the South as it was, which at that time, as you know, had people of color enslaved. So that's when I called Wynton back and I said, we need to do this.
How difficult was it?
It was painful. It was awful. They firebombed the car of the first contractor. We're in the second decade of the 21st century now.
Wow.
They firebombed his car. And the people that were taking it had to put masks on because they would get death threats.
Mitch, did the vitriol that you encountered, the depth of the vitriol, surprise you?
Yeah, shocked me, actually. It saddened me. And I was sad for our country.
Well, how do you reconcile your own Southern identity with history?
I mean, slavery is the worst thing that's happened in this country. As a Southerner, I kind of get tired of the rest of the country looking down on us, saying everybody down there is backward and racist and can't read and write. That's not who we are. But we have to confront the truth, which is what the Civil War was designed to destroy the country over the cause of slavery. It is not a condemnation. It is a reckoning of how we can get better over time, and we can't do it if we don't recognize that what we did in the past was wrong. Confederate
monuments were only one form of lost cause propaganda. that spread across the South in the 1890s. Even more important was retelling and revising the story of slavery itself.
You get a proliferation now of images of slavery, which are more nostalgic. The lithograph printmakers publishing images of the old plantation with happy children, you know, black children playing and an older guy playing a banjo.
There's an incredible romantic idea that during the Grand Old South, when African Americans were slaves, they were prosperous, they were happy, they were joyful, they had everything provided for them. In reality, it's a story that's very much grounded in rape and torture and exploitation, but became a story of familial love.
The happy slave, the bumbling simpleton, the dangerous predator. Racist stereotypes of African Americans came in all shapes and sizes and in vivid color. Newly developed mass printing techniques meant that an unprecedented number of demeaning images of black people could saturate American popular culture.
The architects of Jim Crow used popular culture and in cartoons all over magazines. You had large-lipped, blackface, near human beings portrayed in every kind. Sometimes they were portrayed as animals.
Advertising images were circulated in popular media outside of the black community that showed demeaning images of the black body as undesirable.
So if you want to sell soap, you want to be a clean white person. You don't want to be like these dim-witted Africans as they're arguing in these stereotypes. Then you want to buy these specific brands.
It was a popular cultural use of and denigration in 1,000 ways of the humanity of black people.
This era is called the Jim Crow era. And we think of that in terms of an era of racial segregation legally. But the name Jim Crow actually comes from the most popular blackface character in the 19th century.
Many racist stereotypes of African Americans had their roots in the minstrel show. Minstrelsy was the most popular form of entertainment in America throughout the 19th century. White actors blackened their faces with burnt cork and performed skits that mocked and demeaned black people. Minstrelsy's popularity only increased in the 20th century.
Minstrelsy is the beginnings of the American popular culture, American media, I would argue, and it's rooted in a performance tradition in which whites perform as their idea of blacks. They blacken their faces, they exaggerate black features, and they fetishize how they think black people talk.
Oh, Mr. Billy, you know I'm crazy about my gal. I love that woman. Tell me, Cotton, how do you kiss your girl? Well, first you gotta get a girl.
Minstrelsy ultimately argues that blacks are stupid.
7 times 3 is 21.
That they're not worthy of citizenship, that they can't be citizens, that they are rapacious and they're greedy. One of the reasons minstrelsy featured the exaggeration of black lips was not just because whites thought blacks had bigger lips, but because they thought blacks had overwhelming appetites. Their mouths were exaggerated. Their eyes were so curious, they had no room for logic and tempered moods. They were out of control. The minstrel shows had multiple stock characters. A mammy figure, the zip coon dandy, the sambo. But then there's also Jim Crow. Jim Crow figure was the plantation darky, the stupid one, the bumbling one.
One thing that's important about these characters when they switch to amateur form and blackface is being performed in schools, being performed by politicians, being performed in churches. You now have everyday Americans who are reading these books, buying this sheet music, and they're learning Darky dialect. The majority of these shows are used as fundraisers, often for the Democratic Party. And so there's a direct link between these blackface shows and Jim Crow politics.
Popular culture was devastatingly effective in reinforcing white supremacy. But African Americans would find ways to combat this onslaught of racist imagery.
Frederick Douglass is a master at understanding the media revolution, and specifically photography. He thought that photography was a way to reclaim your image.
Photography came to this country in 1839, 1840. It was really popular as soon as it arrived here from Paris, the daguerreotype specifically. And Black photographers and white photographers opened up studios. So it became the medium of choice because it was accessible for people.
As Frederick Douglass said, with Daguerre's invention, for the first time ever, the poor servant girl or a slave could now have a portrait of herself that surpassed in detail and thus in beauty what the most powerful king or queen could have had 10 years ago.
Photography opened up the doors for a number of families to tell their own stories.
In 1900, a World's Fair opened in Paris. A 32-year-old college professor named William Edward Burghardt Du Bois had been asked to help curate an exhibit on African Americans.
W.B. Du Bois was teaching at Atlanta University 20, 30 years outside of the end of the Civil War. And he's beginning to look at the social life of Black people.
Du Bois automatically recognizes that photography needs to be playing a prominent role in recasting how African Americans are perceived on this global stage.
He put together a remarkable exhibit using photographic representation to demonstrate the progress of the race, but also the beauty of the race, depicting children, men and women in their finest dress, demonstrating that African Americans were dignified, respectable human beings.
There's an image of 4 women on campus of Atlanta University. They're posing. It's a sense of pleasure that I see in the way that they're posing. We see women who are seeing themselves as the new women for the new century. And they understood their sense of empowerment. The exhibition included Civil War soldiers who received the Medal of Honor. And so there is so many stories that change the negative narrative through photography.
The Paris Exposition was just the beginning for W.E.B. Du Bois. 5 years earlier, Du Bois became the first Black person to earn a PhD from Harvard. He was bold, brilliant, and deeply concerned about the increasingly desperate plight of his people.
He comes from Great Barrington, Massachusetts. He's this incredibly gifted intellectual. He was obviously an imperfect man, was a sexist as was commonplace in that period, was an elitist, but that he's certainly one of the founders of Black studies as a field.
Du Bois is the lion in the path of everybody who thinks about these questions. He's a singular figure. He writes that in his journal at age 25, that he's going to try to defeat white supremacy.
Du Bois has been one of my heroes since I first read his masterpiece, The Souls of Black Folk, when I was 19 years old. He's been a guiding light for me and for other Black scholars.
Cornell, at what age were you first exposed to W.E.B. Du Bois?
Oh, let me think. I must have been about 16 years old, reading Kierkegaard, a little bit of Karl Marx, and lo and behold, there was W.B. Du Bois' Souls of Black Folk.
What were your impressions? What was it like when you read The Souls of Black Folk?
Well, I was too young to fully appreciate his genius, but it was clear that his highfalutin language was something I had to wrestle with. It was clear that the subtlety of his mind, the nuanced formulations that he put forward had something to do with what it meant to be a human being in black skin in a white supremacist civilization like the United States.
He did. Du Bois famously said, "One ever feels his two-ness, an American, a Negro, two warring ideals in one dark body." And we call it the metaphor of double consciousness. Tell me about the metaphor of double consciousness. How important was it? How original was it?
To be a problem, to be cast as a problem people rather than just people with problems. All human beings have problems. But when you're a problem people, your humanity is called into question. You're homogenized. Each black person is interchangeable, substitutable. And so Du Bois says, lo and behold, this double consciousness is one in which we still know we're in America, but not of it. Aspiring to be an American, knowing that you are here longer than many Americans. You know, America really ought to be celebrating Du Bois every day, because if black people had produced a different kind of intellectual leader, a leader who said, you terrorize us, we'll terrorize you. You hate us, we'll hate you. America wouldn't exist as a democracy. It'd been fascist a long time ago.
Some leader could have declared war, said we are in a state of war.
Absolutely.
So we're going to fight back.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you think you would have gotten along with Du Bois?
I would have loved him, but I loved that Negro at a distance. I got too much Curtis Mayfield, Richard Pryor, and Smokey Robinson, Aretha Franklin in me. You know, he didn't appreciate blues. He hated jazz and so forth. He's not my kind of Negro, but he's the greatest black scholar in the history of the country. I think he's the greatest public intellectual in the history of the empire.
Yeah.
He's too elitist and highbrow. That's not my thing.
And very stiff. I tell my students that Du Bois is so arrogant. He slept in a three-piece suit, man. You know. Du Bois became a leading figure in a generation of African Americans who came of age during the rise of Jim Crow. They called themselves New Negroes for a new century, and they were intent on reconstructing the image of their race.
This new Negro, this person born in freedom, is educated. You have people who understand that they are to be leaders. The mantra of that time period was to be of service to the race.
The talented 10th is a theory that Du Bois puts forth, which is the idea that 10% of African Americans at this time period would be exemplary, that they had a social responsibility and an economic responsibility to lift up everyone else.
Black women are coming into their own politically, and they themselves preach, right, that they are the essential agents in the fight against Jim Crow going forward.
On the one hand, oppression is real, but on the other hand, what is equally real are the institutions like churches and schools and the rise of clubs and fraternities and sororities. And all of that is giving Black people a sense of what's called self-help.
The new Negro generation sought to engender Black uplift through individual achievement and through production of the arts, especially fiction and poetry.
When we think of this period, that part of what African Americans were doing was writing themselves into history. Many African American novelists would send copies of their novels to the president or to senators as a way of making sort of political arguments through art. So to display artistic excellence to the larger society was really a way of saying, you're absolutely wrong. We are not inferior. In fact, we can do work that is quite extraordinary and that you find compelling, America.
The tragic dimension of African American experience, slavery, Jim Crow, lynching, I mean, all of that is writ large. And so there are a variety of ways to try to make sense of that. Music is one of the important frames through which you try to make sense of the world that you find yourself in.
Music has been an essential part of the Black experience since the earliest days of slavery. African Americans have given birth to an entire genealogy of musical forms that are fundamental to America's national identity. Among the most popular Black musical genres of the late 19th century was ragtime. At its opposite extreme was a racist tradition known as the coon song.
Coon songs, although many don't want to talk about them because of their being so rooted in racism and racial travesty, and they're called coon songs.
Oh, Sammy, put your banjo
They
down.
really are the birth of American popular song. You could trace the emergence of jazz and blues and rock all through this thing called the coon song.
I drive the dog in out the rain, milk the cows for Elijah James.
Which enabled a lot of Black writers and composers to get professional attention.
James Weldon Johnson is one of those figures, those kind of extraordinary race men of the late 19th century who really shapes the period. He and his brother, Rosamond Johnson, have classical musical training, but they also get a lot of popularity writing coon songs that sort of played upon racial stereotypes. It creates a complicated tension between Black artists and Black political activists, because there were those who said, you know, you should absolutely never do this, and others who said, this is how I get to pursue my craft.
In the late 19th century, Black performers began touring their own minstrel shows, putting on blackface and mimicking white people who were mimicking them. There were both artistic and financial opportunities in the art form. One legendary comic duo rose above the competition by ironically marketing themselves as the two real coons. In 1896, Bert Williams and George Walker brought their act to the New York stage.
Two real coons, the impact of that phrase is identical to in the 1980s when we had a group called Niggas with Attitude. It is identical. The point was to shock, but it was also to take back that term.
That name really turns blackface on its head, because when you're the real coon, as an African American performing in blackface, that automatically negates what white performers are doing in blackface, that they are no longer authentic.
George Walker even wrote that, you know, we did this because we got tired of seeing our race being made to look stupid by whites. Bert Williams would counter that and say, well, when I saw it, I saw whites making themselves look stupid. I would describe their minstrelsy as very much pro-Black blackface. They operated and traveled with an enormous theatrical organization that was Black-owned and Black-controlled. But what people didn't realize is that the only person who wore blackface, generally as the shows became more elaborate and more successful, was Bert Williams. It's important to know that he wore blackface to draw all the attention of the genre, the form minstrelsy, to him. You came because it was a coon show, because it was Bert Williams in blackface. But while that's happening, all the other Black performers are not wearing blackface. They're putting on different kinds of theater. With Bert Williams as the last darky on stage, it enabled Black popular theater to emerge, to grow under, I think, the guise of blackface.
As his extraordinary talent carried him from the vaudeville stage to Broadway to moving pictures, Bert Williams became one of the first Black celebrities and the highest paid Black performer in the country.
To study Bert Williams' success, it requires that you pay attention to the power of the raised eyebrow, the power of the smirk. What made Bert Williams so good is that if he's performing the bumbling darky and the whites are appreciating that, he's raising his eyebrow and the Blacks are appreciating that, right? So that kind of split is something that he, I think, developed, and that kind of charts a narrative for a lot of Black performers, how to signify to this community and that one at the same time.
W.C. Fields described Bert Williams as the funniest man I ever saw, but the saddest man I ever knew. And it's this idea that at the turn of the century, Black comedians could only be accepted if they were grotesque. That was a term that was used a lot by theater critics. And that really began to torment psychologically a lot of these comedians who felt that they could not be accepted for their genius as themselves unless they were hidden behind the minstrel mask.
It is possible to use racism to mock racism. It's just really hard to do. Now someone like Dave Chappelle is famous for trying to articulate. There are a number of Black artists and performers who play with racial stereotypes. That's something that should be traced back and given to Bert Williams as the real forefather of this meta-anti-racism.
I think just the act of performing, trying to represent Blackness in a public space, especially to a non-Black audience, is a deeply political moment.
Though they found ways to express themselves through literature and journalism, music and art, Black people had virtually no political power in the early 1900s. And if that was ever going to change, they would have to organize.
Since the death of Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington had been the most famous and most powerful African-American leader in the country. But as the first decade of the 20th century unfolded, Washington's critics increased in number. Led by Du Bois, a new generation was finding its political voice.
It's important to remember that the Black community never has been monolithic, that there were important political and ideological debates taking place within Black America.
The classic debate would be between someone like Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois. Out of the decline of Reconstruction came different pathways about how Black people should secure their well-being, how they should move forward. Booker T. Washington says, you survive by making ourselves useful as manual laborers to white people and to industrialists.
Washington has power and influence because white Americans have given him power and influence. But that doesn't mean that Black America accepts him as their leader.
Now, W.E.B. Du Bois represented a class of African Americans who repudiated the idea that the only way forward was through subservience. Their belief was that the pursuit of equality, the pursuit of equal citizenship, was through agitation, and that we needed to know more about law and our rights to agitate at all levels for better social policies for African Americans.
To plot a path forward, Du Bois joined forces with a like-minded newspaper publisher named William Monroe Trotter. In the summer of 1905, Du Bois and Trotter invited 59 prominent Black men to a meeting in Fort Erie, Ontario. They named their organization the Niagara Movement.
The Niagara Movement was an organization of African Americans who are critical of the approach of Booker T. Washington. And they offer a program that is far more into resistance, far more into protest, far more into a kind of nationalist vision. It's going to be working with whites on their own terms.
One of the Niagara Movement's priorities was to agitate against the racial violence that had persisted since Reconstruction. Their main focus was on lynching. In Springfield, Illinois in 1908, unsubstantiated rumors of a sexual assault enraged white residents who took the law into their own hands. The mob murdered 2 Black men, injured dozens of Black people, and burned over 40 homes to the ground. The carnage made national news.
The riot that took place in Springfield in 1908 somehow captured the public imagination.
The fact that this happened in the North, in the home of Lincoln, was shocking.
It was a moment when reformers in the North, a number of them who were working on so-called Negro issues, knew that what was happening to African Americans was poisoning the entire nation.
One person who drew attention to the riot was a white journalist named William English Walling.
Walling says that it's time now that blacks have to have complete equality. And so this was like a clarion call to do something else, to have another kind of organization. And this is really some of the beginnings of the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People. The NAACP will put lynching at the center of its agenda.
The NAACP had a largely white leadership early on. There are African Americans who are skeptical of the organization. There is this question, well, I don't know if we can trust them. Are they only going to be advocating for themselves? Are they really out there for me?
White progressives realized that it was essential to have African Americans as part of it. And that's why W.B. Du Bois's presence in the founding of the NAACP was so critical.
Du Bois, who had been leading the Niagara movement, heretofore an all-black group, but had struggled around the exact thing that an interracial group would have no problem with, which was access to funding and, the people who could write checks that kept the movement afloat.
Du Bois' official title was Director of Research and Publications. And he edited the NAACP's journal of news and opinion entitled The Crisis.
The Crisis was the perfect vehicle through which Du Bois could blend political activism with art and literature. A monthly magazine with nationwide circulation, it chronicled Black achievement, laid out the goals of the NAACP, and agitated for social justice.
The Crisis provides a mixture of all kinds of journalism, from protests, stories about Black accomplishments, Black children, Black families. Contains a lot of great writing and becomes a major national voice for African Americans.
The Crisis covers were central. W.B. Du Bois was personally involved with the covers of Crisis. He also hired a number of Black photographers.
The covers, they were really sort of beautiful and more humane depictions of African Americans in contrast to caricatures. So this idea that culture and representation was part of the terrain for the struggles for racial justice was really important.
When he becomes the editor of the NAACP, it's in that first decade where Du Bois will sharpen his tone and his approach, and he will begin to critique America like no other.
The Crisis magazine gave Du Bois a platform for political commentary. He used it to address a national audience, even the President of the United States.
We want to be treated as men. We want to vote. We want our children educated. We want lynching stopped. Be not untrue, President Wilson, to the highest ideals of American democracy.
African-American leaders like Du Bois were cautiously optimistic about President Woodrow Wilson's racial policies when he was elected in 1912, even though Wilson was a Democrat from the South.
We have, at the turn of the 20th century, the Republican Party as the party of Black civil rights, and the Democratic Party as the anti-Black party.
So over time, the Republican Party will abandon many of the interests that African Americans have, particularly those related to civil rights.
African Americans are joining the Democratic Party because it represents more progressive values. So there is tentative hope when Woodrow Wilson is elected. There is skepticism because he is a white Southerner, but they still hope, they still believe. What other choice do they have?
Wilson, though in many ways a progressive thinker and progressive politician, was a white supremacist.
No sooner than Woodrow Wilson entered the White House, he segregated federal offices.
So you get segregation in federal employment, and African Americans are devastated.
The hopes of Du Bois and other activists were dashed. James Weldon Johnson said that his distrust and dislike of Wilson came nearer to constituting keen hatred for an individual than anything he had ever felt.
Woodrow Wilson would firmly establish his reputation as an unreconstructed Southerner after he hosted the screening of a film at the White House during the winter of 1915. That infamous picture was titled The Birth of a Nation, directed by D.W. Griffith. The 3-hour saga, fictionalizing the history of the Civil War and Reconstruction, was a pioneering artistic achievement in the history of cinema, but it was also a monumentally racist piece of lost cause propaganda. It sought to transform the Ku Klux Klan from terrorists into heroic vigilantes, protecting the country from the perils of racial equality.
Birth of a Nation marked not only the arrival of a new medium of communication, and that being cinema, but the way that that new medium could be deployed to further the old biases of American society. And African Americans immediately recognize what the dangers are implicit in this. It's not coincidental that there's a scene in which there's a young white woman who is being pursued by this rapacious black man. It's actually a white actor in blackface. And she hurls herself off of a cliff rather than be so defiled. This was meant to strike directly at a peculiar part of the psychology of white men of the South and beyond, and them understanding that their fundamental role in life was the protection and preservation of white womanhood from black people.
The Birth of a Nation, it really is this amazing, big, gigantic, epic film that fixes a certain story of the Civil War and Reconstruction in the minds of the American public. And that story is that black people were too lazy and ignorant to fully master the citizenship that they were offered by Reconstruction.
There's a series of scenes in Birth of a Nation that are supposed to be taking place in the South Carolina legislature during Reconstruction. There's a title card that says this is a facsimile of something that really happened. And then it shows black legislators doing all of these things that are kind of desecrating any kind of dignified political process. They put their feet on the desks, they're eating fried chicken, they're swigging out of a flask. It's, to me, one of the absolute worst of the many horrible scenes in Birth of a Nation because it's denigrating everything to do with African Americans' entry into politics. And it's reinforcing this idea that the entire Reconstruction experiment was a disaster, was a mistake. And the reality is, of course, that was not how it was.
The initial reception is rapturous. The film is shown to sold-out audiences, not simply in the South, but around the country and in major northern cities. The film, not surprisingly, spawns a rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan, which had actually died out in the 19th century, and they adopt the burning cross as part of their iconography. Prior to this, the Ku Klux Klan had no such ritual.
You can get a sense of the impact of Birth of a Nation by seeing how strongly the NAACP opposed it. They picketed.
There's a widespread sense of outrage about Birth of a Nation, particularly with respect to the screening of it at the White House. There are numerous op-eds written against it. There is a clear sense that Wilson's animus towards people of color was firmly established in that moment.
but it's a losing battle to try to say this isn't what happened, because the production is so fabulous for the times. People had never seen film like this. The white audience loves it. This must be the true story because I see it on the screen. We had a very vulnerable population, just like we do now with social media. And so the trick is complete. They've bought into the propaganda, all of the rape scares, all of the black beasts in charge of government, and now it's the truth.
The Birth of a Nation was the cultural apex of Southern redemption. Seeking to erase even the memory of the positive contributions and progress that black people had made during Reconstruction.
So this history of a black middle class that was aspirational had been completely lost. It's easier to think that those people never existed. It's easier to think that slaves had great fortune to be freed, and it took 40 to 50 years to get an education and get land. That's not at all what happened. Reconstruction was actually a revolution that was undercut in the 1890s. It was undermined by a political scam, the likes of which the United States had never seen before.
By 1915, with propaganda like the Birth of a Nation now accepted as historical fact, black people had little hope for equal rights. Their moment in the sun had long passed, and the shadows were growing longer. But they never abandoned the hope that burned brightly in the earliest years of their emancipation.
If you say Reconstruction was an attempt to remake American society on the basis of equality, well, it didn't succeed in the long term. But it's very important to look at the agency of slaves, men, women, who seized the opportunity presented by the Civil War to push forward their own aspirations.
It's African Americans and radical whites who imagine a different sort of world, who make the high-minded arguments for citizenship, for civil rights, for democracy.
People like Ida B. Wells, W.E.B. Du Bois, Frederick Douglass knew that they were talented and fully the equal of whites, and they just could not accept this sort of second-class citizenship, and each generation would kind of come to this conclusion again and again, and they would keep on fighting.
I think once we've tasted freedom, once we've experienced freedom, once we've been able to see our agency actually create schools and laws, it drives a constant willingness to continue to sacrifice, to continue to agitate, to continue to demand that which you have experienced. When we look around the world today, we see dynamics and elements of inequality, and we need to have an explanation for it. If you don't know the history of Reconstruction, if you don't know what was tried and then dismantled, then your inference about why we still have these problems is it's a problem with the people. It's a problem with their work ethic, their family structure, their values, rather than it's a problem of an unfinished revolution, which Reconstruction was.
If we define Reconstruction as the process by which our country tried to come to terms with the abolition of slavery, you might say it never ended, because we Americans are still grappling with what it means to be a truly multiracial society with genuine equality for all.
Boston, 1765. Lately, life in the colonies has been relatively tranquil. Certainly it has for Thomas Hutchinson. A fifth-generation Bostonian, Hutchinson has enjoyed good fortune and political success. The king has appointed him Chief Justice and Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts. For years, Thomas Hutchinson has been one of the colony's most admired citizens. Until now. Hutchinson's life is about to take a dramatic and ugly turn. An angry mob is surging through Boston. Hutchinson is about to find out that he's the man they're after. He's the man in charge of the intolerable new policies imposed on the colonies by their British rulers. Tax policies that have incited an increasingly violent rebellion among the people. A rebellion against a tax imposed not by their own local representatives, but by Parliament 3,000 miles away in England. Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson is duty-bound to enforce this controversial new tax. Though he personally opposes it, he is being denounced as a traitor. Massachusetts has never seen a mob as violent as this. They're not just angry about the money, they're angry at the assault on their autonomy by English rulers who neither know them nor represent them. The revolt spreads like an epidemic through all 13 colonies. It's hard to imagine that the fallout from this tax will ignite a social revolution unlike any the world has ever seen. Across the Atlantic, England's King George III is losing his patience. His colonies are acting like petulant children. These are his subjects, Englishmen, born in America, but Englishmen just the same. He is their ruler, and it's because of them that his empire is going broke. A decade ago, he sent British troops across the ocean to defend the colonies against French settlers and their Indian allies. The war went on for 7 years, and it cost England £60 million, money it now desperately needs.
There's a sense that after the 7 Years' War that America ought to pay its way a little bit. That expenses to protect North America should in part be raised in North America.
Parliament's solution is unprecedented. The Stamp Act of 1765 directly taxes colonies by having them pay for stamps that must be affixed to virtually every piece of paper they touch. From official documents to playing cards. It goes badly from the start. The colonists resent not only paying the tax, but also having it imposed by a faraway parliament where no one represents them. Though the Crown appoints colonial governors and high officials, each colony is long accustomed to ruling itself and levying its own taxes.
The Americans believed that over 150 years of being colonists, they had in a sense created a nation within the British Empire. They had free assemblies, democratically elected. They had free and independent and very good newspapers. They had their own tax system.
It wasn't just paying a little bit of money. The notion was that other people were making them pay money. So there's an emotional issue. Who's in control here? We want to control our own lives, which includes, of course, our own pocketbooks.
In 1765, a new generation of colonists is rushing headlong down an uncharted path to an unknown end, and the Stamp Act is what starts it.
Much of the spirit, if not the exact words, is, don't you see what they're up to? Don't you see what's going on? There's a strategy at work here to gradually erode American liberties. If you let them do this, what will they try to do next?
For the British, the tax isn't about eroding liberties. It's about money. Stoking the colonial reaction is a powerful underground movement known as the Sons of Liberty. They meet secretly in taverns across the colonies and come up with every tactic they can to keep government officials from collecting England's tax.
People really started forming alliances between kind of street theater, street gangs, and merchants and artisans, and figuring out ways to all work towards the common cause, which is to repeal the Stamp Act.
Soon enough, things begin to get ugly. Intimidation is a favorite weapon. Those who remain loyal to the king, known as loyalists or Tories, often find themselves terrorized by these self-anointed patriots.
They often use very dramatic techniques, tar and feathering, for instance. This is a great way to humiliate people. First, you're stripped naked. The bucket of tar is heated, and you're coated with tar. And then they put these feathers, these goose feathers, all over you, and you're all hot, and you're prancing about like a silly goose. After a display like this, how is this person going to publicly oppose the patriot position?
A loyalist printer in New York City publishes a loyalist newspaper, and they come in and smash his printing press while they are also proclaiming free speech as a principle to fight for. That's the nature of war and the nature of revolution.
While the angry rabble takes to the streets, men of property and education use printing presses and politics to denounce the Stamp Act tax. One of the most outspoken is 29-year-old John Adams, a bright, ambitious attorney who brings logic and intellect to this very emotional argument. He drafts anti-tax resolutions for some 40 Massachusetts assemblies.
We have always understood it to be a grand and fundamental principle of the English Constitution that no free man should be subject to any tax to which he has not given his own consent. John Adams.
Adams has always envisioned great things for himself, and the cause of liberty presents the opportunity of a lifetime. His wife, Abigail, is his trusted confidant and partner in all things, great and small.
I think it's hard to overestimate the importance of Abigail Adams. I mean, not only is she more than an equal partner to her husband, but she comes to this contest with really perfectly formed ideas about which she feels passionately. She's an enormous influence on her husband.
One day, these two will be counted among the founders of a new nation. For now, John Adams is one of many voices of protest in a Stamp Act rebellion that engulfs all 13 colonies. Down in Virginia, a fiery young legislator named Patrick Henry ups the ante.
Resolved, that the inhabitants of this colony are not bound to yield obedience to any law or ordinance designed to impose any taxation whatsoever other than the laws of their own General Assembly. Patrick Henry.
In other words, no taxation without representation. Henry's Virginia resolves become a radical touchstone for all the colonies. 3,000 miles away in London, another important player in the colonial drama, America's Benjamin Franklin, is doing what he does best: playing chess, flirting with a pretty young thing, and keeping an eye on developments for his countrymen.
Franklin becomes the point man. He is the man in England who is there essentially trying to hammer out some kind of compromise on issues of taxation with the crown.
At 59, Franklin is the most famous American in the world. He has spent the better part of 2 decades in England as a trade representative and the colony's unofficial ambassador, wooing and wowing a London society with his wit and wisdom. This is the Philadelphia printer and writer who created Poor Richard's Almanac, the colony's best-selling annual, rich with homespun advice. He is the scientist who famously flew a kite to experiment with electricity, who invented the lightning rod and the bifocal. A self-made man who went from lowly apprentice to wealthy entrepreneur, Franklin is the embodiment of what it means to be an American. Yet he adores England, the mother country, and especially London.
He's absolutely in his element. This is where the great center of science is at this point. It's like being in the city as opposed to having been in the country. He's really hit the right group of people. And he's very much, he writes these down as the happiest years of his life.
Now the uprising at home has put Franklin at center stage, a place he generally enjoys. London's baffled politicians come pounding on his door, desperate for a solution to the problem, hoping he can use his considerable influence to bring the colonists to their senses. But it's business, not politics, that settles the matter. The decisive blow is the blow to the British pocketbook.
North American merchants said, well, okay, while the Stamp Act is in place, we're just not going to trade with you. It's a way of getting merchants in England to say, if this is going to ruin business, then the Stamp Act's got to go.
Now England's merchants and bankers are feeling the pinch from the loss of business created by colonial boycotts, and they too start railing against the Stamp Act. The tax crisis has become just too big a headache, and in March 1766, a beleaguered Parliament finally repeals the Stamp Act. Unbelievably, the people of the colonies have forced the world's greatest power to back down. The rebel colonists can celebrate their first sweet taste of victory and of power. But the battles are far from over. England still needs the money and still needs to show who's boss. Over the next 4 years, Parliament devises new taxes, which trigger renewed upheaval and end up being repealed. As this seemingly endless cycle continues, England dispatches 2 military regiments to Massachusetts from New York to keep order, adding fuel to the fire. In 1768, 4 more regiments sail from England on a collision course with America. Boston, 1770. 1,000 British troops occupy this city of 15,000. It is a volatile brew. Boston is an accident waiting to happen, literally.
Conditions are ripe. We've got an indigenous population that is very, very sensitive to having British soldiers quartered amongst them. You have all of these British regiments in Boston. This is something that the Bostonians simply chafe under.
Resentment grows against the soldiers in Boston's streets. On the night of March 5th, a band of local patriots heckles a British sentry standing guard at the customs house. At first, they merely hurl insults, but soon they're hurling snowballs, and 8 more soldiers come to the aid of their comrade.
You have a group of men who are egging on British soldiers, looking for ways to kind of stir up a fight. And now they've created the antagonism that they've been trying to gin up.
Hundreds more colonists pour into the street. They launch a barrage of ice, oyster shells, and rocks at the soldiers. The guards panic. Their guns go off. And when it's over, 5 civilians lay dead on the frozen street.
It was a tragically predictable sort of event. It's one of those situations in which the soldiers that are there to impose order are actually that seed of discontent that's going to produce disorder.
Within hours of the deadly shootings, the Patriot spin machine roars into high gear. A tragic accident is recast as a murderous crime against the colonial people in what becomes known as the Boston Massacre.
This was not remotely a massacre. This was a case in which a mob assailed a small detachment of British soldiers, which may have panicked but had very legitimate cause to fear for their well-being.
But that's not how it's portrayed to the outside world. A local silversmith and artisan named Paul Revere renders an exaggerated version of the event that makes it look like an unprovoked slaughter by the British soldiers. Boston papers are quick to print and distribute Revere's version.
And this becomes the patriot image of the Boston Massacre, which shows the British lined up in a row, firing their muskets all at once, as if they got the command to fire, which didn't happen that way.
The first to die in the gunfire is a black man, a sailor and runaway slave named Crispus Attucks. He is widely viewed as the first martyr of the American Revolution. In this explosive atmosphere, the public outcry pressures the British to pull their troops out of Boston. The soldiers responsible for the so-called massacre are put on trial for murder, and they are hard-pressed to find an attorney to take their case. Surprisingly, one of Boston's most vocal patriots steps forward, John Adams. Adams is willing to risk everything, his and his family's safety, and his reputation as an ardent advocate of colonial rights. But he believes passionately in the right to a fair trial. Without human rights, the patriot cause isn't worth fighting.
It was one of the best pieces of service I ever rendered. Judgment of death against these soldiers would have been a foul stain upon this country. John Adams.
Adams wins an acquittal for 7 of the soldiers and light sentences for the other 2. Only his unquestioned devotion to the patriot cause keeps him from being branded a traitor. The crisis is resolved, for now. Back in England, the colonial rebellion becomes a national preoccupation. Over the next 3 years, Parliament keeps trying to impose its authority with new laws and new taxes. As each new law inflames the rebellion, it ends up getting repealed. Except for one, a tax on tea.
The principle involved is that Parliament is sovereign, it can pass laws on whatever it wants. So we're going to just keep this one in place, just because, to assert the fact that we can do this.
The Tea Act puts only a 3-penny tax per pound on the drink of choice for most Americans. It's hardly a burden, but in the current climate, a 3-penny tax still equals oppression. It's all that militant patriots need to strike another blow against the empire. Feathers and coal dust are their weapons. On December 16, 1773, the Sons of Liberty enlist 50 men to darken their faces, stick feathers in their hair, and arm themselves with hatchets in a bad impersonation of Mohawk Indians. 5,000 people follow them down to Boston Harbor and watch as they climb aboard a merchant ship loaded with tea from England. With British soldiers absent since the Boston Massacre, there is no one to stop them. 342 crates of tea worth 10,000 British pounds are cast overboard. This wanton act of sabotage, which becomes known as the Boston Tea Party, will soon push the two sides to the brink of war.
The British reaction was disgust and outrage. From a British point of view, you had an entire colony running amok. And the British government, after the Tea Act, frankly said, we've had enough. We've had enough with Massachusetts. And we're going to clamp down on them. And we're going to make Massachusetts an example of what happens if you defy the authority of Parliament.
At that very same time, the British discover yet another outrage committed by an American, someone they thought they could trust, Benjamin Franklin. Over a year ago, Franklin was passed a stolen packet of confidential letters written to a British official by Massachusetts Governor Thomas Hutchinson. Ever since Stamp Act rioters tore down Hutchinson's house 9 years earlier, He had tried to juggle serving his king with serving his angry fellow citizens. The letters given to Franklin exposed Hutchinson's true loyalist sympathies.
There must be an abridgment of what are called English liberties. I wish, for the good of the colony, to see some further restraint of liberty, rather than the connection with the parent state should be broken. Thomas Hutchinson.
Franklin sent the incriminating letters to colonial assemblymen in Massachusetts, who had recently made them public as irrefutable proof of Hutchinson's treachery against the Patriot cause. The reaction in the colonies was torrential. Mobs burned Hutchinson's effigy. The press vilified him. By December, when the Patriot Raiders throw the Boston Tea Party, they have destroyed Hutchinson's long career as a public servant. Within 6 months, Thomas Hutchinson will pack up his family and sail to England. The relentless strife that has set American against American will force this man, long devoted to colonial causes, into exile. Heartbroken, he will never again set foot in his beloved homeland. Now, in London in January 1774, Benjamin Franklin is summoned to appear before the King's Council. On the heels of the recent looting of the tea in Boston Harbor, Franklin's recently revealed role in the Hutchinson fiasco is more than British officials can tolerate. He must answer for his sins and the sins of his countrymen.
Franklin is dressed down by the Solicitor General of England for a full hour in the strongest possible language. I mean, it's really abusive language. In front of a crowd, is going wild at this venomous attack. And Franklin stands stock still in this humiliating moment, head erect, and doesn't say a word for an hour. Many people have dated that as the moment at which Franklin becomes a revolutionary.
Franklin the revolutionary is done with England, and England is done with him. Parliament punishes Massachusetts with a vengeance. It revokes the colony's 80-year-old charter, dissolves its local assemblies, and after a 4-year absence, sends 3,000 troops to reoccupy Boston. The Crown now runs Massachusetts.
These people had been meeting in town meetings for 150 years. When they can no longer decide their own fate, they said, this is the end. People throughout Massachusetts rose up as one and said, no way.
There is no turning back for either side. The tension between the people of Massachusetts and the British troops becomes unbearable. It's only a matter of time before someone fires the shot that will echo around the world. Boston, August 10th, 1774. John Adams is donning a new suit, and if he's not careful, the British will bury him in it. The Patriot leader is heading for a secret meeting in Philadelphia that will change the course of history and could cost him his life. Adams is one of 4 men representing Massachusetts at the First Continental Congress, an unprecedented, and as far as the king is concerned, illegal meeting of delegates from up and down the colonies. 55 delegates of America's best and brightest who gather to come up with a unified strategy to oppose Britain's increasing encroachment on their liberties. If the king had his way, they would all hang for treason.
That illustrates how strongly they felt that they must take steps to remove themselves from what they saw as the arbitrary power of the British Crown.
Britain has already suspended Massachusetts' constitution and imposed martial law there. The other colonies fear that it's only a matter of time before they all meet the same fate.
Even though these colonies have different economic interests, they have different political histories, they have different populations, they recognize that in our relationship with Britain, we have much in common.
Not all of these people have met each other. Most have heard about each other. Now they're eager to meet each other, see what's going to happen. People know that there's going to be moderates and not so moderates. And there's already kind of a little factions forming.
Joining John Adams from Massachusetts is another radical, 37-year-old John Hancock, a wealthy Boston merchant who has been using his considerable fortune to fuel the cause. Pennsylvania has sent a moderate lawyer, John Dickinson, 42, whose widely read essays back in the 60s helped launch the anti-tax movement. From Virginia comes Patrick Henry, the volatile young orator whose Virginia resolves helped stamp out the Stamp Act. And also from Virginia, a wealthy 42-year-old planter and veteran of the 7 Years' War, George Washington.
One of the problems is they all thought of themselves as Pennsylvanians, Rhode Islanders, South Carolinians, much more than they thought of themselves as Americans. Patrick Henry really just electrifies everyone when he says, "I am no longer a Virginian, I am now an American." John Adams says the trick is to get 13 clocks to strike all at the same time, 13 ships to sail in the same formation. It's not easy.
13 conspirators against the crown. Finally, after 2 months of arguing and pontificating, the Congress adjourns with a unified message for England. Until colonial rights are restored, all 13 colonies will halt all trade with Great Britain. Local militias are to arm and stand in readiness. As one might expect, kings don't do well with ultimatums. No one tells the King of England what to do.
The die is now cast. The colonies must either submit or triumph. I do not wish to come to severer measures, but we must not retreat. I trust they will come to submit.
He makes the assumption that a simple show of force, of military might, will be enough to scare the rebels back to their senses.
Not likely. Certainly not in Boston. The city is a tinderbox waiting to explode. The British have turned it into a virtual police state. They have sealed off Boston Harbor, disbanded the colonial assemblies, and forced locals to house British troops. The man in charge is Commanding General Thomas Gage. His orders are to quash the rebellion. And while he has the guns, the rebels have the numbers. He repeatedly asks the Crown for a larger army.
Thomas Gage only has 3,000 soldiers in Boston. He's looking at 5,000 in Worcester County, 4,000 in Plymouth, all over like this. He's looking at this, he says, what am I going to do with my 3,000 people against force like this? He's playing a losing hand. He can't do anything, for which he is called an old woman.
He's very much a man in between. He's a military officer who is charged with a political task for which he's not really equipped to handle.
With Hutchinson's departure, Gage is now Massachusetts governor and commander of an occupying army that no longer faces a small rebellion. It is a population in uprising.
They start smuggling cannons out of Boston, and they start purchasing arms, and the militiamen start training, and they form the Minutemen. They actually sign associations. I will mobilize on a minute's notice.
This is no longer a skirmish over taxes. The Patriots believe their way of life, their liberty, and their property are at stake. Nothing short of war will settle it. In April 1775, Gage gets orders from England to break the uneasy stalemate. He will send a full force out to the countryside to seize a huge store of rebel ammunition. Unknown to Gage, Parliament, King George, or anyone else, the fate of the British Empire hangs on this decision. April 18th, 1775. British troops are on the march. Colonial militia are arming and stockpiling ammunition for what many fear is an inevitable showdown. British Commander General Thomas Gage has ordered his soldiers to capture a huge hidden store of gunpowder in Concord, a Massachusetts village 20 miles west of Boston.
The British detachment that marches out of Boston, roughly 800 soldiers, march out knowing that the countryside is on the verge of armed action. Once Gage sends that mission out, he really has set into motion a chain of events that is beyond his ability to control.
The British are indeed coming.
The news starts leaking out, and people start mobilizing. They're ready.
Out into the countryside to spread the word goes Paul Revere, whose engraving of the Boston Massacre fanned the flames of outrage 5 years earlier. Poems and school books will one day mythologize Revere's midnight ride as if he were the lone heroic messenger. But in fact, he is just one part of a whole system of communication.
Paul Revere is one of dozens, then scores, and literally hundreds of messengers going every which way. Bells are ringing, the shots are being fired. So before dawn, hours before dawn, the whole countryside is mobilized and knows what's happening.
They arrange a signal. One lantern light in Boston's Old North Church if the British are coming by land, and two if by boat. British troops row to the Cambridge side of the Charles River and wade through reeds and thick marshland to begin their overnight march to Concord. At around 1 in the morning at Lexington, Massachusetts, farmers, blacksmiths, and shopkeepers gather to intercept the British at Lexington Green. 130 civilians, some too old, some too young, most with no formal military experience, stand ready to risk it all against the world's most feared army.
These were men who literally felt under attack. And in fact, they were under attack. The British Army were walking out to seize colonial property, and they felt compelled to defend it.
2 a.m. After an hour of waiting, no sign of the British. The night's chill sends many home. Others choose nearby Buckman's Tavern to await another alarm. Most hoping it will never come. At 4:30 a.m. Drums announce that the British are on their way.
I'm sure the mood on Lexington Green was extremely tense. The best trained, most professional army in the world is bearing down on them. So even though they were fired up with a great sense of injustice, they were probably nervous. And if they weren't, they should have been.
That's it. Okay. Step back, lads. Step back.
Both sides eye each other suspiciously, both sides not wanting to take a misstep. All of a sudden, a single shot is fired. Nobody knows who fired the shot. After the war and investigations, nobody ever found out. As soon as that shot was fired, both sides commenced firing at will, and the American Revolution was on.
Country! Fire! Fire! Quickly! Treason! Fire!
In less than 2 minutes, 8 militiamen lay dead, 10 wounded.
It really lit up the newspapers everywhere. Blood had been shed, and there was really no looking back after that.
It will take 6 weeks for the news to reach London. By then, the course is set.
I think there's a recognition in London after Lexington that the battle has been joined, that the chances for preventing this conflict from degenerating into war has just about passed.
The conflict calls Benjamin Franklin home from London. After nearly 20 years in England, he is leaving for good, no longer loyal and no longer welcome. Branded a revolutionary traitor by the British, Franklin will set sail for his Philadelphia home to take a seat in the Continental Congress. A man of peace, he will now have to counsel war as he helps his fellow delegates navigate the new and bloody conflict that threatens to blow America apart. April 19th, 1775, Lexington, Massachusetts. For the first time ever, British soldiers and colonial citizens have stood face to face and fired upon each other. 8 colonists lay dead. But it's not over. British continue their advance to get what they came for, the colonial ammunition stored in nearby Concord. Along the way, detachments of redcoats storm into local homes and ransack for weapons. The word spreads, and militia from all over the area rush toward Concord to head off the British. This time, it's the Americans who are coming.
They find not just the Concord militiamen, but all sorts of other militiamen coming and still coming and still coming and still coming.
The British are certain they can swat these militia away like pesky flies, and find that they cannot, that they've encountered hard-fighting men.
The British are badly outnumbered. They are forced to retreat. 16 miles separate them from the safety of Boston. 16 miles on foot. They are sitting ducks for armed and angry colonials. It is a trauma they won't soon forget.
All the hills on either side of us were covered with rebels, so that they kept the road always lined and a very hot fire on us, without intermission. Henry de Bernier, British soldier.
"20 hours of constant barrage bring heavy losses to the beleaguered British. 73 dead, 174 wounded, and 26 missing. The Americans suffer 49 killed, with 40 wounded and 5 missing. By the time British soldiers get back to Boston, the colonials have the city surrounded, with militia from neighboring colonies on their way. Gage and his troops are trapped, with their backs to the sea.
The rebels have added insult to outrage. They have possessed the roads and other communications by which the town of Boston was supplied with provisions, and with a preposterous parade of military arrangement, they have effected to hold the army besieged. Thomas Gage.
3 weeks later, on May 10th, 1775, Benjamin Franklin is back home in Philadelphia, just as the Continental Congress is called back into emergency session. The bloodshed in Massachusetts demands a new colonial strategy. Assembling a continental army and complete independence from England are subjects now on the table. The delegates eagerly await the thoughts of their venerated elder statesman, Benjamin Franklin, only to find him unusually quiet and withdrawn. The long voyage from England has made him ill, but it is the short trip he will soon make that troubles Franklin most. Franklin is headed to a confrontation with his only son, 43-year-old William. The rift in the colonies has brought a terrible split between father and son. William Franklin has been New Jersey's royal governor for over a decade, a post granted him by the king, owing in no small part to being Benjamin's son. William is vehemently opposed to the rebellion and unalterably devoted to the king. Now, his father will make one last attempt to win him over to the Patriot side. Once, they were as close as a father and son could be. It was William who held the kite during his father's famous experiment with lightning. It was William who was his father's constant companion in the early days in England. But now, neither the strife in the colonies nor the humiliation heaped upon his father by the British turns William away from the king. Now, father and son must choose between country and family, but neither will bend. Like the growing civil war between patriots and loyalists, reconciliation between father and son is no longer possible.
There were two sides to this issue. Most people could have seen both sides. Everyone had reasons to see those sides. Franklin isn't buying it, and he gives his son, he's absolutely unyielding with his son.
Nothing has ever hurt me so much and affected me with such keen sensation as to find myself deserted in my old age by my only son. And not only deserted, but to find him taking up arms against me in a cause wherein my good fame, fortune, and life were all at stake.
When I think about Benjamin Franklin, the great revolutionary, and his son, the leader of those conservative loyalists, it seems very strange to me that the old man should be the radical and the young man should be the conservative.
Once they were inseparable. Now the wound between father and son will never heal.
William Franklin doesn't get very good press in the American textbooks, but you know there were many others just like William Franklin. Which side are you on? That became the question.
The political argument that tears the Franklins apart will also be replayed in thousands of colonial families. Politics have become intensely personal.
Every American had to choose. Do I support the Patriots? Do I support the Loyalists? Is there any neutral ground between them?
A bitter time is coming when everyone must choose sides, when fathers may have to fight sons, when brother may fight brother. There are twice as many patriots in the colonies as loyalists, but more than half the population just wants to be left alone. In the coming months and years, no one can remain on the sidelines. The ship has sailed. The revolution is on an irreversible course. It will take sturdy leadership from men as different in temperament as the people they represent. Whether they know it or not, these are the men of destiny who will guide the American people into their uncertain future. And these are the men who will shed their blood and give their lives to make it happen.
Good evening. I'm Henry Morgenthau, producer of the program you are about to see. It was recorded almost immediately after the much-publicized secret meeting between the Attorney General, Robert Kennedy, and a group of leading Negroes invited by author James Baldwin. This program was not planned as a comment on that now historic confrontation on Friday, May 24th. However, I think you will detect a certain emotional spillover from the highly charged atmosphere of the meeting. Mr. Baldwin is interviewed on this occasion by Dr. Kenneth Clark, professor of psychology at the City College of New York. A community leader in his own right, Dr. Clark also took part in the meeting with the Attorney General.
One of the significant things about the present revolution of the Negro people in America is maybe the fact that for the first time there is genuine communication between Negroes and whites. Negroes are saying out loud now things which they have long said only to themselves. Probably one of the most articulate, passionate, and clear communicators to the American conscience is my guest, James Baldwin. James Baldwin's name is known throughout America for saying so passionately, so clearly, and with such grace and style what every Negro has long known and has long felt. Welcome, James. It's good to have this opportunity to talk with you and to have you share with us some of your present feelings about our country, America. But before we get into the issues of the day, I'd like to know a little more about you. I've read practically everything that you have written, but I still would like to know something about you, the young man growing up in Harlem, what schools you went to, maybe a little about some of the teachers that you might have come in contact with in Harlem.
What a funny question. My mind is someplace else, really. But to think back on it, I was born in Harlem Hospital, you know, and we grew up, first house I remember was on Park Avenue, which is not the American Park Avenue, or maybe it is the American Park Avenue.
Uptown Park Avenue.
Uptown Park Avenue, where the railroad tracks are. We used to play on the roof, and in the, I can't call it an alley, but near the river. It was kind of dump, garbage dump. And that was those were the first scenes I remember. And then my father had trouble keeping us alive. There were 9 of us, and I was the oldest, so I took care of the kids and dealt with Daddy, whom I understand much better now. Part of his problem was he couldn't feed his kids. But I was a kid and I didn't know that. And he was very religious, very rigid. He kept us together, I must say. And when I look back on it, after all, it was nearly 40 years ago that I was born, I think back on my growing up and walks that same block today because it's still there. And think of the kids on that block now. I'm aware that something terrible has happened, which is very hard to describe. I am in all but no technical legal fact a Southerner. My father was born in the South. No, my mother was born in the South. And if they had waited, 2 more seconds, I might have been born in the South. But that means that I was raised by a family whose roots were essentially rural and
Southern rural.
Southern rural, and whose relationship to the church was very direct because it was the only means they had of expressing their pain and their despair. But 20 years later, the moral authority, which was present in the Negro Northern community when I was growing up, has vanished. And people talk about progress, and I look at Harlem, which I really know. I know it like I know my hand. And it is much worse there today than it was when I was growing up.
Would you say this is true of the schools, too?
It's much worse in the schools.
What school did you go to?
I went to PS 24, and I went to PS 139.
We are fellow alumni. I went to 139.
And I didn't like a lot of my teachers, but I had a couple of teachers who were very nice to me. One was a Negro teacher. And I remember, you asked me these questions, so I'm trying to answer you. I remember coming home from school, and you can guess how young I must have been. And my mother asked me if my teacher was colored or white. And I said she was a little bit colored, a little bit white. because she was about your color. And as a matter of fact, I was right. That's part of the dilemma of being an American Negro, that one is a little bit colored and a little bit white. And not only in physical terms, but in the head and in the heart. And there are days, this is one of them, when you wonder what your role is in this country and what your future is in it. How precisely you're going to reconcile yourself to your situation here, and how you're going to communicate to the vast, heedless, unthinking, cruel white majority that you are here. And to be here means that you can't be anywhere else. I could, in my own person, leave this country, and I could go to Africa, I could go to China, I could go to Russia, I could go to Cuba, but I'm an American. That is a fact.
Yes, Jim.
Am I going ahead and...
No, this is certainly some of the things that we're after. But as I read your writings and know that you came out of PS 24 and my alma mater, Junior High School 139, I see that no one could write with the feeling and with the skill with which you write if you did not get in PS 24 and 139 a certain type of education. Now, I'd like to go back to the point that you made that the Harlem that you knew when you were growing up is not the Harlem now, and see if we can relate this also even to the schools.
Let's see if we can. It was probably very important for me. I haven't thought about this for a long time, so it was probably very important for me that at the point I was going to PS 24, the only Negro school principal, as far as I know, in the entire history of New York, was the principal. It was a woman named Mrs. Ayer. And she liked me. And in a way, I guess she proved to me that I could, that I didn't have to be entirely defined by my circumstances. Because you know that every Negro child knows what his circumstances are, though he can't articulate them. Because he's born into a republic which assures him, in as many ways as it knows how, and has got great force, that he has a certain place and he can never rise above it. And what has happened in Harlem since is that generation has passed away.
Mrs. Ayer was a sort of a model, in a sense.
She was a proof. She was a living proof that I was not necessarily what the country said I was.
And it is significant, Jim, that we do not have a single Negro principal in the New York public school system today.
And it is not because there ain't nobody around who can do it. You know, one's involved in a very curious and a very serious battle, concerning which I think the time is going to be as explicit as one can possibly be. The great victims in this country of the institution called segregation, it is not a Southern custom, which has been for 100 years a national way of life. The great victims are the white people, the white man's children. Lorraine Hansberry said this afternoon, we were talking about the problem of being a Negro male in this society. Lorraine said that she wasn't too concerned, really, about Negro manhood, since they had managed to do and to endure and to even transcend some fantastic things. But she was very worried about a civilization which could produce those 5 policemen standing on the Negro woman's neck in Birmingham, or wherever it was. And I am too. I'm terrified at the moral apathy, the death of the heart which is happening in my country. These people have deluded themselves for so long that they really don't think I'm human. I base this on their conduct, not on what they say. And this means that they have become, in themselves, moral monsters.
Well, Jim, I can see.
That's a terrible indictment.
Yes.
And I mean every word I say.
Well, we are confronted with the racial confrontation in America today. I think the pictures of dogs in the hands of human beings attacking other human beings.
In a free country.
In a free country.
In the middle of the 20th century.
This Birmingham is clearly not restricted to Birmingham, as you so eloquently pointed out. What do you think can be done to change, to use your term, the moral fiber of America?
I think the one has got to find some way of putting the present administration of this country on the spot. One has got to force somehow from Washington a moral commitment, not to the Negro people, but to the life of this country. It doesn't matter any longer, and I'm speaking for myself, for Jimmy Baldwin, and I think I'm speaking for a great many other Negroes too. It doesn't matter any longer what you do to me. You can put me in jail, you can kill me, but by the time I was 17, you had done everything that you could do to me. The problem now is, how are you going to save yourselves? It was a great shock to me. I want to say this on the air. The Attorney General did not know.
You mean the Attorney General of the United States?
Mr. Robert Kennedy didn't know that I would have trouble convincing my nephew to go to Cuba, for example, to liberate the Cubans in defense of a government which now says it is doing everything it can do, which cannot liberate me. Now, there are 20 million people in this country, and you can't put them all in jail. And I know how my nephew feels. I know how I feel. I know how the cats in the barbershop feel. A boy last week who was 16 in San Francisco told me on television, thank God we got him to talk, maybe somebody will start to listen. He said, I've got no country, I've got no flag. Now he's only 16 years old. And I couldn't say you do. I don't have any evidence to prove that he does. They were tearing down his house because San Francisco is engaging, as most northern cities now are engaged, in something called urban renewal, which means moving the Negroes out. It means Negro removal. That is what it means. And the federal government is an accomplice to this fact. Now we're talking about human beings. There's not such a thing as a monolithic wall or some abstraction called the Negro problem. These are Negro boys and girls who at 16 and 17 don't believe the country means anything that it says, don't feel they have any place here, on the basis of the performance of the entire country.
But now, Jim...
No, am I exaggerating?
No, I certainly could not say that you're exaggerating. But there is this picture of a group of young Negro college students in the South coming from colleges where the whole system seemed to conspire to keep them from having courage, integrity, clarity, and the willingness to take the risk, which they have been taking for these last 3 or 4 years. Could you react to the student nonviolent movement, which has made such an impact on America, which has affected both Negroes and whites, and seemed to have jolted them out of the lethargy of tokenism and moderation? How do you account for this?
Well, of course, one of the things I think that happened, Ken, really, is that in the first place, the Negro has never been as docile as white Americans wanted to believe. That was a myth. We were not singing and dancing down the levee. We were trying to keep alive. We were trying to survive a very brutal system. The Negro has never been happy in his place. What those kids, first of all, prove, they prove that. They come from a long line of fighters. And what they also prove, I want to get to your point, really. What they also prove is not that the Negro has changed, but that the country has arrived at a place where it can no longer contain the revolt. It can no longer, as it could do once, let's say I was a Negro college president, and I needed a new chemistry lab. So I was a Negro leader. I was a Negro leader because the white man said I was. And I came to get the new chemistry lab. Please, sir. And the tacit price I paid for the chemistry lab was to control the people I represented. And now, I can't do that. When the boy said this afternoon, we were talking to a Negro student this afternoon who's been through it all, who's half dead, who's about 25.
Jerome Smith.
That's an awful lot to ask a person to bear. The country sat back in admiration before those kids for 3 or 4 or 5 years and has not lifted a finger to help them. Now, we all knew, I know you knew and I knew too, that a moment was coming when we couldn't guarantee, that no one can guarantee that he won't reach the breaking point, you know. You can only survive so many beatings, so much humiliation, so much despair, so many broken promises, before something gives. Human beings are not by nature nonviolent. Those children had to pay a terrible price in discipline, in moral discipline, and an interior effort and courage which the country cannot imagine, because it still thinks Gary Cooper, for example, was a man. I mean his image. I have nothing against him, you know, him.
You said something that you cannot expect them to remain constantly nonviolent.
No, you can't. You can't. And furthermore, there were always, these students that we're talking about, a minority. The students we're talking about, when I was in Tallahassee, there were some students protesting. But there were many, 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 many more students who had given up, who were desperate, and whom Malcolm X can reach, for example, much more easily than I can.
What do you mean?
What Malcolm tells them, in effect, is that they should be proud of being black, and God knows that they should be. And it's a very important thing to hear. In a country which assures you should be ashamed of it. Of course, in order to do this, what he does is destroy a truth and invent a history. What he does is say, you're better because you're black. Well, of course, that isn't true. That's the trouble.
Do you think that this is an appealing approach, and that the black Muslims, in preaching black supremacy, seek to exploit the frustration of the Negro?
I don't think, put it as simply as I can, and without trying now to investigate whatever the motives of any given Muslim leader may be. It is the only movement in the country which we can call grassroots. I hate to say that, but it is true. Because it is only, when Malcolm talks, or one of the Muslim ministers talk, they articulate for all the Negro people who hear them, who listen to them, they articulate their suffering. The suffering which has been in this country so long denied. That's Malcolm's great authority over any of his audiences. He corroborates their reality. He tells them that they really exist, you know?
Jim, do you think that this is a more effective appeal than the appeal of Martin Luther King?
It's much more sinister because it is much more effective. It's much more effective because it is, after all, comparatively easy to invest a population with a false morale by giving them a false sense of superiority. And it will always break down in the crisis. It's the history of Europe, simply. It's one of the reasons we're in this terrible place. It's one of the reasons that we have 5 cops standing on a black woman's neck in Birmingham. Because at some point they believed, they were taught and they believed that they were better than other people because they were white. It leads to a moral bankruptcy. It is inevitable. It cannot but lead there. But my point here is that the country is for the first time worried about the Muslim movement. It shouldn't be worried about the Muslim movement. That's not the problem. The problem is to eliminate the conditions which breed the Muslim movement.
Well, I'd like to come back to get some of your thoughts about the relationship between Martin Luther King's appeal, that is effectively nonviolence, and his philosophy of disciplined love for the oppressor.
Martin
And what do you think what is the relationship between this and the reality of the Negro masses?
Well, to leave Martin out of it for a moment, Martin's very rare, a very great man. Martin's rare for 2 reasons. Partly because just because he is, and because he's a real Christian, and he really believes in nonviolence. He's arrived at something in himself, which permits him, allows him to do it. And he still has great moral authority in the South. He has none whatever in the North. Poor Martin has gone through God knows what kind of hell to awaken the American conscience. But Martin has reached the end of his rope. There's some things Martin can't do. Martin's only one man. Martin can't solve the nation's central problem by himself. There are lots of people, lots of black people I mean now, who don't go to church no more and don't listen to Martin, and who anyway are themselves produced by civilization, which has always glorified violence, unless the Negro had the gun. So that Martin is undercut by the performance of the country. The country is only concerned about nonviolence if it seems that I'm going to get violent. But it's not worried about nonviolence if it's some Alabama sheriff.
Jim, what do you see deep in the recesses of your own mind as the future of our nation? And I ask that question in that way because I think that the future of the Negro and the future of the nation are linked.
They're indissoluble.
Yeah. Now, what do you see? Are you essentially optimistic or pessimistic? And I really don't want to put words in your mouth because what I really want to find out is what you really believe.
Well, I'm both glad and sorry you asked me that question. But I'll do my best to answer it. I can't be a pessimist because I'm alive. To be a pessimist means that you have agreed that human life is an academic matter. So I'm forced to be an optimist. I'm forced to believe that we can survive whatever we must survive. But the Negro in this country, the future of the Negro in this country is precisely as bright or as dark as the future of the country. It is entirely up to the American people and our representatives. It is entirely up to the American people whether or not they're going to face and deal with and embrace this stranger whom they maligned so long. What white people have to do is try to find out in their own hearts why it was necessary to have a nigger in the first place. Because I'm not a nigger. I'm a man. But if you think I'm a nigger, it means you need him. The question you got to ask yourself, the white population of this country has got to ask itself, North and South, because it's one country, and for a Negro, there is no difference between the North and the South. There's just a difference in the way they castrate you. But the fact of the castration is the American fact. If I'm not the nigger here, and you invented him, you the white people invented him, then you got to find out why.
Well,
and the future of the country depends on that, whether or not it's able to ask that question.
As a Negro and as an American, I can only hope that America has the strength and the capacity,
the moral strength,
to ask and answer that question in affirmative and constructive ways.
Face that question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
This conversation with James Baldwin was recorded as part of a National Educational Television Perspectives program, The Negro and the American Promise. The complete program will be broadcast on this station on the evening of Monday, June 24th. It will also include conversations between Kenneth Clark and Malcolm X, the black Muslim leader, James Foreman, Executive Secretary of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., President of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Good evening. I'm Henry Morgenthau, producer of the program you are about to see. It was recorded almost immediately after the much publicized secret meeting between the Attorney General, Robert Kennedy, and a group of leading Negroes invited by author James Baldwin. This program was not planned as a comment on that now historic confrontation on Friday, May 24th. However, I think you will detect a certain emotional spillover from the highly charged atmosphere of the meeting. Mr. Baldwin is interviewed on this occasion by Dr. Kenneth Clark, professor of psychology at the City College of New York. A community leader in his own right, Dr. Clark also took part in the meeting with the Attorney General.
One of the significant things about the present revolution of the Negro people in America is maybe the fact that for the first time there is genuine communication between Negroes and whites. Negroes are saying out loud now things which they have long said only to themselves. Probably one of the most articulate, passionate, and clear communicators to the American conscience is my guest, James Baldwin. James Baldwin's name is known throughout America for saying so passionately, so clearly, and with such grace and style what every Negro has long known and has long felt. Welcome, James. It's good to have this opportunity to talk with you and to have you share with us some of your present feelings about our country, America. But before we get into the issues of the day, I'd like to know a little more about you. I've read practically everything that you have written, but I still would like to know something about you, the young man growing up in Harlem, what schools you went to, maybe a little about some of the teachers that you might have come in contact with in Harlem.
What a funny question. My mind is someplace else, really. But to think back on it, I was born in Harlem Hospital, you know, and we grew up, first house I remember was on Park Avenue, which is not the American Park Avenue, or maybe it is the American Park Avenue.
Uptown Park Avenue.
Uptown Park Avenue, where the railroad tracks are. And we used to play on the roof and in the, I can't call it an alley, but near the river. It was a kind of dump, garbage dump. And those were the first scenes I remember. I remember my father had trouble keeping us alive. There were 9 of us. And I was the oldest, so I took care of the kids and dealt with Daddy. I understand much better now. Part of his problem was he couldn't feed his kids. But I was a kid and I didn't know that. And he was very religious, very rigid. He kept us together, I must say. And when I look back on it, after all, it was nearly 40 years ago that I was born, I think back on my growing up and walk that same block today because it's still there. And think of the kids on that block now. I'm aware that something terrible has happened, which is very hard to describe. I am in all but no technical legal fact a Southerner. My father was born in the South. No, my mother was born in the South. And if they had waited, 2 more seconds, I might have been born in the South. But that means that I was raised by a family whose roots were essentially rural and
Southern rural,
and whose relationship to the church was very direct because it was the only means they had of expressing their pain and their despair. But 20 years later, the moral authority which was present in the Negro northern community when I was growing up has vanished. And people talk about progress, and I look at Harlem, which I really know. I know it like I know my hand. And it is much worse there today than it was when I was growing up.
Would you say this is true of the schools, too?
It's much worse in the schools.
What school did you go to?
I went to PS 24, went to PS 139.
We are fellow alumni. I went to 139.
And I didn't like a lot of my teachers, but I had a couple of teachers who were very nice to me. One was a Negro teacher. And I remember, you asked me these questions, so I'm trying to answer you. I remember coming home from school, and you can guess how young I must have been. And my mother asked me, my teacher was colored or white, and I said she was a little bit colored, a little bit white, but because she was about your color. And as a matter of fact, I was right. That's part of the dilemma of being an American Negro, that one is a little bit colored and a little bit white. And not only in physical terms, but in the head and in the heart. And there are days, this is one of them, when you wonder what your role is in this country and what your future is in it. How precisely you're going to reconcile yourself to your situation here, and how you're going to communicate to the vast, heedless, unthinking, cruel white majority that you are here. And to be here means that you can't be anywhere else. I could, in my own person, leave this country, and I could go to Africa, I could go to China, I could go to Russia, I could go to Cuba, but I'm an American. That is a fact.
Yes, Jim.
Am I going ahead and...
No, this is certainly some of the things that we're after. But as I read your writings and know that you came out of PS 24 and my alma mater, Junior High School 139, I see that no one could write with the feeling and with the skill with which you write if you did not get in PS 24 and 139 a certain type of education. Now, I'd like to go back to the point that you made that the Harlem that you knew when you were growing up is not the Harlem now, and see if we can relate this also even to the school.
Let's see if we can. It was probably very important for me. I haven't thought about this for a long time, so it was probably very important for me that at the point I was going to PS 24, the only Negro school principal, as far as I know, in the entire history of New York, was the principal. It was a woman named Mrs. Ayer. And she liked me. And in a way, I guess she proved to me that I could, that I didn't have to be entirely defined by my circumstances, because you know that every Negro child knows what his circumstances are, though he can't articulate them, because he's born into a republic which assures him, in as many ways as it knows how, and has got great force, that he has a certain place and he can never rise above it. And what has happened in Harlem since is that generation has passed away.
Mrs. Eyre was a sort of a model, in a sense.
She was a proof. She was a living proof that I was not necessarily what the country said I was.
And it is significant, Jim, that we do not have a single Negro principal in the New York public school system today.
And it is not because there ain't nobody around who can do it, you know. One's involved in a very curious and a very serious battle, concerning which I think the time is going to be as explicit as one can possibly be. The great victims in this country of the institution called segregation, which is not a Southern custom, but which has been for 100 years a national way of life. The great victims are the white people, the white man's children. Well, Lorraine Hansberry said this afternoon, we were talking about the problem of being a Negro male in this society. Lorraine said that she wasn't too concerned, really, about Negro manhood, since they had managed to do and to endure and to even transcend some fantastic things. But she was very worried about a civilization which could produce those 5 policemen standing on the Negro woman's neck in Birmingham, or wherever it was. And I am too. I'm terrified at the moral apathy, the death of the heart, which is happening in my country. These people have deluded themselves for so long that they really don't think I'm human. I base this on their conduct, not on what they say. And this means that they have become, in themselves, moral monsters.
Well, Jim, I can see...
That's a terrible indictment.
Yes.
But I mean every word I say.
Well, we are confronted with the racial confrontation in America today. I think the pictures of dogs in the hands of human beings attacking other human beings.
In a free country.
In a free country.
In the middle of the 20th century.
This Birmingham is clearly not restricted to Birmingham, as you so eloquently pointed out. What do you think can be done to change, to use your term, the moral fiber of America?
I think that one has got to find some way of putting the present administration of this country on the spot. One has got to force somehow from Washington a moral commitment, not to the Negro people, but to the life of this country. It doesn't matter any longer, and I'm speaking for myself, for Jimmy Baldwin, and I think I'm speaking for a great many other Negroes too. It doesn't matter any longer what you do to me. You can put me in jail, you can kill me, but by the time I was 17, you had done everything that you could do to me. The problem now is, how are you going to save yourselves? It was a great shock to me. I want to say this on the air. The Attorney General did not know.
You mean the Attorney General of the United States?
Mr. Robert Kennedy. Didn't know that I would have trouble convincing my nephew to go to Cuba, for example, to liberate the Cubans in defense of a government which now says it is doing everything it can do which cannot liberate me. Now, there are 20 million people in this country, and you can't put them all in jail. And I know how my nephew feels. I know how I feel. I know how the cats in the barbershop feel. A boy last week who was 16 in San Francisco told me on television, thank God we got him to talk. Maybe somebody will start to listen. He said, I got no country, I've got no flag. Now he's only 16 years old. And I couldn't say you do. I don't have any evidence to prove that he does. They were tearing down his house because San Francisco is engaging, as most northern cities now are engaged, in something called urban renewal, which means moving the Negroes out. It means Negro removal. That is what it means. And the federal government is an accomplice to this fact. Now we're talking about human beings. There's not such a thing as a monolithic wall or some abstraction called the Negro problem. These are Negro boys and girls who at 16 and 17 don't believe the country means anything that it says and don't feel they have any place here on the basis of the performance of the entire country.
But now, Jim...
No, am I exaggerating?
No, I certainly could not say that you're exaggerating. But there is this picture of a group of young Negro college students in the South coming from colleges where the whole system seemed to conspire to keep them from having courage, integrity, clarity, and the willingness to take the risk, which they have been taking for these last 3 or 4 years. Could you react to the student nonviolent movement, which has made such an impact on America, which has affected both Negroes and whites, and seemed to have jolted them out of the lethargy of tokenism and moderation? How do you account for this? Yes.
Well, of course, one of the things I think that happened, Ken, really, is that in the first place, the Negro has never been as docile as white Americans wanted to believe. That was a myth. We were not singing and dancing down the levee. We were trying to keep alive. We were trying to survive a very brutal system. The Negro has never been happy in his place. What those kids, first of all, prove, they prove that. They come from a long line of fighters. And what they also prove, I want to get to your point, really. What they also prove is not that the Negro has changed, but that the country has arrived at a place where it can no longer contain the revolt. It can no longer, as it could do once, let's say I was a Negro college president, and I needed a new chemistry lab. So I was a Negro leader. I was a Negro leader because the white man said I was. And I came to get the new chemistry lab. Please, sir. And the tacit price I paid for the chemistry lab was to control the people I represented. And now, I can't do that. When the boy said this afternoon, we were talking to a Negro student this afternoon who has been through it all, who's half dead, who's about 25.
Jerome Smith.
And that's an awful lot to ask a person to bear. The country sat back in admiration before those kids for 3 or 4 or 5 years and has not lifted a finger to help them. Now, we all knew, I know you knew and I knew too, that a moment was coming when we couldn't guarantee, that no one can guarantee, that it won't reach the breaking point, you know. You can only survive so many beatings, so much humiliation, so much despair, so many broken promises, before something gives. Human beings are not by nature nonviolent. Those children had to pay a terrible price in discipline, in moral discipline, and an interior effort at courage, which the country cannot imagine, because it still thinks Gary Cooper, for example, was a man. And I mean his image. I have nothing against him, him.
You said something that you cannot expect them to remain constantly nonviolent.
No, you can't. You can't. And furthermore, there were always, these students that we're talking about, a minority. The students we're talking about, when I was in Tallahassee, there were some students protesting. But there were many, 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 many more students who had given up, who were desperate, and whom Malcolm X can reach, for example, much more easily than I can.
What do you mean?
What Malcolm tells them. What Malcolm tells them, in effect, is that they should be proud of being black, and God knows that they should be. And that's a very important thing to hear in a country which assures you you should be ashamed of it. Of course, in order to do this, what he does is destroy a truth and invent a history. What he does is say, you're better because you're black. Well, of course, that isn't true. That's the trouble.
Do you think that this is an appealing approach, and that the black Muslims, in preaching black supremacy, seek to exploit the frustration of the Negro?
I don't think, put it as simply as I can, and without trying now to investigate whatever the motives of any given Muslim leader may be, it is the only movement in the country which we can call grassroots. I hate to say that, but it is true. Because it is only, when Malcolm talks, or one of the Muslim ministers talk, they articulate for all the Negro people who hear them, who listen to them, they articulate their suffering. The suffering which has been in this country so long denied. That's Malcolm's great authority over any of his audiences. He corroborates their reality. He tells them that they really exist, you know?
Jim, do you think that this is a more effective appeal than the appeal of Martin Luther King?
It's much more sinister because it is much more effective. It's much more effective because it is, after all, comparatively easy to invest a population with a false morale by giving them a false sense of superiority. And it will always break down in a crisis. It's the history of Europe, simply. It's one of the reasons that we're in this terrible place. It's one of the reasons that we have 5 cops standing on a black woman's neck in Birmingham. Because at some point they believed, they were taught and they believed that they were better than other people because they were white. It leads to a moral bankruptcy. It is inevitable. It cannot but lead there. But my point here is that the country is for the first time worried about the Muslim movement. It shouldn't be worried about the Muslim movement. That's not the problem. The problem is to eliminate the conditions which breed the Muslim movement.
Well, I'd like to come back to get some of your thoughts about the relationship between Martin Luther King's appeal, that is effectively nonviolence, and his philosophy of disciplined love for the oppressor.
Martin.
And what do you think what is the relationship between this and the reality of the Negro masses?
Well, to leave Martin out of it for a moment, Martin's very rare, a very great man. Martin's rare for 2 reasons, partly because just because he is, and because he's a real Christian, and he really believes in nonviolence. He's arrived at something in himself, which permits him, allows him to do it. And he still has great moral authority in the South. He has none whatever in the North. Poor Martin has gone through God knows what kind of hell to awaken the American conscience. But Martin has reached the end of his rope. There's some things Martin can't do. Martin's only one man. Martin can't solve the nation's central problem by himself. There are lots of people, lots of black people I mean now, who don't go to church no more and don't listen to Martin, you know, and who anyway are themselves produced by civilization, which has always glorified violence unless the Negro had the gun. So that Martin is undercut by the performance of the country. The country is only concerned about nonviolence if it seems that I'm going to get violent. But it's not worried about nonviolence if it's some Alabama sheriff.
Jim, what do you see deep in the recesses of your own mind as the future of our nation? And I ask that question in that way because I think that the future of the Negro and the future of the nation are linked.
They're indissoluble.
Yeah. Now, what do you see? Are you essentially optimistic or pessimistic, and I really don't want to put words in your mouth, because what I really want to find out is what you really believe.
Well, I'm both glad and sorry you asked me that question. I'll do my best to answer it. I can't be a pessimist because I'm alive. To be a pessimist means that you have agreed that human life is an academic matter. So I'm supposed to be an optimist. I'm supposed to believe that we can survive whatever we must survive. But the Negro in this country, the future of the Negro in this country is precisely as bright or as dark as the future of the country. It is entirely up to the American people and our representatives. It is entirely up to the American people whether or not they're going to face and deal with and embrace this stranger whom they maligned so long. What white people have to do is try to find out in their own hearts why it was necessary to have a nigger in the first place. Because I'm not a nigger. I'm a man. But if you think I'm a nigger, it means you need him. The question you got to ask yourself, the white population of this country has got to ask itself, North and South, because it's one country, and for a Negro, there is no difference in the North and the South. There's just a difference in the way they castrate you. But the fact of the castration is the American fact. If I'm not the nigger here, and you invented him, you, the white people, invented him, then you got to find out why.
Well,
and the future of the country depends on that, whether or not it's able to ask that question.
As a Negro and as an American, I can only hope that America has the strength and the capacity,
the moral strength,
to ask and answer that question in affirmative and constructive ways.
To face that question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
This conversation with James Baldwin was recorded as part of a National Educational Television Perspectives program, The Negro and the American Promise. The complete program will be broadcast on this station on the evening of Monday, June 24th. It will also include conversations between Kenneth Clark and Malcolm X, the black Muslim leader, James Foreman, Executive Secretary of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., President of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference.
I've lived around the world. I don't like communism, but the aspects of communism I don't like, which are the repression of certain types of freedom, the control of the press, and so forth. We are finding that in many countries we are supporting.
That's very true.
What about questions like nuclear disarmament? Has the party come out with any positions on this?
Not so far.
Mm-hmm. Not on NATO?
No, we hadn't come out with no policy.
Yeah. What about, well, does this include domestic legislation, for instance, on health? Now, I'm from Britain, and in Britain we regard it as a right that everyone, whatever his means, should have medical care as much as he needs, the best available, without thought about of cost. The doctors and patients don't have to think of the money. Is this
yes,
anything that appeals to you?
We have. Well, I actually don't know how far this will go, but we push for medical care, because not only can aged people be sick without money, but young people can be sick without money. And I think any person that need medical care should be, treated.
Do you have any feelings about the ownership of industry or anything? Is there any policy on this? You taken any positions on this?
The industry being in the state of Mississippi?
Well, in the state or nationwide. Have they got any theories about economic structures in society, about whether something should be nationalized or made into cooperatives? Or
Yes, we are talking about that. In fact, now, one of the young men that have been working for us is you're bringing out something that's called Bricks for Freedom, and if we can get help with this, we'll have people trained to make bricks and also concrete, and then real contractors to teach these people. And if this government is going to do anything for the poverty-stricken people, it will be time for them to invest some money in, and these people can be paid as they be trained to work and can build their own homes, that will be a decent place to live in instead of the present condition of the homes that we live in now. I noticed for the past 5 or 6 months, to keep the news of the Freedom Democrat Party, from being in the light of people, for people to really know what the Freedom Democrat Party purpose is and what it's doing. The news about the Freedom Democrat Party has been completely sabotaged. We can't get out news. Sometimes we'll have a press conference and they won't even show it.
even the national papers that have been sympathetic to the Negro cause, like the New York Times?
The New York Times hadn't been doing too much recently. I don't know from what source they're getting pressure, but I think somewhere along the line they are being pressured, and I know we are not getting the news that we, at the beginning, like in Atlantic City in 1964, the news media was almost run over you to see what the Freedom Democrat Party had to say.
Yeah.
But now they are, beginning to kind of get away from the Freedom Democrat Party.
Now, what has been happening to the fortunes of the Freedom Democratic Party? Has its membership been growing? And would you tell me, first off, whether it's an all-Negro party or whether it's multiracial?
Well, the party is open to any person, that's over 21 years old. It's open to all people. In fact, the executive national committee man is a white man, and he is a Mississippian, Reverend Edwin King from Tougaloo College, which is a chaplain there at Tougaloo College. He is the national committee man. It's open to all people, and I would say that it's grown quite a bit for the past 2 or 3 months.
In the last 2 or 3 months, it's been growing more rapidly then?
Yes, because so many people now, like the people that's on strike in Mississippi, that wasn't involved in anything, not only now participate with the Mississippi Freedom Labor Union, but the Mississippi Freedom Democrat Party too.
Do you have an approximate idea of your membership?
Well, it should be, I'm not sure, but it should be close to 78,000.
Really? And how are they organized, and where? Are they across Mississippi and Alabama only, or
Well,
wider?
actually right now, the Mississippi Freedom Democrat Party is only in Mississippi, but they have something, I would say, similar to the Freedom Democrat Party. Is beginning to pick up in other states, people is Negroes in other states, even in the North, in New York City, and Brooklyn is beginning to run candidates, in that area. That's right.
Must be scaring the daylights out of the Democratic Party to split the vote for them.
It might be, but that is what's happening
That's
now.
one way of changing the Democratic Party.
And it's one way of bringing a change, for the poor people all across the country.
There's another party now forming that's out here called the Federalist Party that breaks away from the Democratic Party and also, of course, from the Republican Party on foreign policy issues and on all these other things that's forming out here with a strong commitment to civil rights and against the war in Vietnam and similar things. Do you know that?
No, I didn't.
We're just starting here. Before joining the Freedom Democratic Party, Mrs. Hamer had been a sharecropper on a Mississippi plantation. Her husband also worked there. He had advanced to the position of foreman. But even for a foreman, which is a high point of opportunity for a Negro there, life on a southern plantation meant long hours, low wages, humiliating conditions of work, and perhaps worst of all, no hope of being accorded fair treatment, a decent standard of living, and respect as a human being. However, Negroes were now demanding equal rights, and thousands were attempting to register to vote for the first time in their lives. Among them was Mrs. Hamer. Immediately after taking the literacy test to qualify for registration as a voter in Mississippi, she learned what it costs to challenge the system of white supremacy and white privilege in that state.
I was forced away from the plantation because I wouldn't go back and withdraw, my literacy test after I had tried to take it. I wouldn't go back, and I had to leave, and my husband was forced to stay on this plantation until after the harvest season was over, and then the man that we had worked for, he'd taken the car, and most of the few things we had been stolen, and I've been in jail, and I've been beat.
Yeah, tell us about that. On what grounds did they jail you?
It wasn't no grounds. I don't understand that until today. I had been to a voter registration workshop, they were just training and teaching us how to register, to pass the literacy test. And it was giving us enough training that we could tell other people, how to pass the literacy test. So we had attended a workshop from the 3rd of June through the 8th. We finished the workshop on the 8th, and then we got the Continental Trailway bus to come back to Mississippi. And we got to Winona, Mississippi, I would say about 10:30 that Sunday morning on our way back to Greenwood, and we had got in 25 miles of the voter registration headquarters. And the bus stopped in Winona, at the bus terminal. And 4 people got off of the bus, to use the restaurant to get food, and 2 people got off to use the washroom while I was still on the bus. When I looked through the glass, I saw the people rush out, and one of the girls who had gone in the washroom, she just got back on the bus, and I stepped off to see what had happened, and Miss Ponder told me that it was a state highway patrolman and a chief of police on the inside, and began to tap them on the shoulders with billy clubs and order them to get out. And I said, well, this is Mississippi. So I got back on the bus, and as soon as I was seated, I saw them when they began to put the 5 people what was, off the bus, but they wasn't over 6 feet from the bus, began to put them in the highway patrolman's car. And I stepped off again because I was holding one of the ladies' irons, that they was arresting. And she said, get back on the bus, Miss Hamer. And then I heard somebody scream from the car that she was in and said, get that one there. And then a white man stepped out of a car and told me I was under arrest. And when he opened the door and I went to get in the car, he kicked me. And they carried me on down to the county jail where they had the other highway patrolman had carried the other 5. And they, when I walked in with the 2 white men that had carried me down, and they cursed me all the way down. They would ask me questions, and when I would try to answer, they would tell me to hush. And when I walked inside of the booking room, one of the policemen went over and jumped up on one of the Negroes' feet that was with us, and then they just began to, put us in cells. And I was put in a cell with Miss Yvesta Simpson, and after I was put in this cell, I could just hear some horrible screams and horrible sounds, of licks. And I saw one of the girls was 15 years old, was with us, and she passed my cell, and she was real bloody. And then they asked the little man that cleaned up the jail to go inside and mop up that blood. And then I heard some more screaming, and I heard some awful sounds. And I would hear somebody when they say, can't you say yes, sir, nigger? Can't you say yes, sir? And they would call her names that I wouldn't want to go on tape. And she said, yes, I can say yes, sir. So I said. And she said, I don't know you well enough. and I would hear when she would hit the floor again. And finally she began to pray, and she asked God to have mercy on these people because they didn't know what they was doing. And after a while they passed my cell door with this young woman, Miss Annelle Ponder, and one of her eyes looked like blood, and her hair was standing up on her head, and her clothes had been torn from the shoulder down to the waist. And then 3 white men came to my cell, and one of them was a state highway patrolman because he was wearing a little silver plate across his pocket that said John L. Bassinger. And he asked me where I was from, and I told him I was from Rouville. And he said, I'm going to check that. And he went out, and I guess he called Rouville. And they didn't like me in Rouville because I worked with voter registration there. And when he came back, he said, you damn right. They said, you're from Rouville, all right, and we gonna make you wish you was dead. And they led me out of that cell into another cell, and he gave a Negro prisoner a blackjack, and he ordered me to lay down on a bunk bed. And a Negro prisoner said, do you want me to beat her with this, sir? And he said, you're damn right, because if you don't, you know what I'll do for you. And I laid down on the bunk like he ordered me to do. And the first Negro beat me. He beat me until he was exhausted. And after he beat, the state highway patrolman ordered the second Negro to take the blackjack. And during the time he was beating, I began to work my feet because that was a horrible experience. And the state highway patrolman ordered the first Negro that had beat to sit on my feet while the second one beat. And I just began to scream where I couldn't control it. And then the white man got up and began to beat me in my head. I have a blood clot now in the artery to the left eye and a permanent kidney injury on the right side from that beating. These are the things that we go through in the state of Mississippi, just trying to be treated like a human being. But still, this is called a part of America.
I suppose it's a naive question, but is there no possibility of you making a civil complaint or criminal complaint or whatever it would amount to against these people for this beating?
The Justice Department brought a suit against these 5 law officials from Mississippi. And they had their trial in Oxford. And they had every evidence in the world if it ever was going to be any people convicted. Because we had flew to Washington, D.C. and had the pictures made, and they have the pictures today of what happened to us in that jail. The bus driver, they even had the waitresses from Winona at the bus terminal that said we hadn't done anything. We hadn't done no demonstration. The Negroes that they forced to beat me, they came and they told the truth. They told how these white men had made them drink corn whiskey before they did beat us because they figured, you know, if they didn't have something in them that they might not do it. They told all of that, and nothing have been done. Those same men, I guess, are still wearing their guns.
It puzzles me that Negroes in the South have not set up, in a way, territories of their own, with their own armed people. We've got the Deacons now in the South, this armed defense organization, so that you're outside of the control of police officials like this. Why has this not happened? Is it because the white people there are so powerful that such a rebellion has been impossible?
They are very powerful in the state of Mississippi. But some of the people, I think, is beginning to get where now they just don't care. They are beginning to see if they try to do anything for themselves, well, they'll be killed anyway.
By the police officials?
By the police officials, because it's nowhere that I would call myself going in the state of Mississippi to be protected by a police official, because they are worse than a savage.
The federal government isn't able to effectively give you security?
No, because as you know, the 3 civil rights workers that was murdered in Mississippi, they said their civil rights hadn't been violated, but they are dead.
And one of their killers is still the sheriff?
That's right. In fact, the same men, Rainey and Price, was assisting the people across the street when they was having memorial service this year for Cheney, Goodman, and Michael Schroner. And Michael Schroner was a Jewish person, but he was one of the greatest men I ever met.
You knew him?
I knew him very well, and his wife, Rita. And you know, I couldn't have went there for a memorial service and let these same two police officials guard me across the street. I wouldn't have been low enough to low their death to go across the street, let them guard me across the street. When if it hadn't been for them, they wouldn't have been dead.
What do you feel about the deacons? This is frightening some white people, but I can't understand why they don't understand that this is a natural development.
I think it's one of the greatest things that ever happened. In fact, I admire those people. I respect those people because they are doing what I believe every Negro under the heaven feel if he doesn't have the guts to say it.
What do you think of Malcolm X?
Malcolm X was one of the best friends I ever had. A remarkable man. Oh, he was a great man. In fact, I had invited Malcolm X to come to Mississippi, and he was supposed to come to Mississippi on Monday and was killed that Sunday.
Now, he had belonged to the Muslim organization. Are the Muslim groups making much progress in the South? They seem mostly to be in the North.
Mostly in the North, because a whole lot of things that the Muslims stand for, I don't agree with their policies. But I did respect Malcolm X, and Malcolm X was a great man.
What can you think of that the Muslims advocate that you don't agree with? Can you think of
One of the things is setting up a separate state. You know, just give the Negroes a state. They want a state, you know, set up, it would have to be more than a state for 20 million black people in this country, but just to have so much separation, you know, that we couldn't, you know, we wouldn't have to deal with white on no terms and just put us out, what I would say, on a deserted island. And what we had thought of with a lot of white people in the country, we'd last about 2 days.
It's sort of a reverse racism.
Yes, and just be wiped off the map. Because you see, I take this stand that I don't see all people as bad. If we didn't have some good white people, it wouldn't be anybody standing up, you know, trying to help bring about a change and make things better, not only for the Negro, but it will benefit every human being in this country if we were just freed.
What do the people in your movement think about Dr. Martin Luther King and his approach to this whole problem?
Well, I couldn't just say in Mississippi because people have different feelings about Dr. King.
They feel that he's accepting too slow a rate of progress?
Well, to me, it is somewhat slow, but Dr. King's organization do have some great people, like Mrs. Septipa P. Clark that wrote the book Echoes in My Soul, is a great woman, and there's quite a few other people that I admire in the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and respect. But I take this stand with any person, a person that was born in the middle class that have never had to suffer. You know, he can afford to take things maybe easier than I can, and all I've ever done was suffered, you see. And in fact, a person that's born in the middle class and have always had things somewhat decent, he can't make a decision for me because he actually don't know how I feel.
You know, when we mention middle class and middle class Negroes, I'm thinking of Leroy Jones, who's middle class Negro, but is one of the most violent of the young Negro writers and lecturers. How do your people feel about him?
Well, in Mississippi, it's not too many people know Leroy Jones, although I know Leroy Jones. But it's a wonder every Negro in the United States didn't feel exactly like Leroy Jones. It's enough to have happened to us that we should all, you know, if we wanted to feel like that. But I've never been, you know, my parent brought me up as Christian people, and I believe strongly in Christianity. And to me, if I hate you because you hate me, I'm no better than you are. And I don't hate a person because they hate me. I'll try to free that person too.
Are there any people you see among the people who are speaking for the Negro, apart from the people you've mentioned in your own organization, for instance, Louis Lomax or James Baldwin, or people like that, that you regard as being significant now for the future?
Yes, I think James Baldwin is a great man. I have great respect for James Baldwin.
Are you hopeful of the future for your party, politically?
Yes, I'm hopeful for the future of this party because all across this country we have young people that's very aware of what's going on in this country.
Your membership is largely young people, is it?
In the state, members of the Freedom Democrat Party will have to be 21. But we have so many other people, you see, out of the state of Mississippi is very concerned about the Mississippi Freedom Democrat Party.
Yes, but I mean, people say 21 to 30. Are they is it in that age group you find most of your membership in Mississippi?
No, we have people from, I would say, 21 to 75.
Oh. Including a lot of older people then?
Yes.
They've given up their old attitude of accepting things. They
Yes,
have nothing to lose now.
In fact, well, some of the young workers there said that they had never been in a place that had as many older people working as we have in Mississippi.
Will you be standing for election at the next congressional elections?
Well, we plan to run people, you know. In fact, we have people in Sunflower County where I live, as we hope to run for circuit clerk in Sunflower County, and we will be having people to run all over the state for state election, county, on up to the United States representative and senators too.
I suppose money is always a problem.
Oh, money is always a problem.
More than for the other parties, though.
Yes.
Do you find you can get space in the newspapers and radio stations? And
we hope to have, if we have enough money. We don't always have enough money, but we've been broke all our lives, so we go sometime without it, you know.
Mrs. Hamer, I must let you get back to your friends. Thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome, and thank you.
You'll see both files need the same document, so go ahead and upload it to each case.
Produced in New York by WNET.
Black Journal is an on-the-air magazine reporting on the personalities, ideas, and issues that affect Black America. It attempts to achieve balance by reporting from a Black perspective.
I'm Tony Brown, executive producer of Black Journal. Welcome to Black Leaders 73. This program has been pre-recorded, and you will not be able at this time to phone in any questions. The questions that you hear were directed in some instances to specific panelists, and in other instances they were not. Some of the panelists had not been advertised, and we do not have a number of questions for them. However, they have been encouraged to answer any questions, no matter to whom they're directed. For the next 90 minutes, we will present an unedited two-way communication system between you and our Congress of Black Spokesmen. We will be using television as an instrument of positive social reform, allowing Black America to question members of her leadership and make herself heard collectively. Our guests are Judge William Booth, President, American Committee on Africa; Hayward Burns, National Director, National Conference of Black Lawyers; Berkeley Burrell, President, National Business League; Stokely Carmichael, All African People's Revolutionary Party; Angela Davis, National United Committee to Free All Political Prisoners; Fannie Lou Hamer, Director, Mississippi Freedom Farm Corporation; Nelson Johnson, National Chairman, Youth Organization for Black Unity; William Lucy, International Secretary Treasurer, American Federation of Federal, State, County, and Municipal Employees, and the Chairman of the Steering Committee of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists; the Honorable Percy Sutton, President of the Borough of Manhattan; the Honorable Louis Stokes, Democrat of Ohio and Chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus; Cindy J. Williams, Jr., President, National Association of Black Social Workers; and James D. Williams, National Urban League. One of our panelists was unable to be with us and wired us his regrets. The following telegram is from Mr. Stanley Scott, Special Assistant to the President of the United States. I will now read his telegram. Deeply regret that I must cancel my appearance on your show because of an assignment recently given me on behalf of the President. I would welcome the pleasure of being your guest at a later date. With every best wishes for a very successful show, Stanley S. Scott, Special Assistant to the President. Indeed, there are many other black spokesmen, but our physical and technical capabilities have limited us. We do want the public to understand that our black leadership does include persons not on this panel. To continue to expose more of our leaders, we have invited a different group from our 1972 version. In selecting tonight's panel, we attempted to bring together a diversity of positions and philosophies, held together by the common thread of concern for all black people. May we now have our first question.
Black Leader 73, I have to tell you that we are recording your question, and we need your permission to record it and to edit it and to put it on the air.
You have my permission to do that. My name is Carl Smith from Lawton, Oklahoma. A pluralistic society in which all ethnic and racial minorities try to contribute to the mainstream and still retain their cultural identity is often advocated as a desirable goal for our country. My question is it a realistic goal? Is it possible? And if not, why?
If you didn't understand that question, I can read it to you again. He said, a pluralistic society in which all ethnic and racial minorities try to contribute to the mainstream and still retain their cultural identity is often advocated as a desirable goal for our country. My question is it a realistic goal? Is it possible? And if so, and if not, why?
That's one of the diversities, I guess, that we have among black people. I hate to say black leaders because I don't think of ourselves as black leaders. I don't think any people need leaders. We are working in the field and we're doing our job. But there is the diverse opinion. Some folks believe that you can work within the system and you can make the system work for you. Others believe you can't work within the system, you've got to have something else. I happen to be one of those who believes that although we have not progressed as we should have, and that the great masses of the people have not at all been able to use their inner talents, the talents they've got and that have been hidden by reason of cultural bias and examinations and all the rest that's happened to us through the years, that although the masses of the people have not tasted the success that is available here in this country, still I believe that it is possible. If I didn't believe it was possible to work within the system and to retain my own cultural identity in spite of what's happening, I would have to give up my job. I'd have to give up my various positions and organizations that I belong to. I'd have to say, well, down with all organizations connected with this government. But I look upon this government as being one of men who can be changed if there's enough pressure put upon them, and if the numbers that we've got together, that black people have and related people have in this country, we put our numbers together, we can overcome the forces against us. Otherwise, I couldn't exist in this country that way.
I would think that what our brother Judge Booth said is correct. The only question would be, what kind of change do we want? I think everybody would be for that society. The question is whether or not it could come about under the present system of this government, or whether that system must be changed. I, for one, believe that it cannot come about under the present system, a capitalist system. That system must be changed. I believe that. And I think that if we have the same objectives, then it doesn't make a difference where we work. As a matter of fact, a man working to change the system with that objective in mind can do very much inside the system, once he doesn't lose sight of his objective. An example that comes to mind is that a few years ago, it was found out that one of the advisors for President Thieu was working for the Viet Cong.
I do think that we make a mistake if we talk about this in terms of absolute doctrines. If we talk about it in terms of black people and integration, or black people and separation. It seems to me that that's a false dichotomy that has been set up in terms of the way in which the debate is discussed. The real issue I feel for black people is one of empowerment and one of redefinition of the way in which black and white people are interacting with society. I feel that's what we must be about.
Well, I think that if you consider the fact that this system, this capitalist system under which we're living today, is designed in such a way that nobody except a privileged few can attempt to express themselves or contribute to anything, there's no doubt about the fact that we have to talk about revolutionizing the system before anybody can live in any kind of human fashion together. I would just like to point out the fact that I have seen with my eyes societies where people of different colors have learned how to live together, each maintaining their own cultural identity, but each fighting to build and to continue to construct a socialist revolution together. I was in Cuba not very long ago, and I saw with my own eyes how black people, brown people, and white people have reached the point where they can work in harmony towards the building of a socialist society.
Any other responses?
Just maybe add to what Brother Brown said over there just a moment ago. I think the key question is that certainly it's a good idea to work toward a total input by all I suppose ethnic groups in our society, blacks and what have you. But the key thing is whether or not you have a sufficient amount of power within yourself to affect the system when the system is working against your vested interest. In school some years ago, we were taught to think of America as a melting pot, and I think the current administration has proven that there are ethnics who are unmeltable, because even though they are invisible, they are still there to identify with their own vested interest as a people. I think as black people, we've got to become concerned, first of all, with what our vested interest is in either preserving the system or changing the system. And once we make that determination, then the direction that we have to take is clear for us. For instance, if you look at the various arms or branches of government, they represent different interests, yet there is none that represents our interests. For instance, the business interest is represented by a branch. You will never find that branch going contrary to what the interest of business happens to be. Yet there's the labor interest, and only here lately have we found some differences there. But every segment of our society that represents a power lever is represented there, except people, and particularly black people. And I think we should be about the business of coming together, not in specifics as to what our interests and goals are, but certainly in generalities in terms of what we need to exist in this society.
Let me ask a question about your comment. Would it be correct to infer from your comments that you would suggest some attachment of a power mechanism for black people to the governmental apparatus as a solution to the empowerment of black people?
I think what I'm getting at is the acquiring of power within the black people themselves to affect the system in any way it needs to be affected in order to produce on behalf of the interests of black people. I'm not saying we should have a black agency. That's not what I was referring at all. I'm saying that every other ethnic group in our society has, by some means or other, acquired the power to move out of their depressed or oppressed situation, with the exception of black and brown. I think what I'm saying is that whatever that power has to be to move the government or move local structures, that's what we need to be about. And I think the vested interest should be the basis of our movement.
You know, America really is an ethnic society. And I live here in New York now, though I come from Texas, and New York has always been talked about as a melting pot. It really isn't a melting pot. We have Jews, we have Italians, we have blacks, we have Puerto Ricans, a variety of other cultures that live side by side with each other, not always happy with each other. But if we're talking about change, whether it's a change of the style of the government or an absolute change in the nature of the government to a socialist society or whatever other society, I think the thing that is fundamental to it, if we as black people are going to talk about change, one of the first things we need to do is develop some unity within ourselves. Now, that doesn't mean that all black people have to speak the same language or have the same philosophy, but we have to learn to communicate, and I think we are, in a large measure, learning to communicate with each other. And we've got to develop coalitions with others because we're a small minority. We have great power, however, if we can unite our minority with other minorities, because there are other groups of people who would wish to move in the same direction as we wish. So it doesn't make me any difference whether we're going, if I thought tomorrow we could stage the revolution and the revolution would succeed, I would give leadership to it. That is, a revolution by whatever method. But at this structure in our development, I believe the kind of revolution that is going to take place is a social revolution without bloodshed. And if this is to be so, one of the first things that must be accomplished is that black people, poor people, must unite themselves and then join forces with others.
Now, Harlem has been a barometer for a number of years of perhaps black feeling across the country in terms of mood. What do you see, what direction do you see the mood in Harlem going in?
I'm not too sure that Harlem has been the mood of the country. Harlem is one of the most volatile places in the country. When I travel to other places, I'm amazed at the amount of unity. We have unity in Harlem, unity in one thing, that we're different. Many of us are different. We have more nationalist organizations. We have all of the organizations you want to perceive of, many of them have their facets in Harlem. No, I don't think Harlem is the mood. Harlem is a very sophisticated place. Sophisticated in the sense that we all understand the need for others of us to exist. So I could not use it as the barometer of America. But if it should be the barometer of America, I think it would be good. But I'm afraid that it is not.
Mrs. Hamer, do you see changes since you're from right in the middle of the rural South, do you see any trend there in terms of black people moving toward unity and moving away from unity? Just generally, what is going on in your area of the country?
Well, I do see more unity because the power structures in the South are forcing us to have more unity. You know, there have been a class split with the black community. That's being moved because we are finding out whether you middle class or no class is no different. As long as we black, we in the same boat. And that's forcing us to be together. Because, you know, we've seen what is happening in our schools. You know, like if a principal was a principal and was moved and become assistant principal, his job, if he's black, automatically, if he becomes assistant principal, his job automatically is to carry toilet tissue from one school to the other one and load up the bus. So he's finding that it's no different in us, and it's forcing us to get together. And I think that the change will come because we have to, it's nothing handed to us on a silver platter, and we have to work together for a change in the South.
Congressman Stokes, did your election as the new chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus indicate a new direction? And if it did not, is there a new direction for the Congressional Black Caucus?
Well, what we had to do immediately after I assumed the chairmanship was to try and evaluate our role. We found ourselves at that time being 13 black legislators out of a body of 435 congressmen, and having formed a black caucus for the purpose of trying to alleviate the conditions under which poor and black and disadvantaged people live in this country. We had to try and evaluate that role in terms of 1973 and the United States Congress, particularly in light of the present administration in Washington. As we evaluated our role, we realized that we sort of grew up overnight, and we immediately tried to be all things to all people. And for a period of 18 months, we conducted a series of conferences, a series of hearings around points of interest and concern to black and disadvantaged people in this country. And after we had developed all of the hearings and the conferences, we realized we had a great deal of data collected, a great deal of proposed legislative solutions. And so we realized that we ought to get out of the business of conducting conferences and hearings, because we had the data, we had the specifics with which to work, and propose legislation which would get at some of the solutions to some of these problems. So consequently, we decided that we would try and make the emphasis of the caucus that of a legislative thrust, that is, to add a black perspective to that legislation coming through the United States Congress, particularly in light of our work on committees, where we can fashion amendments to legislation before it even comes to the floor that would add a black perspective to that kind of legislation. And so it's with this kind of a emphasis or thrust that the Black Caucus attempted to change this direction.
I'd like to ask either Mr. Williams and or Mr. Williams, since the National Association of Black Social Workers is definitely interested in services for black people, poor people, and the Urban League is definitely in the business of institutionalizing services. How do you see the recent budget proposals or the appropriations for these service programs affecting black America, specifically during the summer months and on into the years?
The way I view it, the current Nixon administration policy is creating or will create a critical condition in the black community. They're cutting back on key services in the area of daycare, welfare, scholarships for students to attend school. Many students would not be able to attend the open school enrollment program, and etc. But even more importantly, currently in the black community, despite the statistics that have been projected by the Nixon administration, you see, we made a survey in both Harlem and Watts, and we came up with these statistics that something like 40 to 50% of blacks that are unemployed at this particular time right now. Now, with the current cutbacks, this is going to create even more unemployment. In fact, some statistics have already been thrown out by some of the black groups. There's something like 200 to 300,000 black people working in the poverty program will be affected, that are currently employed, that will be affected by the job cuts. So this is only compounding the current unemployment situation that currently exists now in the black community. So I think that we are now past the repression stage. We're in a critical point, because not only does this exist in Harlem and Watts, it exists throughout the major urban areas in the city. And I think that as black people, we're going to have to begin to speak out against this current trend, because it's having a drastic effect on the black community.
Well, Tony, to respond to that same question, that we do regard the budget cuts as disastrous, but not only in terms of the actual dollars, but the type of philosophy that these cuts have unveiled. That we're talking, well, let's just deal for a moment with the housing programs. We have to admit that some of those programs did not work. But some of those programs did not work because there was fraud involving government agencies, involving the private sector of the country. So what happens? The programs are cut out and the poor people are penalized. In other words, that we are being victimized because someone else has victimized us. And the whole question of the cuts deals with the type of philosophy that says the country has done enough for poor people, so now we'll move on to something else. That we can abolish poverty with the stroke of a pen. And so therefore that these programs are no longer needed. And anyone that needs these programs are really freeloaders whom we can do without. So we deal not only with the question of the dollar amounts, but the question of the type of philosophy that's trying to, or that is being exemplified in this type of approach to the budget. So I think that that's the main thing.
Thanks.
Point about the whole budget cutback thing, as we see it, and I think, again, we see a rather magnificent PR game being done by the Nixon administration, because the nation as a whole assumes that the cuts that are taking place are, one, to eliminate black people from the rolls, from the welfare rolls, to make life easier for the taxpayers out in the hinterland. But if you really track the statistics and see exactly who is benefiting from the programs that goes down, you will find that generally 2/3 of the people who receive benefits are white, and the other 1/3 being black. In terms of those who are receiving direct public aid or public assistance, you will find that the number increases to something like 1 out of 4. And I'm not a social worker, but just the pure and simple numbers indicate that. What has happened is that out in the Midwest, where it's becoming acceptable now to assume that discrimination is a way of life, the administration has convinced people that what we are doing is keeping your taxes down, keeping those programs, we're taking those programs out, rather, that have contributed to the inflation and all this other foolishness. I think what we have to do, and I think there's a tragedy that some of the so-called liberals who have participated in these discussions before are not speaking out on the issue now, but it's being left to black leadership to deal with the whole question of budget cutbacks. And I think that there's a real need to raise the level of awareness across the country, because we even got some black folks who are talking about, yeah, well, we should be phasing down these things. Phasing down got nothing to do with it. If you cut back on the social program, at the same time increase the defense budget, when we're supposed to be winding down our involvement in Southeast Asia, there's something out of balance there. And
Tony, I don't think, let me just piggyback what Bill Lucy said. We should not have a discussion, there should never be a discussion of welfare without some explanation to the public of what welfare really is. Lockheed is getting welfare. People who live in the suburbs, Penn Central is getting welfare.
We pay taxes.
Pardon me?
We pay taxes.
Exactly. We pay taxes. They're not only getting welfare, but not paying any taxes. But when they get it, it is called a subsidy. And of course, we could go along and give a really description to all of the things that are being done by our federal government, both here in America and abroad, that are in fact welfare. But Mr. Nixon and his crew are not talking about eliminating any of that. They're talking about expanding that.
Well, let me ask this. In his explanation, as far as he's gone to date, President Nixon, when he appeared on television explaining the Watergate situation as he saw it, did you sense that he was implying a reordering, a restructuring of priorities? When he discussed, didn't he say something to the effect that he was going to be a little more sensitive?
No, you want to know what I sensed? I sensed that there was a desperate man trying to cop a plea, and then he even said a prayer for us at the end of it. No, I didn't sense that he was talking about reordering priorities. I sensed that he was trying to get through a very bad night.
And I think also that the thing about that performance was that he never really got to the substance of what we're dealing with. That what we got was a lot of rhetoric, a lot of waving of the flag, and then you're supposed to go away feeling that Watergate is just going to disappear. And I think that it was an unfair trick to play on the American public.
Well, we are.
It's one thing, I'm sorry, it's one thing, that is the only president in the history of my time, and I'm 56, that can talk an hour and never say nothing.
But we also have to ask ourselves what the real meaning of that Watergate affair is. And I think it's important, especially for those of us who are here this afternoon, to recognize that if the Republican Party will go that far to sabotage the Democratic Party, to sabotage that kind of opposition, what have we already been experiencing insofar as repression is concerned, and what will we as black people have to face in the future? Because there are many of us who feel that not only the Republican Party, but the Democratic Party as well is committed to upholding a system of exploitation and racism. If you look at the McGovern campaign, McGovern didn't even raise the question of racism, and he was supposed to be the far left wing of the Democratic Party. So I think it's important to see this Watergate scandal as being an indication of the real threat of fascism.
And I think,
I think that's what it is an indication of the lawlessness of law officials and the abuses of state power at the highest level. You have to take it beyond the particular example, as Ms. Davis said, of Watergate, to understand what's going on at all levels in our society as far as abuses of power by the government is concerned, particularly in political areas. If they're doing this against the established opposition, what are they doing against black people? What are they doing against political activists? What is happening with the statutes that are being passed and the people who are being appointed to the courts, the decisions the courts are rendering? What's happening at the street level in terms of the administration of justice? Then you get the full impact of just how lawless these people are, who are supposedly in charge of administering the law. When you look at the statutes the Congress is passing, preventive detention, you see the no-knock, you see the stop and frisk, you see the Interstate Riot Act. You look at the Supreme Court of the United States consistently cutting back upon what we regard as traditional rights in this country, doing away with the non-unanimous jury. When you look at the street level, the level of violence, officially sanctioned violence that's going on in this country, political implications of that. Look at what happened at Kent State, and Orangeburg, Jackson State, Southern University, at Attica where 43 people were killed. And you look at the way in which the grand jury is being used, and you look at the way in which agent provocateurs are being used, and if you just trace it all the way through, what we see in Watergate is just the top of the iceberg.
Look at what's happening in Wounded Knee right this moment.
I think we could talk for an hour and a half if we wanted to really expand on this point.
Well, I would like to
say this. Really, the American people, should shoulder the responsibility for what is going on now. You see, because the Democrats are just alarmed of the bugging because it's affecting them. You see, the Democrats, when they were in power, they were bugging the black movement, and no one made any kind of outcry about that. The only thing now, the chicken has come home to roost, and so now that they are being affected, they are now beginning to do the outcry. We have been crying about that for years, about the invading of our privacy, the bugging, doing the civil rights movement, the bug Martin Luther King, this was well known, and no one spoke out against it. So what is happening now? See, it has been a revelation of what have been going on for years, and I think that the American people now are becoming more aware of what is going on. Now the fact is what they're going to do to begin to deal with it. But I think that I want to go back to another point also. It's very important who the president has around him. You see what I mean? If he have, let's say, crooks around him, then who only have their vested interest at heart and not going to commit the time and the energy that is necessary to design programs to deal with blacks, then we are never going to get the kind of response from the federal government that we need. And I think that this is very important because these fellows up there are more concerned about stashing suitcase full of money. In fact, the $2 million and $4 million that they're stashing away now, that money can be going into the black community helping to deal with some of the problems. And I think that until we begin to focus on these kind of situations, that we're going to be missing many of the basic points.
Stoker, you've been trying. Okay. Go ahead.
I yield to the elder statesman, my elder brother, the business sector of our community.
Well, one of the things that I keep hearing here, and I think you'd have to agree, would be that the capitalistic system in America is the system that we have to deal with, and the problem with it is that we don't have any blacks operating in it. I wonder if we would have the same kind of feeling about the capitalistic system. If we were the capitalists and somebody else was sitting outside. I think we would begin then. I would be against it. I think that, well, Stoker says he'd be against it, and
Angela can't wait to talk.
Somebody is exploiting me. I don't care whether he's white or black or red or yellow. As long as he's doing the exploiting, there's something basically wrong.
It's difficult, really, to say that people haven't been damaged by the free enterprise system in this country. The failure of our cities is probably a direct result of the failure of the free enterprise system to do something about it. When big business begins to move out and leave poor people to solve the problems of poor people, then you've got a failure.
Wait a minute, you can't, I'm sorry,
all right.
but you can't talk about free enterprise because there's no such thing as free enterprise. Capitalism in this day and age is monopoly capitalism. It is controlled by multi-billion-dollar firms, multinational firms. You know, it's controlled by the people like Rockefeller and Hughes and DuPont. Now, there's a real difference between those folks and the black man or woman who decides to open up a grocery store on the corner, that is not capitalism. But Richard Nixon has been trying to convince us that all we have to do is to get a little grocery store on the corner, and then all of a sudden we're black capitalists.
Well, if that's what Richard Nixon says, and I disagree with him, I'm not interested in small business as in those constructs, because it's amazing when somebody says business and the person who's black is talking about it, immediately it conjures up a little corner drugstore or grocery store or something. I wonder why it doesn't conjure up General Motors for me.
It's not possible for you.
Well, I don't know whether it is or not. I guess I'll quit working if you're convinced that that's true. But I look at all the people around here, and we've got some organizational petitions that kind of keep us from operating together to change the system that we're also convinced ought to be changed. When I ride in an airplane and look down, and I see everybody protecting their turf. The national, this is protecting this turf. These are all black groups. Anything national is black, National Association of Real Estate Brokers, the National Association of Funeral Directors, the National Insurance Association, they're all black. The white ones are all American.
It's white.
The white ones are all American. I don't know how that happens.
That's because we know our nationalism.
Well, but the point I make is when I look down from an airplane and I see each one of us as organizational heads protecting our turf, I said, what the heck? We aren't protecting our turf, it's their turf. We don't have any turf. So if we don't finally come together to get a piece of the turf, then we aren't going to have any turf to protect. And I think it is possible, and if we begin to talk about ways of changing that.
Stokely and then Nelson.
Well, I think that the real question is that people are not clear on capitalism because capitalism is a very vicious system, but what it does is it embroideries its viciousness with all sorts of elusive terms. For example, many of us would support capitalism because we actually believe that in a capitalist system, there's a chance for us to get the same amount of money as Rockefeller gets, because we're told that under capitalism there is equality of opportunity. So that we feel that if this year we didn't make as much as Rockefeller made, then we got to work a little bit harder, and next year we're going to make it. But if we carefully examine a capitalist system, we will see that it's based on exploitation, because the viciousness of capitalism, and the reason why once black people examined we can never be for it, is that under a capitalist system, the fruits of those who labor are enjoyed by somebody else. That is, those who do the laboring, the fruits of their labor, they don't enjoy it. As a matter of fact, we could say under capitalism that the fruits of the labor of the toiling masses are enjoyed by those who do not labor. And again, as black people, we have clear examples of it. If we were to get the fruits of our labor from slavery, just from slavery, all we got to do is go to Nixon and say, hey, look, you give us the fruits of our labor from slavery and we forget the score. We would be the richest people in the country, again, because under capitalism, the individual exploits the labor of the people. Now, people get confused because this is a capitalist system and it's a developed system. It's a technological system. So they combine capitalism with technology and development, and they think that there is no other possible way to develop this rapid terms of development without going through the capitalist route. But certainly we have examples that show the opposite of that. China is a clear example of that. Cuba is, North Korea, North Vietnam. These countries certainly in Africa, where countries have chosen the socialist path, such as Tanzania, Guinea, Congo, Brazzaville, Algeria, we see that there is another way to develop and get the same type of things that we have under the capitalist system, but in a system that does not exploit each other, where all of us work and the fruits of our labor are divided evenly. Let me show you how backward capitalism is. It's a backward system. We could make two statements about capitalism to show how backward it is. About America. America's a capitalist country. It's thoroughly capitalist. It's an imperialist country. But we could say that, number one, America is the most technologically advanced country in the world. And that's an undeniable fact. It's a truism. It's a truism. America is the most scientifically developed country in the world. And right under that, we could say a second fact, which will show you how backward America is. We could say that America, in 1945, made for her people better cars than she does in 1973. And if you analyze this, you'll see how vicious the system is, because here's America with its great technological skills, its great scientific ability, and rather than making a safe car for people that will last 20 years, which they can do with the scientific knowledge that's at their fingertip, they rather take this knowledge and build a car which will break down every 2 years, so you're forced to buy another car. Thus, you see, under capitalism, what they do is they take their scientific skills, and rather than using it for the benefit of the people, they use it to further exploit the people. And certainly this type of system is too backward.
I think Nelson was next.
I concur with the position that Brother Carmike has taken with regards to the system of capitalism. But really, I think there are two fundamental questions that we need to get into The first one was suggested when we started, like what is possible within the context of this system and the coming together of people and that type of thing, which I think as we begin to hear the things that people are saying about capitalism, it tends to start to answer that question. I mean, as we see the very construction of this thing. But see, to me, the most important question, well, let me put it this way. I think that we have to talk, one, about the merits of capitalism, which is what a lot of the conversation has been expended on so far. But secondly, and very importantly, is once we, begin to see that picture, we have to raise the question of how it is that we work within the framework of our existence in a capitalist system that we, I think, can agree that we oppose, at least some of us can. And then we get down to the nitty-gritty of the question that Mrs. Hamer spoke to about whether we're moving toward unity, the question of coalitions, the question of the dynamics of day-to-day work on real problems that affect us as a people. See, because we could hem and haw all day about capitalism and talk about how bad it is. Obviously, it's bad. And if you could tell me the 10 worst things in the world, I could tell you that they have been increasing in this country in the last 5 or 6 years. To give you some idea of the direction that this system that people are talking about is taking. The priorities are insane. There's no sane way of saying that people, should take care of people, that people should take care of 6 people. Things just happen based, again, on the way the system is set up. And so I think that that's, pretty clear. Second thing is the idea of how we work in unity. See, it's my notion that we have to take a second look at this question of unity, because I'm not convinced that it's all that much unity taking place in the black community today. In fact, what you see on the one hand is a uniting of certain people who are beginning to agree on a direction to take. And at the same time, you're seeing the uniting of black people who are taking another direction. Within the context of this system and within the context of our own communities. And in fact, you talk about the people being confused. Well, a lot of times the people wouldn't be quite so confused unless they heard a lot of the things that we're saying to them. Those of us who are supposed to be leaders, or at least those who put themselves in the position to say things to a lot of people. And you get more and more in the movement kind of a decay of a real quality of honestness. You get jingoism, you get all kinds of performances. And these kind of things are put out against the background of the deteriorating situation that we're in. And that doesn't really offer any explanation to people. But then on the other hand, you have a group of people beginning to address the question differently and to begin to see things like, you could just list the problems, the problem of jobs, the problem of education, and begin to draw some concrete analysis of that and outline some specific kinds of ways that people begin to function. So I just wanted to point out that you're really talking about 2. 1, capitalism, but 2, and importantly, we haven't done anything to denounce capitalism unless we are able to devise some sensible way for us to organize ourselves to resist it.
Not true. We have. The largest ethnic group to condemn Nixon were black people. We've always been in the vanguard. We do that all the time.
But there's a second dimension to what I was raising.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one you didn't address.
No, but I think we must see it positive, because I think it's undeniable that the desire for unity is more intense in the black community today than it was yesterday, and will be more intense tomorrow. We must always see our movement as a progression. We understand there are negative factors in it, but we must look at the positive. We are more united.
It's address the negative in order to rectify that.
Understood, but
I don't think that we can sit here and say that unity is growing without ourselves addressing some of the factors that explain the disunity.
But it is growing.
May I use the prerogative of the microphone? Just 1 second, please. We have a number of questions, and we certainly want to have free exchange, but if we could limit our responses to responses and not speeches, then we can all have more time, and if we could do that. But I don't want to stifle anyone, but I do want to, if we can move. And I think the mayor was next, and then the congressman, and then may we proceed that way.
After you first. I don't know whether the mayor of Harlem or mayor of Manhattan. Let me yield to the borough of Manhattan.
Go ahead. Let me just say this. I really do not see it as being a question of capitalism versus communism, or socialism, or any other form of government. I think we have to be pragmatic about what we're talking about. You're talking about living under a system that is committed to capitalism. It's not going to change to communism or socialism or any other form of government. So what do you say, what do you do when you're the oppressed, the repressed under the capitalistic form of government? You examine the system and you see how can you make changes in that system. Now, the one thing that everyone seems to have forgotten here tonight is that what you're talking about in the capitalistic form of government is power. This is the only thing that this country responds to is power, economic power and political power. And the only time that the system reacts is when you've got some of that power. And as black people, we're not going to be able to overcome in the capitalistic form of system unless you do acquire both economic and political power, as every other ethnic group in this country has done. Obviously, I think the thrust in the 70s is in that direction. I think that black communities are demonstrating greater sophistication towards the fact that if they're going to change the system, they have to do it and work within the system. They have to do it by acquiring power in both of those realms.
There's no question about the necessity of power to do anything. I mean, it's axiomatic. I mean, if we're talking about doing anything, I think the question is that the interest in which the power is addressed has to be a little bit more precisely defined. You know, even within the context of our own community and the use of that power by various groups within the community. I mean, and I think there, again, we raise the essential question, because there is a degree of power that we have, and there's a good deal of disagreement over the way that power is being wielded.
Let me go back, if I can, Tony, to the point that Lou makes, and I agree with it 100%. See, what we generally do is we get caught up in an awful lot of theoretical discussion about how you change things when we're really faced with a very fundamental problem. Whatever change is going to come about, it's going to take some time. And rather than getting involved in dealing with the hereafter, I think we got to deal with the here and now. And that is the fact that most situations, if not all that we're dealing with, are economic situations in terms of black and poor people. Going back to the 60s, which so many participated in bring about social change, which sort of made us legitimate people in the eyes of the law. Well, we've gone through that now, and we've got probably on the books as many rights as anybody else, except that we can't enjoy them by virtue of the fact that there's no economics in our pockets to allow us to do that. We can now go to the Waldorf, but we may not can buy nothing, which is sort of a non-plus kind of thing. What has to happen, I think, is that people got to pull themselves into a group to function, back to what Lou said, as an economic bloc first. Secondarily, as a political bloc, and that calls for making all kinds of coalitions that I think, as the chairman of the caucus stated one time, which is a coalition of convenience, because there are other groups in the society who may not be as oppressed as blacks, but are certainly as without as blacks. And I think around economic interests, around the development of political power, you can develop a philosophy that is neither communistic, socialist, or capitalist, but the question of pragmatic politics to acquire change.
Did you want to make it?
Tony, I've watched a number of times events such as this, a number of blacks getting together who either are leaders or purport to be leaders, and their discussions, and we get off to the philosophical discussions of where we're going. And we began today by saying that we are not necessarily the black leaders, not necessarily, we are not the black leaders of America. We are persons who are sitting here. But I've talked about unity, a number of us have talked about unity. It is a hoped-for thing, but let me just tell you that one of the things I really hope for, and I come from a background of family who moving towards socialism, who would like to see a socialist economy, but do live in a capitalistic society, would like to see changes take place. But one of the things I want most of all, which I should like to see in moving towards black unity, sometimes I think it is happening, and that is that black people who have different philosophies can discuss those philosophies. Each of us do that which we think is necessary to meet the common need. Those of us who wish to move towards socialism talk about socialism and not find the necessity in the course of propagating our philosophy, whether it be capitalism, socialism, nationalism, whatever it is, not find the necessity to destroy other persons who are given leadership in their arena. This is a much needed thing. I've not seen any attacks here today, but it is something that I think troubles a number of persons who are looking for leadership.
We'll take one response from Mr. Williams, and then we'll have to move to the next question.
On the point that Percy was dealing with, the question of unity, that I'm firmly convinced that we run the danger of falling into a trick bag when we concentrate on, when we devote so much attention to what the white man has defined as unity, that it seems to me that we've got to define unity among ourselves. That, you know, that, well, Berkeley can deal with one thing, that we'll deal with another thing. But I don't think that we have to get into the bag that we have one spokesman speaking for black people, two spokesmen, you know, that each of us has to do our own thing. And the white community has yet not been able to deal with this. That they keep on asking what do black folks want. Well, I really don't know what all black folks want. I know what I want. But I think that we've got to realize that unity can exist at times, but it isn't necessary for all of us to be talking the same words, the same tone of voice all the time. That just won't work. You know, that when we deal with that ourselves, you know, that we can get it together. But if we fall in the bag that I've got to follow somebody because they're the leader, you know, that's not going to work.
Jim, you're not suggesting that I'm implying that
no.
We all ought to follow one leader.
No, I'm not Percy.
Because I'm very annoyed by the suggestion that we ought to have one leader.
That's right.
Oh, I wouldn't be opposed to it now. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I would not be opposed to it. All America is Nixon and all China is Mao. I wouldn't be opposed to it at all if all Africa and all the people were one.
Totally, as long as I could vote for who my leader would be.
Oh, that's no problem, as long as he's representing the interests of the people.
No, but I can vote for him also still.
Yeah, you can vote for him. You can vote for him. But what we've seen, for example, in the electoral politics, how jive it is. Because we've just seen that Nixon has been elected because of maneuvering and tricks and a lot of nonsense. We've just seen that. So
what I'm really talking about in the vote is the philosophical aspect.
I understand.
I'm really saying that I'll have some actual choice.
But
I'm not contrasting this with any other system.
I know you will, because the reason is America always makes it look that if you have another system, you won't have these freedoms that America has. Freedom to vote, you know, freedom to do this, freedom to do that.
Freedom to starve and to suffer.
Exactly. I was coming to the rest of those freedoms.
Thank you. All right, may we have the next question, please?
The name is Diallo, D-I-A-L-L-O, Mahmoud, M-A-H-M-O-U-D. And I'm calling from Dartmouth College in Hanover, New Hampshire. And my question is to Stokely Carmichael, to Angela Davis, and to President Nixon's special advisor, whom I cannot recall the name. Okay. I want to know how they feel about psychiatrist Francis Weslin's theory of...
Excuse me, would you deposit $1.05 for the last 5 minutes?
Okay, I will, please. Hello?
Yes.
Could you let me finish my question before?
Capitalism.
Well, we have to collect for, for 5 minutes. You're not being charged while I collect.
Okay. Hey, what's that?
$1.05.
In Cuba, telephones are free.
For those who haven't.
Give it to everybody.
Sorry about that interruption. That's okay. Diallo Mahmoud from Dartmouth College in Hanover, New Hampshire. And Francis Westlin, who is a psychiatrist, had an interview with Black Journal about 3 weeks ago. And she has developed an attractive theory of black superiority of white people.
Brother, would you just give me your question, please?
Okay, and my question is, how does Stokely Carmichael, Angela Davis, and President Nixon's advisor feel about this theory? And do they agree or disagree with it, and why?
Let me attempt to paraphrase that. First of all, for the caller, as I stated, President Nixon's advisor was unable to be here. However, Mr. Carmichael and Ms. Davis might want to respond. He's referring to Dr. Francis Welsing, who is a black psychiatrist, who says that white racism is due to the fact that whites do not hate blacks because blacks are black. Whites hate blacks because whites are not black. And that racism is a reaction formation to something that you can't be and can't have. And that the state of whiteness is, in essence, a state of genetic deficiency and a state of albinism.
Well, first of all, I would say that in trying to understand what racism is all about, we have to look at history, because as in the other institution, racism is a historical phenomenon. And it developed in conjunction with the development of capitalism. If you look at this country in particular, you see that the ideological whole ideological network of racism arose in order to justify the use of black slaves, the kidnapping of black people from Africa and the use of black slaves in order to lay the basis for an agricultural capitalism in the South, and then eventually in order to provide for the capitalist system in this country a group of people who could be super exploited, who could be used as a reserve labor force. And I think it's important to recognize the fact that the reason why those who presume to be the leaders of this country have resorted so consistently to racism is because of the fact that it assists the ruling class to reap more profits. Let me just give you an example. If you look at the wage differential of black workers and white workers, you have something like $21 billion. If you add Chicanos and Indians and Puerto Ricans and other people of color, you get about $28 billion. Now that $28 billion means a lot to the capitalists of this country. But racism also serves another purpose, and I think it's important to understand this. Racism is used by the rulers of this country in order to convince white people who are also, the masses of white people are also exploited. They aren't exploited as we are, and they are not, there is a qualitative difference in the sense that we are racially and nationally oppressed, whereas white people are not. But white people, the masses of white people are working people, and the fruits of their labor are robbed by the capitalists. But you see, when the worker is focusing all of his attention, the white worker, on black people, and when he thinks that the reason why he is now unemployed is because of the fact that there's a system which gives black people in certain industries job priorities, and when Nixon and all of the others are able to sick white workers on black workers, then they have created a situation where the white worker is not even going to think about the fact that he's being exploited by the capitalists. I mean, I think that the whole question of dividing and ruling has been one of the ways in which the oppressors historically have most efficiently dominated. Racism serves the ruling class in precisely that way. And I think that right now, in this country today, racism is perhaps the fundamental question we are facing. And white people have to understand this, because white people have to understand that they have to wage on their own initiative a struggle against the racism which is also used in order to make it in order to facilitate their own exploitation by those who dominate this country.
Spoken, would you like to respond?
Well, I would say that I imagine that my sister Frances had a lot of examples and certainly documentary facts to back up her theory, and I wouldn't get into disagreeing or agreeing with her. What I would ask is, how do we destroy it? While that may be the major problem, grant her that, let's say that is the major problem, white people are able to enforce racism through capitalism. That's how they amass their power. And racism is really a question of power. That's all it is. It's whether or not one race has more power to inflict punishment on another. For example, if a white boy wants to lynch me, that's his problem. If he lynches me, it's my problem. Thus, it behooves me to build as much power as I can to protect myself against racism, and also to destroy the base that gives the racist the power reality to lynch me or to inflict power upon me. He amasses that through capitalism. Thus, it is my job to thoroughly dismantle that system, which will render him powerless. And once he's rendered powerless, then perhaps we can begin to deal with the question of racism. So I wouldn't, again, the question of, there's no doubt that the major problem that the black man faces all over the world is a problem of economic exploitation. That's the core question. The answer is, how do you get to it? I know that the only way you can get to it is through politics. You must first politically organize before you can amass the economic power.
May we take two quick responses from Judge Booth and Mr. Sutton, and then go
I want to say that much of the attack here today, this evening, has been on Nixon. And I think everybody should know that we're not just on Nixon, we're on the entire society, the entire system as it operates. And I have had a chance to go to South Africa and to Namibia on a couple of occasions, and I've seen how our government, not just the president, but the Congress, the courts, and everything else, our government is sponsoring the racist regime in South Africa and in Namibia. I don't know, I think the media is responsible to a great degree because the media of this country, the press, television, radio, magazines, all of it, have kept from the American public the link between South Africa and the United States. I have found in my dealings in the American Committee on Africa and otherwise that, for example, our Defense Department permits the South African Post Office to use our tracking station in Pretoria, South Africa, for communication purposes. And for communication purposes in order to deal with the black people of South Africa who are now rising up. There is a war on in all of Southern Africa, and the United States is helping the racist regimes there to win the war against black folks by permitting free of charge, the South African Post Office to tack in to our tracking station in Pretoria. We are using the American government and all the American people and the all American tax dollars to help racism there. We likewise are sending ships, airplanes to Portugal so they can use them against black people in Angola and Mozambique. We're doing a great deal of these kinds of things. We're selling herbicides, and we're covering it up by selling these things to private companies, which in turn turn it over to the government and use them against black people in South Africa. And I think that maybe we ought to try to get these facts across to the American people, and particularly to the black American people, so that they can use them to dismantle if we want to. Look, Stokely, you go your way. And I think we can go different ways we want to, but we've got to recognize we've got the same goal. And however way each of us want to go, we ought to recognize that we do have similar goals and we can work toward the same end.
Sir, I've always been for unity in the black community, will always be for it. Our party, the All African People's Revolutionary Party, has been calling for a black united front, the meetings of all black people, irrespective of ideology. We want our people free. Thus, for example, I think this is very beautiful. It's unfortunate we can't get this unless someone calls us to be on TV. But I've always been for that. I learned that from Dr. King and from Malcolm X.
The Newark Black Power Conference, of course, 67, and all the rest since then have indicated the same kind of thing.
May we have a response from Mr. Sutton?
I believe phoned in was whether or not one agreed with the philosophy that racism, white racism, is an anger on the part of whites because they're not black. I don't think that at all. I quite agree with my sister Angela Davis that racism is really a matter of exploitation. It's an economic thing, and whether it's in South Africa or South United States or Northern United States, it is a method of exploitation, and the exploitation does not really benefit the whites. That is not the white working class.
Maybe I did disservice in, and I'm sure I did now, in recalling the theory, because what Dr. Welsing said was that race was the dynamic around which the political and the social system was organized to oppress blacks.
Well, that makes a difference.
Yes.
That does make a difference.
Yes, it does make a difference in question.
Okay, can we have a short remark and then take the next question? Nelson?
Yeah, my comment was on the same question, and I think it's important in terms of the solution or the approach to solving the problem, created by racism, that we come to some clarification again on what it is and where it comes from. And I'm referring to Stokely's comments about, that perhaps was not central. And I'm saying that you can't really devise a strategy to begin to deal with the problem of racism in the society without a comprehension of its source, because and why it's there, where it comes from, the motive forces that created it. And again, I think that leads us back to what Angela said as a point of departure, in our efforts to dismantle racism.
Oh, she gave
All right. Next question, please.
And then let's take him to another.
Robert Alexander, San Antonio, Texas.
You know how I know?
Is it possible to persuade existing black organizations to assign appropriate staff from each of these organizations to convene and develop for presentation a cogent list of priorities? Would it be possible, once this list of priorities has been developed to utilize the network of organizational units such as NACP, Urban League, SCLC, CORE, so forth, and the black colleges in this country to verify this list of priorities as being relevant to our cause, and then to rally the blacks in this country to begin promoting the activities at the local, state, and national level to culminate as the national agenda by 1976, the 200th anniversary of the birth of our country.
Difficulty hearing, I will restate his question. Is it possible to persuade existing black organizations to assign appropriate staffs from each of these organizations to convene and develop for presentation a cogent list of priorities? Would it be possible, once this list of priorities has been developed, to utilize the network of organizational units such as NAACP, Urban League, SCLC, CORE, so forth, and the black colleges in this country to verify this list of priorities and being relevant to our cause, and then to rally the blacks in this country to begin promoting the activities at the local, state, and national levels to culminate as a national agenda by 1976, the 200th anniversary of the birth of our country? Congressman Stokes, would you stab at that?
I think the gentleman's suggestion has merit. What he is, in effect, talking about is coalitions within the black community itself. When we talk politically of being able to acquire real political power, we talk in terms of coalitions. We put white people, black people, Puerto Ricans, Chicanos, white liberals, poor whites all together, and through this process you acquire political power. And it seems to me that when you talk in terms of being able to form coalitions between the races, obviously you ought to be able to form a coalition within the race in terms of unity for the race. So I think the gentleman has merit and that it could well be explored.
Isn't that what we've been doing through the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights? Although it's kind of failed, it seems, in recent years. Also in the Black Political Assembly, and there are other attempts that have been made. I think what he's saying is that we've got to make it work, and that's our function.
As I said, he's asking for something, I think, a little more sophisticated than what has presently been attempted, and that is to come up with the priorities and then put it in the hands of people who are professional thinkers, and then establish the priorities, and then come back to the leadership, organizational leadership, and have goals and objects for 1976 to some sophisticated solution.
We've been having national goals and national priorities prepared since Niagara Conference to Gary. And I think the basic kinds of issues that the black and poor community is faced with, everybody accepts as priorities. So if we're talking about make that a national goal for 1976, they have been the national goal at least since I've understood.
Well, are you satisfied with the implementation of these goals?
No, absolutely not satisfied with the implementation, not even satisfied with the approach to them. What I think we should avoid doing, however, though, is getting ourselves in another study bag where we go back and come back with data and what happened, and we sit down and all agree that those are the
But he gives a cutoff date. He says 1976.
I'd like to give tomorrow.
There are very few holes in his question.
My concern is that the cutoff date is yesterday or tomorrow.
Well, in terms of realism, we have not solved our problems to this date, and he's asking for black leaders and black organizations to give him some plan and give him some date for completion of this work.
Let me address one very important point, though. The Gary Convention came out with a set of listed priorities, whether we agreed or disagreed, those conditions existed in certain places. The Congressional Black Caucus, who after a number of exhausted hearings involving all parts of community thinking, came down also with a list of priorities which was addressed to the National Congress in their State of the Nation message, I believe, in the earlier part of the Congress. Now, anybody who takes a look at what was said there recognizes these to be problems. I don't see the need to have some sort of convening again of black leadership. Part of our problem, Tony, is that we traditionally convene leadership and forget to convene people.
All right, let me be the devil's advocate. Here we are sitting, and perhaps some of you feel a little nervous about being called leaders, but you are, because the term has been stigmatized, and I can understand it. But let's be practical. Here is Mrs. Hamer, who is in the middle of Mississippi, They have a farm corporation. Their farmland, their cotton is underwater. They're starving. Now, what actually do organizations do specifically? 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you send 4 loaves of bread and two ham hocks? Do you go down and, I mean, in terms of saying, well, yes, our brothers and sisters in the rural South are starving. That's an abstract. Now, what do we do? How do we move from nothing to one? This is, I think, the substance of what this brother is asking. I just don't see it not being a legitimate concern.
I'm saying let's talk about a disaster situation, and we talk about the federal government as the institution to relieve that disaster, or local government. What I'm saying is that there is a clear procedure to follow in that situation. For instance, our illustrious leader has declared certain parts of it a disaster area, so fine. The machinery of the Red Cross or whoever cranks up and does something.
But if they had been Jews, the national Jewish community would have fed them. Israel would have aided them. This is, we say on one hand that we can't depend on the federal government. Then when a black person's in trouble, we say the federal government should do something.
I think another point of that, Tony, in terms of our past experience with disaster areas, and I think that perhaps we can advance this discussion a little further using this example, is that in the past when we have had disaster areas in the South, Mississippi in particular, the federal government has acted in discriminatory fashion in administering disaster aid. And one of the things that was needed then was close monitoring by a concerned black community, by skilled black people to go in and at first address the immediate problems that the people had, but as well to make the federal government live up to the standards that it had enunciated for itself.
Not only that, I think that many times we don't understand that unity is a struggle. Because when the black man tries to unify, it is obvious and expected and understood that the white power structure of this country does not want that to happen. Thus, they move in many different ways, not avert, but rather cover to keep the black people divided. Thus, we have a responsibility. You know, if we tried last year and we didn't do it, we tried the year before, we will keep trying because we got to do it. Right. We got to do it.
What is the alternative?
And the other question is that on the question of leaders versus people, it is just a simple systematic way of organizing. You represent the state, county, federal, municipal employees. That's a large number of black people in this country and other people, okay? But large number of black people, undeniably so. You represent that sector. Brother Nelson represents Yobu, which is an organizing group that's all over the country. That's a sector that he represents. The Honorable Percy Sutton, our brother here, represents Harlem. That's a fact. Brother Stokes represents a constituency in Ohio. That's a fact. If these people sit down and come together, they will create an atmosphere in which your constituency, his constituency will now be inspired to come together. Thus, we have to understand what it's about. Just bringing the leaders together is to set an atmosphere of unity. Because when your constituency, when Brother Sutton's constituency, when Brother Stokes' constituency look up to those who they see as national leaders, they see them divided. Thus, it demobilizes them. But if they saw us in constant contact, they would be inspired, and thus we would speed up the process of organizing the very people.
But it's important to understand. I was not
saying... Could we
saying,
make our remarks short?
I was not saying that leaders should not come together. My concern is to not become bogged down in 4 or 5 years of trying to determine priorities. For instance, when the administration came in with their wage price guidelines, more wage control, that was an instant kind of thing that poor people were confronted with. Not rich people, not doctors, not bankers, where interest rates, profits, but wages. I'm saying that we've got to be prepared to deal with that. For instance, the power hunks in the country immediately moved. Steel workers, auto workers, whoever was necessary to relieve the pressure from their people, they could move to get themselves exempted or excluded.
We must be unified.
It's not necessary to be unified. We must be powerful.
All right, thank
you.
Well,
you're going to get power from unity.
All right. Brother Sutton,
only way we're going to get it.
Tony, you pointed out just then with regard to the Jewish community that had there happened within the realm of the interest of the Jewish community that which happens, and you're mentioning in Mississippi to Fannie Lou Hamer, there would have been a different response. We're talking about monitoring the federal government in what it gives. And the Jewish community would have been talking about monitoring the federal government in what it gives, but also in themselves doing something. We have not reached that point in our development, and it goes back to what Angela Davis has said. It is all economic, because until we're able to organize ourselves in whatever movement we have, whatever philosophies we have, to move economically, to structure the brother or sister. The brother or sister is not going to listen to you or to any of us unless we can change the condition of his life, either create a socialist system for him or make his life better in the capitalist system.
Would you accept the Nation of Islam as an example of that?
As an example of what?
As an example of blacks developing the second statement in your analysis.
Yeah, I think, let me just say this, I think the Nation of Islam moves towards what I should like to see. It moves towards doing something for the economic side of black people. Unfortunately, it has not had the impact many of us would wish it would have. And I guess the reason it has not had that impact is because there are not yet a sufficient number of believers. I think Charles and Mary Beard said many years ago the problem with regard to the white work in America is that it was not sufficiently class conscious. I think the problem with black people in America is that we're not sufficiently class conscious. We still keep believing that we're going to make it in the system.
Brother Williams?
The problem of, I want to get back to that question, the problem of setting priorities or developing a national black agenda, I don't think is a difficult one for black people and black groups. I think that the difficulty lies whenever we began our attempt to implement these agendas and priorities. And here is when our ideological differences began to interfere with our ability to function as a collective group. Now, the question also of unity, I think that we must understand that we are a large group of people, something like 40 to 50 million in this country. And there are going to always be differences of opinion. I think our primary concern should be developing some kind of mechanism for operational unity. In other words, when we come up with that national black agenda, with those priorities, then we, despite our different ideologies, should have that kind of mechanism that will embrace all these ideologies so that we can implement the national black agenda. And I think that here where we break down as a collective group, and that can be clearly seen right now in terms of our different political ideologies. Now, for instance, we are constantly loyal to the Democratic Party. We are constantly dampering with the Republican Party. We are constantly we are maintaining a permanent coalition with the white racist union that is one of our greatest enemies in this particular country in terms of keeping black people out of the union and subsequently keeping them unemployed. And I think as black people, you see, if we were to come together, it would be a big argument as to where our loyalties should lie. It would not be with our black goals and objectives, it would be because of these various attachments that we have. And I think that until we develop to the point where our loyalty will be with black people, in terms of our affiliation with any other group, we see that as a tactic and a strategy, and do not let this deter us. I think we would be more effective in implementing the concept.
We must move on. We are running short of time, and I will plead one more time for us to please make our remarks very cogent and not get into it, because I know all of you are very gifted in this respect. Congressman Stokes, would you care to comment?
No, I just wanted to add one additional point to what my brother here has said. Someone a few moments ago mentioned the Jewish people. Now, they may differ ideologically or philosophically about many things. The one thing they all agree upon is Israel. And it seems to me there's a lesson in that for black people.
That's not true.
Okay, but all right.
That's not true. That's not true.
May we?
Okay. Very few disagree.
All right, may we have a comment from him? And then I think
they're in a minority.
I think we do.
Few disagree.
That's right.
I think we do owe it to those who have phoned in questions to try to handle those questions out of courtesy. So could we very expeditiously move toward that? And Mr. Williams, you've been trying to make a point.
Just one point that I hope your viewers don't get the impression from what's been said so far that there is no cooperation in the black community. Because I think, that they might feel that way, that all of us are doing our own thing and we never relate to one another. And I've got to insist, that we do cooperate, that we do form coalitions. So, it isn't as splendid as it might appear.
No, if we don't form coalitions, one has been formed for us.
Well, yeah, by birth.
That's what I mean.
That's trouble. Many times we think we've got something going, and the buck that has caused us to get into those hotels and have those meetings and caucuses and seminars and all the rest has come from the white community without our knowledge sometimes, without the knowledge of some of us. And so therefore the conference takes a tack that is totally different. and also splits us up too because of our ideology. It makes us think about ourselves as being different. We're not. We've got a great deal to work with.
We're going to have one short remark from Ms. Burrell, and then we'll go to the next question.
I think one of the things that needs to be said, Tony, is the fact that political power and the ownership of capital seem somehow to be handmaidens. I think we agreed. I think I've heard that about 4 times here. Well, if that's true, then you decide which one of those comes first. I'm sure that you'd better have some money before the political power comes. I think that's what Congressman talked about a little bit earlier. Little old ladies in tennis shoes that get 20,000 votes for a candidate don't have access to it. But some guy that gave $20,000 does, and that's the difference. And it comes as a result of the ownership of business. And if we're talking about the ownership of capital, then that gets to be important. And all capitalists don't have to own a little grocery store. I mean, there's a broad middle class in this country.
They're not capitalists.
Okay. They're not capitalists. But my point to answer
Mr. Sutton said they could get to see him. Okay, thank you. All right, may we have the next question, please?
My name is Marva Dorsey. I live in San Francisco. And my question was, with the war ending in Vietnam and unemployment, the rate of unemployment climbing as it has, does anyone on the panel see a possibility of race riots occurring across the country?
The question was, with the war in Vietnam ending and unemployment, I assume, rising, the rate of unemployment climbing as it has, does anyone see the possibility of race riots occurring across the country?
Certainly. The potential is here. We've put all this money for so many years into Vietnam, fighting a war in a place that we shouldn't be fighting, intervening in a civil disagreement is really what it is there, and yet doing nothing to structure people as they come back here. Grand unemployment with the Nixon administration leading in an attitude to continue to do nothing, cutbacks all along the line. Right here in the city of New York just recently, I think we might have had a riot where a policeman shot a 10-year-old boy in the back. There was great disorder in the vicinity of the house in which the youngster lived. Now, if the Nixon administration continues its cutback, and had this been summertime when that youngster was shot in the back, I think you might have found a riot right here in New York.
Let me clarify the fine language of this question. And the question says race riots. It doesn't, this question doesn't say the rebellions of the 60s in which blacks were burning up their own houses and, robbing liquor stores.
Let me carry it to, right. Let me respond to that. I don't think if we have riots again, I think blacks are much more sophisticated than we were in the early 60s and much more bold than we were in the early 60s. And I don't think the disorders are going to be confined to black communities. There are a lot of brothers and sisters who are much more bold than before who will carry the disorders, if we want to term them that, into the white community, to the downtown banks, to the where the power structure is. Yes, I think there's a grand possibility of disorder and race riots. I would hope not.
Well, I think that we have a responsibility because no doubt the atmosphere is that we have a responsibility to construct that consciousness that will now rise and to guide it in whatever channels we see, irrespective of whether we say we're violent or nonviolent. I think we do have a responsibility to try and channel that.
Right, because while we can agree on an increase in racism, I think it would be inappropriate to draw the conclusion that will manifest itself in race riots, and in fact, it becomes our responsibility to work to make sure it does not.
Let's see if I understood the question, whether there was a possibility.
Yes.
And my answer, yes, was a possibility.
Well, I agree with you.
As related to unemployment.
We have an obligation.
Right.
Of course we
do. A responsibility to channel it. Now, it can take different forms.
All right, gentlemen, Mrs. Hammond.
It's things that I really don't understand about that war, because I've never seen the war end and people still shooting. Now, I don't understand that. When they make that clear to me, then I really want somebody to clarify that, because in number 2, I couldn't understand why so many black men were sent over there to fight, and everybody I seen talking that got off of them planes was white men. It's just a lot of things that I don't understand about that. This is enough to make people upset, because that upset me. that upset other people, because I do know that it was more than white people went to Vietnam. And I know that, you know, somebody else should have been, you know, it was two things that really upset a lot of people in the South. And I can't understand, if the war is over and the prisoner is home, why they still shooting.
I think the point is clear. The war in Southeast Asia is still going on, but as well there is now an increased war here at home in terms of the conditions that people are having to live under and the conditions that returning veterans are having to face. As part of the National Conference of Black Lawyers, I traveled in Asia very recently and talked to many of the black servicemen and women in the brigs and the stockades and in the courts, and talked to them in their barracks, and I checked out as well the situation here in the United States, people who are about to be released under administrative discharges and the whole range of less than honorable discharges that the system has put upon these people. And I think that not only do we have to take Sister Hamer's point about the war going on in Southeast Asia, there's a war going on right here in the United States in terms of the conditions that these people are going to have to face when they come out and the kind of lives that they're going to be forced to live. And I think that has implications not only for the black community, but for the entire American community.
I'd just like to say to Ms. Hamer that war was going on when we got there. They were shooting when we got there, and now that we've left, they're still shooting. And I wish we'd left that part out that comes in between. I wish we'd never joined the shooting, and they just let them keep on shooting like they're doing now.
It's capitalism that sent us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I can't.
The next question, please.
I didn't do it, Stokely.
Mrs. Hamer's point is that they have not really left.
May we have the next question, please?
Still there.
My name is Ronald Woodson. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. Question is, I want to know, would it be feasible and would it be much more beneficial to black people if we had, as we say we have, a home to call our home, like Africa, like we could relate to our brothers in Africa as do the Jews do to Israel? Would this give us more of a nation-time feeling than the direction we are now presently taking in this country?
I think, Mr. Carmichael, we're all waiting on you to answer that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My brother, I thank you. Africa is our home. Africa is our mother. Undeniably, it is our home. I think that we get confused, and that's why our struggle becomes so confused, because a nationalist pre-awakening is a necessity for anti-imperialist struggle. All countries go through their nationalist stage before they go into that serious, the Vietnamese, the Chinese, the Cubans. And our problem is that we don't really understand nationalism. When you say nation, you talk about land. Our land is Africa. That's undeniable. This land is not our land. This land is not our land. This land is not the white man's land. He's just a European settler on this land. This land is the red man's land. And the red man will raise contradictions to get his land back. And when it does, black people have to be crystal clear what our position is. The red man fighting in Wounded Knee right now, our position can only be but one. We support him to reclaim his land, while we also wage our struggle to take back our land. Now, the way people now ask the question is, well, Brother Stokely, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to leave America and go to Africa? I think that's an incorrect way of phrasing the question. Once we understand that Africa is our home, then the way we raise the question is, Brother Stokely, I'm in America. What can I do to help home? Right. Now, once the question is raised that way, then we see it more clearly. But it's undeniable that when you fight revolution, you fight for land.
Thank you.
Fight for land.
Very few minutes. I'm going to try to get to another question. Next question, please.
My name is Deidre Carter, and I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. And my question is on census taking, and the fact that from 1900 to 1970, according to the World Almanac, the Negro Almanac, and census, why we have still remained 10% to 11% of the total population, and exactly who is the minority on a national and an international scale.
Thank you very much.
She was asking, in essence, are we the minority or the majority on an international scale?
I know it's right here where we are. We're in the minority, but we may be, as a part of black people and brown people, in the majority worldwide.
Even as black people, we're the majority.
I think we have time for one more question. We have a very few seconds.
My name is Osoro Lewis. You got that?
Yes.
And one of the questions is directed to Stokely Carmichael.
Yeah,
which is, how can you be in Africa and America at the same time?
Could you answer that very succinctly? I'm sure there's a very short answer to that.
Very simply. When I was in Africa for the last 4 years, my mother was in America and she was in Trinidad. But she's my mother. I have a responsibility to take care of her. I took care of my mother wherever she was. For my brother, I would tell him that he should read the works of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, and he will see that the Honorable Marcus Garvey never saw Africa, never saw it. Yet it is undeniable that the Honorable Marcus Garvey worked harder for Africa than any man in his lifetime during that period, and he never saw
We have a few seconds. Angela, let me ask you, what is your involvement now in the political prisoner movement specifically? We have about a half a minute.
Well, we are trying to build a movement embracing all of those thousands and tens of thousands who supported me, as well as anybody else who can see the need to free more political prisoners and victims of political repression. We're talking about fighting around the case of Ruchell McGee, the San Quentin Six, Carlos Feliciano, Rap Brown right here in New York. I was visiting just
Angela,
a few days ago Ruchell McGee in San Quentin.
I hate to interrupt you. I feel like the bad guy on this program, but it's been very interesting, and I'm sure the audience has gotten some tremendous insights. Black Journal would like to thank you for coming and giving us your ability and your wisdom.
Well, we thank you for helping to bring us together. If even on this level, it will now inspire us to work harder to unite amongst ourselves.
Amen, brother.
Presenting history's best on PBS.
They came from different lands, all facing an uncertain future. English and Ashanti, Mende and Portuguese, German and Igbo, Fanti and Spaniard, French and Angolan, some seeking adventure or riches or religious freedom. Others were captives, bartered and sold like cattle. Together they would build a nation and struggle over the very meaning of freedom and create the America we have inherited today.
I don't think you can understand race relations today without understanding slavery. Even though people will say, I didn't do it, my father didn't do it, even my grandparents, they didn't do it. One of the things that's essential is to know that slavery is not just a Southern institution, it's an American institution.
What evolves in North America is the belief system where to be black meant to be a slave, and to be a slave meant to be black.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. Why is it self-evident? It came from God. They're inalienable. Government secures them. Remarkable document. Didn't apply to black folks. And the man who wrote those words, Thomas Jefferson, kept slaves. He also wrote sometime later to a friend, if there is a just God, we're going to pay for this.
Slavery and freedom existed side by side in this country. I think the issue is, did it always have to be that way? And the early history of America indicates that it probably did not.
Your country, how came it yours? Before the pilgrims landed, we were here. Your country, how came it yours? Before the pilgrims landed, we were here.
Africans in America has been made possible by a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities, expanding America's understanding of who we were, who we are, and who we will be.
They were torn from homes and families, yet they never let go of their courage and perseverance, and our nation is stronger because of it. That's why Africans in America is proudly brought to you by Bankers Trust, architects of value.
A home is more than four walls and a roof. It's safer streets, better schools, stronger communities. The American Dream. The Fannie Mae Foundation, helping Americans on the path to home ownership.
It's not just African American history, it's American history. McDonald's is proud to support this presentation of Africans in America. Additional funding is provided by the Ford Foundation, the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, Stratford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and the annual financial support of PBS viewers like you.
In the year 1645, in the colony that was called Virginia, in the county of Northampton, after a season of disputes, a white man and a black man went into the field and there divided their crop and their land. According to the testimony given in court, the man named Anthony the Negro said, "Mr. Taylor and I have divided our corn, and I am very glad of it, for now I know mine own ground." In America, it seemed, all men would be equal, all men would be free. In April 1607, 3 vessels carrying 105 colonists landed at a place they named Jamestown, at the edge of the Virginia wilderness. They hoped to establish the first permanent English settlement in the New World. There, Englishmen would build a new promised land, the brave new world that their poet Shakespeare dreamed. A free land, built by free men.
The dreams were utopian initially.
colonies without coercion, without oppression, where each man would be regarded as free and equal. There was a lot of idealism, I think, in the early settlements in the New World. A lot of idealism, which I think didn't stand much to the test of experience.
Englishmen believed that their God had ordained them to spread his word, and that they had the God-given right to drive out all unwilling to live according to English law. But in the first 2 years, the colonists learned that they were unprepared for life in the American wilderness.
The 4th day of September died Thomas Jacob Sargent. The 5th day there died Benjamin Beast. Our men were destroyed with cruel diseases, of swellings, flixes, burning fevers, and by wars, and some departed suddenly. But for the most part, they died of mere famine. There were never Englishmen left in a foreign country in such misery as we were in this new discovered Virginia. George Percy.
In 1609, 500 settlers lived in the Jamestown colony. By the spring of 1610, only 60 were left alive.
About the latter end of August, a Dutch man of war arrived at Point Comfort. The commander's name, Captain Jope. He brought not anything but 20 and odd Negroes, which the governor bought in exchange for food. John Rolfe, Virginia colonist.
In 1619, a year before the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock, a mystery ship appeared out of a violent storm off the Virginia coast. No one recorded the ship's name, but somewhere on the high seas, she had robbed a Spanish vessel of a cargo of Africans. In search of supplies, she traded the Africans for food. They had been baptized and given Christian names. As Christians, they could not be enslaved for life under English law. Like most Europeans in the colony, they were purchased to work as servants for a limited number of years. The new arrival supplied much-needed labor for the tobacco crop that was making men rich. Settlers were planting tobacco in the streets of Jamestown, carving plantations out of the surrounding wilderness, and shipping some 60,000 pounds a year back to England.
Once tobacco is established as a viable commodity, then the more land you control, the bigger profits you can make. And in order to make those profits, you need more labor, and you look for that labor wherever you can find it.
Well, the colony builders initially intended to rely almost exclusively on white indentured servants as a labor force to cultivate the crops that were being grown in Virginia, principally tobacco. And in order to create these raw materials or goods, you often needed labor.
Here's a help to the company and one to my life.
The world the Africans entered was controlled by wealthy Englishmen and populated by the English poor, most under the age of 25. In return for passage to Virginia, they had traded 4 to 7 years of their labor. They were bound to a master by an indenture form, a contract, that defined length of service and the conditions of servitude. Most were promised freedom dues after their service, a bushel of corn, a new suit of clothes, and 100 acres of land. Under Virginia's head right system, a planter was entitled to 50 acres of land where each servant brought into the colony.
The issue always was how long that indenture would be and under what conditions you would be forced to work. At its best, it was a short, friendly apprenticeship. At its worst, it was a long and exploitative situation in which you might die before you ever obtained your freedom.
By 1622, 3,000 new settlers drawn by the opportunities of the tobacco boom had arrived in Virginia. 2 years later, the first Negro child was born in the colony. He was named William Tucker, after a Virginia planter. The prosperity that began in 1619 and the dream of a new Eden, of people peacefully coexisting under English law, was seriously threatened in March 1622. On Good Friday, some 30 nations of the Powhatan Confederacy, angered by English violation of land treaties, attacked without warning and attempted to drive the English back into the sea. Along the James River, the Indians killed 350 colonists. On the Bennett plantation alone, 52 people died. Among the 12 who survived was a man named Antonio.
Here's an individual that arrives as one of the first African Americans in the history of what became the United States. He does what almost no one in early Virginia managed to do, and that is live. Everyone is dying of disease, of violence, and in a sense he's lucky.
He had been brought to the colony the year before to work tobacco along the James River. His name appeared in the 1625 Virginia census as Antonio a Negro. He was listed as a servant.
He comes to Virginia, finds a society that is just developing. He's getting in on the ground floor, as it were. I don't know if he was able to immediately envision that there would be opportunities for him here that weren't available elsewhere. I don't know that anyone could have foretold that.
When Antonio arrived, the laws of Virginia did not as yet define racial slavery. They governed only the status of servants. At some point, Antonio changed his name to Anthony Johnson and married a Negro servant named Mary from a neighboring plantation. She bore him 4 children. By 1640, it is clear Anthony and Mary were no longer servants. They had acquired their own modest estate on Virginia's eastern shore.
As Johnson prospered, as he obtained land and cattle, he also acquired dependent laborers. What made all of this society go was property. Your identity in the society was determined rather obviously by the amount of land, the amount of labor that you owned.
Anthony Johnson was enjoying privileges belonging to a free Englishman. He claimed 5 workers as head rights and expanded his property to 250 acres along the Pongateek Creek. At least some of his workers were white. By 1650, Anthony was one of 400 black people in Virginia out of a population of almost 19,000 settlers. In Northampton County, where Johnson lived, nearly 20 African men and women were free, and 13 owned their own homes.
As Anthony Johnson is accumulating property, it seems as though his situation is secure. You get a sense of this individual, this black man, being treated like any white planter. and his wife and daughters being treated like the wife of a planter.
At an early moment when men and women were sorting themselves out, when the rules, the etiquette of race, labor, were not so clear. At this moment, in one county in Virginia, it was not foreordained that race relations would become what they did become.
In 1640, the year Anthony Johnson purchased his first piece of land, 3 servants had run away from a Virginia plantation and headed for Maryland. Captured and returned to their owner, they were tried for breaking their contract.
The said 3 servants shall receive the punishment of whipping and to have 30 stripes apiece. One called Victor, a Dutchman, the other a Scotchman called James Gregory, shall first serve out their times according to their indentures, and 1 whole year apiece after, and after that to serve the colony for 3 whole years apiece. The third, being a Negro named John Punch, shall serve his said master or his assigns for the time of his natural life. Jamestown Court Recorder.
The time of his natural life. According to all the legal records that survived, no white servant in America ever received such a sentence.
So what begins to happen in the 1640s is that those who are controlling the Virginia colony say to themselves, the fluidity that we've seen in the past, the fluidity that has allowed an Anthony Johnson to serve less than a life term, to acquire his own piece of ground, to develop a free status, is not something that we want to project as going further in the future. We want to close down that opportunity. We want to begin to show some distinctions.
The English definition of who could be enslaved began to shift from non-Christian to non-white. For Anthony and other Africans in America, the idea of an equal chance in the colonies was now under attack. In 1641, Massachusetts became the first colony on the British American mainland to recognize slavery as a legal institution. Connecticut followed in 1650, Maryland in 1663, New York and New Jersey in 1664. Virginia legally recognized slavery in 1661, and a year later, a Virginia court decided that all children born in the colony would be free or slave according to the condition of the mother. In Virginia, slavery would be defined by race and perpetuated through heredity.
Perhaps in the middle of the 17th century, if you were one of several thousand Africans living in Virginia, you certainly knew that your children would be free. You might have that expectation. And to suddenly find themselves involved in lifelong servitude, and then to realize that in fact their children might inherit the same status, that was a terrible blow. That was a terrible transformation.
I looked in the east, I looked in the west.
For the first 50 years of the colony, most of the unfree labor force had been European, but that was about to change. Word of the hard life in Virginia had gotten back to England, and the colonial government faced a growing shortage of servant labor. Also troubling the colony were the thousands of free men, most former indentured servants, who were unemployed and roaming the countryside.
About slavery and Horace to a garden.
The problem they face is not only a decreasing supply of indentured servants,
But they face this increasing problem of what to do with all these indentured servants once they live out their term, and a lot of them were surviving. They had to be given land. They had to be given their freedom dues, and one of those dues included even guns, and there was a lot of unrest in Virginia.
In 1661, servants rebelled in York County. 2 years later, Gloucester County authorities foiled a plot by 9 servants to steal arms and ammunition and march on the seat of colonial government. In 1676, the unrest in Virginia exploded into civil war. An army of 500, free men, servants, and slaves, rebelled against the colonial establishment's restriction on available lands. They attacked peaceful Indians, ransacked property, and burned Jamestown, sending the governor into hiding.
This disorder that the indentured servant system had created made racial slavery to Southern slaveholders much more attractive, because what were black slaves now? Well, they were a permanent, dependent labor force who could be defined as a people set apart. They were racially set apart. They were outsiders. They were strangers. And in many ways, throughout the world, with a couple possible exceptions, slavery has taken root especially well when the people who are enslaved are defined as strangers, as outsiders, and can therefore be put into an inheritable, permanent status of slavery.
I understand there are some slave ships expected into York River now every day. I desire you to buy me 5 or 6 slaves, whereof 3 or 4 to be boys, a man and a woman. The boys from 8 to 17 or 18, the rest as young as you can procure them. William Fitzhugh, Virginia Planter, 1681.
Few ships coming from Africa made the voyage beyond the Caribbean to sell their cargoes on the mainland of British America. In 1672, the King of England chartered the Royal African Company, encouraging it to expand the British slave trade. Shareholders included 15 English lords and 25 sheriffs, the governor of Virginia, and John Locke, the philosopher of liberty. In its first 16 years, the company transported nearly 90,000 Africans to the Americas.
In the last decade of the 17th century, it was possible to imagine that in a single year, the number of new Africans arriving would equal the total black population in the colony, or close to it. These were men and women that had no sense of the world they were getting into, and they seemed to whites as very alien, foreign, unknowable.
The Europeans look upon these people and they project an image on them. They project an identity, and that identity is African. What that means is non-American. What that means is non-European. What that means is separation.
All servants imported and brought into this country who are not Christian in their native land shall be counted and be slaves. If any slave resists his master correcting such slave, and shall happen to be killed in such, it shall not be accounted felony. If any Negro shall absent himself from his master's service and lie hid and lurking, and if he shall resist any person employed to apprehend the said Negro, then it shall be lawful for such person to kill the said Negro. Virginia General Assembly, June 1680.
We think about slavery as this complete package. It just came to evil landowners, and it didn't happen that way. It happened one law at a time, one person at a time. And as landowners felt the need to control a different behavior, year after year, they added more laws until finally 1691, they passed the law that made it illegal to free a black slave unless they were leaving the colony. So by then, it was pretty much set that this was going to be a slave society.
To move from indentured servitude to racial slavery means that they're setting their own history on a course where freedom is going to depend on slavery, where the political economy of a major portion of these colonies is going to depend on slavery, where the freedom of some is going to depend on the bondage of others. It means that the American colonies, this jewel of the British Empire, is living this contradictory history now of a society that is increasingly rooted in a labor system that's human bondage, that's racial slavery.
Anthony Johnson moved his family out of Virginia and north to Maryland. There he leased 300 acres he called Tony's Vineyard. On that farm, Anthony Johnson died. Back in Virginia, a jury decided that the land Anthony had left behind could be seized by the state because he was a Negro and by consequence an alien.
One wonders how Johnson would have viewed this changing world of Virginia. He lived a very long time. He survived and did quite well. By the standards of the day, building up properties, hundreds of acres, and cattle. By the standards of the time, anyone would say he did quite well. There's no reason to believe, as of, say, the 1670s, that the Johnson family is going to be squeezed out.
Within a few years, Anthony's grandson, John, purchased another 44 acres, and in memory of his grandfather's homeland, called the farm Angola.
By the time the end of the century came, Anthony Johnson's children and grandchildren may well have been fighting to stay free. Many free people were sold into slavery. No, they couldn't prove that they were free. They had no way of letting anybody know that they were free. So if a plantation owner came by and said, "This is my slave and I want to sell him," you were sold.
By the end of the century, nearly 58,000 people lived in the colony. 16,000 were listed as Negroes. In 1705, the Virginia Assembly passed laws clearly defining the distinction between a slave and a servant, relegating all slaves to the status of real estate. The next year, John, the third generation of Johnsons in America, died without an heir. That would be the last mention of the plantation named for Anthony's birthplace. Angola Plantation, like the Johnsons themselves, disappeared from the record books of colonial America.
The African trade is a trade of the most advantage to this kingdom of any we derive, and as it will all profit, it is indeed the best traffic the kingdom hath, as it doth occasionally give so vast an employment to our people both by sea and land. John Carey, Bristol, England.
In 1698, the English Parliament ended the monopoly of the Royal African Company on the African slave trade. It became the right of every free-born British subject to trade in slaves. Over the next half-century, the number of Africans transported to the British colonies in British ships increased from 5,000 to 45,000 a year. England became the largest trafficker in slaves in the Western world. It is the first principle and foundation of all the rest, said one British writer, the mainspring of the machine which sets every wheel in motion. He was born Igbo, the son of a tribal elder, the favorite of his mother. He died an Englishman, the father of 2 daughters, and the husband of an English woman. At the age of 11, Olaudah Equiano was kidnapped by Africans and sold to Europeans.
Obonye ka anyị na-achọ, obonye ka anyị na-achọ, ekwanụ ka anyị na-achọ, nzumalizo. Obonye ka anyị na-achọ, obonye ka anyị na-achọ, ekwanụ ka anyị na-achọ, nzumalizo. Ojebe nkụ ya na-ata, ochube iyi ya na-ata, ojebe afịa ya na-ata, ekwanụ ka anyị na-achọ, nzumalizo.
When the grown people were gone far in the fields to labor, the children generally assembled together to play. And some of us often used to get up into a tree to look out for any assailant or kidnapper that might come upon us. One day, when only I and my sister were left to mind the house, 2 men and a woman got over our walls, and in a moment seized us both without giving us time to cry out or to make any resistance. They stopped our mouths and ran off with us. Olaudah Equiano.
Obonye ka anyị na-achọ, obonye ka anyị na-achọ, ekwanụ ka anyị na-achọ, nzumalizo. Obonye ka anyị na-achọ, obonye ka anyị na-achọ, ekwanụ ka anyị na-achọ, nzumalizo. Who are we looking for? Who are we looking for? It's Ekwano we're looking for, nzumalizo. Has he gone to the stream? Let him come back. Has he gone to the market? Let him come back. Has he gone to the farm? Let him return. It's Ekwano we're looking for, nzumalizo.
For more than 4 centuries, people disappeared from the savannas, the rainforests, and the villages of Black Africa. Farmers and craftspeople, commoners and African nobility. Most were strong young men, aged 15 to 25. But women and children were also taken and sold. To obtain slaves, Africans waged war, destroying communities, stealing people. To escape the spreading violence, many moved into the interior, abandoning family compounds, farms, entire villages. In West Africa, more than 20 million people were kidnapped into slavery. Only half would survive the journey to the coast. The boy Equiano was one of the survivors.
At last, I came to the banks of a large river. I was beyond measure surprised at this, as I had never before seen any water larger than a pond or rivulet. and to my surprise was mingled with no small fear when I was put into one of these canoes and we began to paddle and move along the river.
On the journey to the coast, Equiano passed from one African master to another. Once he was sold for 172 cowrie shells. He learned 3 different languages, traveled some 800 miles, and encountered people and customs unfamiliar and frightening to him. After close to 7 months of travel on foot and by boat, he reached the African coast.
The first object that saluted my eyes when I arrived on the coast was the sea, and a slave ship which was then riding at anchor and waiting for its cargo. These filled me with astonishment that was soon converted into terror. O Lauda Equiano.
It was an ancient business, this trade in human beings between Africa and Europe. "50 years before Columbus sailed to the New World, Portuguese explorers had sailed to West Africa. At first seeking gold, they built a fort in 1482 and called it Elmina, the mine. The Portuguese pointed their guns toward the Atlantic to guard not against Africans, but against European competitors. Over time, the castle changed hands from the Portuguese to the Dutch, and finally the British. And the trade changed from gold to human beings.
Concerning the trade on this coast, we notified Your Highness already that it has completely changed into a slave coast, and that nowadays the natives no longer occupy themselves with the search for gold, but rather make war on each other in order to furnish slaves. The Gold Coast has changed into a complete slave coast. Willem de la Palma, Director, Dutch West India Company.
Along the west coast of Africa, from Senegal in the north to the Cameroons in the south, the Europeans built some 60 forts and castles, warehouses for European merchandise and for African slaves. Called factories, they were commercial centers where agents or factors traded rum, cloth, and guns for human beings and gold.
The most notable item is the slave house, which lies below ground. It consists of vaulted cellars divided into several apartments which can easily hold 1,000 slaves. Captain John Barbeau, French slave trader.
In dungeons built deep into the ocean rock, people waited. Sometimes a day, sometimes a year. These chambers would be their last memory of Africa. When a slave ship arrived and anchored off the coast, they would be led out from the darkness to the beach.
As the slaves come down to feeder from the inland country, they are put into a booth or prison near the beach. When the Europeans are to receive them, they are brought out into a large plain where the surgeons examine every one of them, all stark naked. Each which have passed as good is marked on the breast with a red-hot iron imprinting the mark of the French, English, or Dutch companies. In this, particular care is taken that the women, as tenderest, be not burnt too hard. Captain John Barbeau, French slave trader.
The white people did not need to be present in the interior of Africa. All they needed to do was to supply the weapons. The people they dealt with were those coastal peoples right on the coastline who controlled the territory down there. So Kwano would not have met, maybe not even heard of white people.
I have found no place where I can enlarge my fortune so soon as where I now live. In this manner, we spend the prime of youth among Negroes, scraping the world for money, the universal god of mankind, until death overtakes us. Nicholas Owen, slave trader.
Europeans died like flies in that climate. The average expectation was 3 or 4 years, really. And so they had to make money while they could, because they knew they didn't have much time. So in that sense, of course, they were trapped. They were caught in the web of the system and held there and died there.
The Europeans made more than 54,000 voyages to trade in human beings. No one will ever know the exact number of people taken from the shores of West Africa, but more than 11 million have been counted in the records that remain. Most headed for South America and the Caribbean islands, some 500,000 to the mainland of North America.
December 29th, 1724. No trade today, though many traders came on board. They informed us that the people are gone to war within land and will bring prisoners enough in 2 or 3 days, in hopes of which we stay. December 30th, 1724. No trade yet, but our traders came on board today and informed us the people had burnt 4 towns of their enemies, so that tomorrow we expect slaves. Liverpool Surgeon.
Received on this cargo 46 men, 34 women, 14 boys, 6 girls, and 147 chests of corn. The rest of the goods delivered onshore to Cape Coast and Accra to Mr. Harbin. William Dexter, ship's captain.
Ship captains were cautioned not to buy all their slaves from one place. Africans who knew each other, who spoke the same language, were more likely to conspire and rebel.
There would be maybe 25 seamen and the ship's officers. There might have been a crew of 30. And these 30 had to control maybe 300 men, black men and women, who were aware of being abducted and who were desperate and who were dangerous, because they were obviously waiting to seize any opportunity that was offered to rebel and to take over the ship and to kill the crew, and that did happen fairly frequently. The only way that this could be contained was by a system of fear.
I was now persuaded that I had got into a world of bad spirits, and that they were going to kill me. Their complexions, too, differing so much from ours. Their long hair, and the language they spoke, which was very different from any I had ever heard, united to confirm me in this belief. I no longer doubted my fate. I asked if we were going to be eaten by those white men with horrible looks, red faces, and long hair. O lauda equiano.
Captains call the voyage from West Africa to the New World the Middle Passage, the middle leg of a triangular course that began and ended in Europe. From English ports, ships sailed to Africa to trade goods for slaves. Then the human cargo was taken to the Americas and traded for raw materials, which were then carried back to England and sold. The crossing from Africa to the Americas usually took 60 to 90 days, but some voyages took as long as 4 or even 6 months. Bad weather and sickness could turn any trip into a nightmare.
The cramped quarters of ships being packed in such a way that a slave will be between the legs of another slave and having to lie in the feces. The lack of air, the longer this trip takes, the more suffocating.
The surgeon, upon going between decks in the morning to examine the situation of the slaves, frequently finds several dead, and sometimes a dead and living Negro fastened by their irons together. When this is the case, they are brought upon the deck. The living Negro is disengaged and the dead one thrown overboard. Alexander Falconbridge, ship's surgeon.
There are no doubt people who went mad. Inability to communicate, decisions having to be made, and this person is suffering as yourself. Does one help? Does one simply try to make it the best that one can alone, not knowing where am I being taken? What is my fate? For weeks, months, depending what the point of origin was.
One day, 2 of my wearied countrymen who were chained together somehow made it through the nettings and jumped into the sea. Immediately, another quite dejected fellow also followed their example, and I believe many more would have very soon done the same if they had not been prevented by the ship's crew, who were instantly alarmed. Ulauda Equiano.
The idea, I think, was that the slave cannot be allowed to die by his own will and intention. He cannot be allowed to die voluntarily. If he's going to die, it must be at the hands of his captors, so that in that case he doesn't spread a dangerous example.
Monday, 11th December. By the favor of divine providence, made a timely discovery today that the slaves were forming a plot for insurrection. Surprised 2 of them attempting to get off their irons, and in their rooms found knives, stones, shot, etc., and a cold chisel. There appeared 8 principally concerned in protecting the mischief, and 4 boys in supplying them with the above instruments. Put the boys in irons, and slightly in the thumb screws to urge them to a full confession. Captain John Newton.
We stood in arms, firing on the revolted slaves, of whom we killed some and wounded many. And many of the most mutinous leapt overboard and drowned themselves in the ocean with much resolution. James Barbow, English sailor, 1701.
Often did I think many of the inhabitants of the deep much happier than myself. Every circumstance I met with served only to render my state more painful and heighten my apprehensions and my opinion of the cruelty of whites. O laudo, Equiano.
The slavers, they knew at one level that these were human beings, because they were obviously clearly human beings. At the same time, they were objects of profit. And those two concepts couldn't obviously be really reconciled, and they never were reconciled. It was just, I think, that the humane, the sense of the humanity of these people was simply suppressed for the sake of gold. And the shocking thing is that human beings are able indefinitely to suppress the urgings of their common humanity and to deny it for the sake of making profits.
Is not the slave trade entirely a war with the heart of man? And surely that which is begun by breaking down the barriers of virtue involves in its continuance destruction to every principle and buries all sentiment in ruin. O lauda, Equiano.
The Middle Passage ended for Equiano on the island of Barbados, one of the most profitable colonies in the British Empire. On Barbados, it was calculated that it was cheaper to work slaves to death and replace them with new slaves than to treat them humanely. Within 3 years of arrival, 1 out of 3 slaves would die. The boy Equiano, judged too small to cut sugarcane, was shipped north to the mainland of British America. On the mainland, the plantation system of Barbados was admired and imitated, particularly on the Carolina coast.
South Carolina started as the colony of a colony. Barbados had become overpopulated with the younger sons of English merchants and with their slaves. And in both cases, they began to look around, cast around for new places. And within the first decade after South Carolina's initial settlement, there were just loads of immigrants from Barbados who brought with them slaves from Barbados, but more important than just bringing slaves, unlike Virginia, they brought a fully conceived idea of slavery.
On the shores of the Ashley River stands Middleton Place, home to one of Carolina's oldest families. Middleton family members were destined to become part of the Carolina elite. A governor, a congressman, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. The family had been among the first settlers arriving from Barbados in 1678, with a land grant in Goose Creek, just 14 miles north of Charleston, Carolina's slave trading center. By 1706, a second generation of Middletons had almost tripled the size of the family's land holdings to 5,000 acres of Carolina wilderness. At age 25, young Arthur Middleton was master of the Oaks plantation.
Dear Sarah, Mr. Arthur Middleton is married to my sister and was a schoolfellow with me when I was at Carolina. He is a sensible man and one of the richest in the country, with upwards of 100 Negroes. Thomas Amory.
Racial slavery turns out to be extraordinarily profitable for the people who have seized control. The planter can complain in his diary that it's been a bad year, or the crop is weak, or the rainy season lasted too long, but year in and year out, tremendous profits are being made.
The immigrants from Barbados had searched for a cash crop that would make them rich. Families like the Middletons found it. It was rice. The most prized Africans in Carolina were from Angola, Senegambia and the Windward Coast, people who brought the rice-growing skills the Europeans did not have.
Rice is the most unhealthy work in which the slaves were employed, and they sank under it in great numbers. The causes of this dreadful mortality are the constant moisture and heat of the atmosphere, together with the alternate floodings and drying of the fields, on which the Negroes are perpetually at work, often ankle-deep in mud, with their bare heads exposed to the fierce rays of the sun. Captain Basil Hall.
Many masters can't be persuaded that Negroes and Indians are otherwise than beasts, and use them like such. I daily perceive that many things are done here out of a worldly principle, little for God's sake. Francis Lejeune, Anglican minister.
In 1706, the Middletons donated 4 acres of land for a church in Goose Creek. Francis Lejeune, the first full-time Anglican minister, was not opposed to slavery, but he preached that all men, regardless of color, had immortal souls. He earned a reputation for spending time with the Negroes, baptizing and teaching them to read the Bible. He spoke out often against the brutality of Carolina slaveholders who were seeking to control the growing population of Africans.
I have had of late an opportunity to oppose with all my might a very unhumane law in relation to runaway Negroes. Such a Negro must be mutilated by amputation of testicles if it be a man, and an ear if a woman. I have openly declared against such a punishment, grounded upon the law of God. Francis Lejeune.
The Anglican missionaries probably described the black community better than anyone at the time in early Carolina. They described it as a nation within a nation. The Africans lived separated from the rest of society. Being freshly from Africa, their frame of reference was African. They were very much familiar with this kind of subtropical environment that they found themselves in Carolina. There's still communities of people who live, love, raise children, and work, and they feel that as people, as humans, they have a right to come and go. They have a right to visit their wives and their husbands on other plantations. It was, as one traveler said, a Negro country.
Their numbers increase every day, as well by birth as importation. And in case there should arise a man of desperate courage, exasperated by a desperate fortune, he might kindle a servile war. Such a man might be dreadfully mischievous before any opposition could be formed against him, and tinge our rivers as wide as they are with blood. William Byrd, Virginia planter.
In 1710, just 15 years after rice took hold in Carolina, Africans began to outnumber Europeans in the colony. As the number of Africans rose, so too did white fear and retaliation.
Mr. D told me once he cut off a Negro man's leg for running away. I asked him if the man had died in the operation, and how he, as a Christian, could answer for the horrid act before God. And he told me answering was a thing of another world. What he thought and did were policy. He then said his scheme had the desired effect. It cured that man and some others of running away. Olada Equiana.
If you're a white authority, you're constantly trying to figure how tightly you want to impose the lid with respect to people running away. How fierce should the punishments be? Should it be a whipping? Should it be the loss of a finger or a hand or a foot? Should it be wearing shackles perpetually? The entire system of control is based on physical punishment, often making examples out of people so that others will be intimidated.
The colonial legislature passed laws designed to more tightly control the growing black majority. Planter records reveal punishments inflicted for infractions, large and small.
8th February 1709. I rose at 5 o'clock this morning and read a chapter in Hebrew and 200 verses in Homer's Odyssey. I ate milk for breakfast. I said my prayers. Jenny and Eugene were whipped. 17 April. Annika was whipped yesterday for stealing the rum and filling the bottle up with water. I said my prayers and I danced my dance. Eugene was whipped again for pissing in bed, and Jenny for concealing it. I took a walk about the plantation. Eugene was whipped for running away and had the bit put on him. I said my prayers. I had good health, good thoughts, and good humor. Thanks be to God Almighty. William Byrd, Virginia Planter.
When you enslave a person, in some ways, you become a slave yourself, because masters and slaves are natural enemies. And that's what the Europeans had to deal with. They had to deal with a population living amongst them, sometimes the majority of the population, in hostility. They lived amongst enemies. And as one Carolina planter said, nowhere on earth is mankind so plagued by enemies living within them as we are in our own homes.
The Spanish are receiving and harboring all our runaway Negroes. They have found out a new way of sending our own slaves against us to rob and plunder us. We are not only at a vast expense in guarding our southern frontiers, but the inhabitants are continually alarmed. Arthur Middleton, acting governor, 1728.
On the South Carolina frontier, word spread of Africans and Indians coming up from Spanish Florida to attack planters, and of Spanish authorities offering runaways freedom on Florida soil. In Goose Creek, an Anglican minister complained of secret poisonings and bloody insurrections by certain Christian slaves.
South Carolina is a pot ready to boil over. Imagine coming into a setup that seems almost unbearable and finding that people have many of them have somehow rationalized it or are enduring it. That's the best they can do. But you as a newcomer might feel, I'm not going to put up with this. Better to die trying to change this. And there must have been hundreds of people like that in South Carolina in the 1730s.
By the 1730s, close to 2,000 Africans were arriving at the port of Charleston each year. From 1735 to 1739, out of 11,000 slaves landed, more than 8,000 were listed as Angolans.
What develops is a sense among Europeans that slaves from certain areas have particular characteristics. Slaves from the Angola area are reputed among the English to be particularly difficult, to be rebellious.
In St. Paul's Parish, there were close to 1,000 new people who just a few years before had been taken from the Angola region of Africa.
One of them, we only know his name, a man named Jimmy, apparently had come recently from Angola. He may not even have spoken English, but he may have had strong contacts with other Angolans. He had to try to build alliances, not only with other Angolans, other new arrivals, but with other Africans, African Americans, people from a community that he was not that familiar with. And apparently he succeeded.
During the early morning hours of September 9th, 1739, almost as soon as word is received in South Carolina that England and Spain are at war, some 20 Angolan slaves, led by the man named Jimmy, began marching towards St. Augustine and the promise of freedom. Just 30 miles from the Middleton's Oaks plantation at the Stono Bridge, they seized a general store where there were arms and powder. They killed the storekeepers and left their heads on the doorstep.
What better moment to start an uprising and try to strike out for St. Augustine and find freedom in Florida in the hope that the Spanish authorities are willing to grant freedom to English-speaking slaves who escaped from the Carolinas into Florida.
On the march south, the Africans did not kill every white they encountered. They spared Mr. Wallace, an innkeeper they knew to be kind to his slaves. But before the day ended, they had killed more than 20 people. As other slaves joined them, they became an army of almost 100, camped at the Edisto River, waiting for others to gather under their flag.
The entire force of English North America was going to come down on them, because this was an issue not merely for those in South Carolina immediately surrounding this area. This was an issue for every European colonist everywhere in the colonies to quash this and to provide some exemplary punishment.
Around noon, the nearest white settlers were alerted. By 4 in the afternoon, they caught up with the Negroes along the Edisto River and fired upon them. Eyewitnesses recorded that the rebels fought boldly, but at least 14 were killed or wounded in the first attack. Others were surrounded, questioned, and then shot. The armed colonists then turned toward Charleston, and on milepost along the way, they left the heads of the executed men.
Just the way war transforms people, this terrible transformation into race slavery had changed people by the middle of the 18th century. The violence you see at Stono is a violence that had become pervasive in the culture. By the middle of the 18th century, this had become a way of life in the English colonies.
Stono was sort of the beginning of the concept that the black population had to be utterly controlled. And the legislation that came out of Stono, the Negro Act, took away whatever liberties the Africans had.
Freedom of movement, freedom of assembly, to earn money, to learn to read, all were outlawed. South Carolina imposed duties on all slave importations and encouraged European immigration in order to change the ratio of whites to blacks. The Negro Act became the model for slave laws throughout the mainland of British America.
Why do you use those instruments of torture? Are they not fit to be applied by one rational being to another? And are ye not struck with shame and mortification to see the partakers of your nature reduced so low? But above all, are there no dangers attending this mode of treatment? Are you not hourly in dread of an insurrection? O lauda equiano.
News of the rebellion traveled quickly to New York, now the third largest city in British America. Most of Manhattan Island was unbroken wilderness, crossed by streams emptying into both the Hudson and East Rivers. By 1740, except for Charleston, South Carolina, no city in colonial America had so high a density of slave population as New York. Crowded onto the southern tip of the island lived 11,000 people, of which more than 2,000 were black.
There was really an illusion of intimacy between enslaved blacks and their white slave owners who lived under the same roof. These people could not trust one another. In fact, the slave owners considered the enslaved blacks domestic enemies.
New York, November 18th, 1731. Be it ordained by the authority of this city that all Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves that shall die within this city be buried by daylight. And for the prevention of great numbers of slaves assembling and meeting together at their funerals, under pretext whereof they have great opportunities of plotting and confederating together to do mischief, be it further ordained that not above 12 slaves shall assemble or meet together at the funeral. Minutes of the Common Council of New York.
There were probably a lot of other issues going on in New York City at that time that made whites suspicious of blacks. There was, among the lower classes of blacks and whites, a lot of racial amalgamation. There was a lot of activity in the grog shops between blacks and whites, blacks frequenting taverns. New York City was a cosmopolitan place, with people from various ethnic groups converging, lots of seamen, and blacks were very much a part of that.
In taverns, black men illegally gathered, drank, and mingled with white New York residents. Many enslaved men in New York were hired out by their masters. They had relative freedom of movement and control over their own time.
The African-American adult male is seen as the most troublesome, the most intractable, the most rebellious. Those are the persons who are growing in the population. By law, they're not supposed to be out after sunset. By law, they're not supposed to have any currency of their own. By law, they're not supposed to go and gather in numbers of 3 or greater. By law, they're not supposed to be out drinking, yet every night they're out doing all of these things.
There developed in colonial New York City a lively street life amongst black men, and enslaved and free. These black men organized into clubs or gangs, and they were a constant presence on the streets. They even gathered at night at the docks or in taverns, and they presented, according to the English authorities and anxious white residents, a public threat.
On March 18, 1741, a fire broke out at Fort George, the governor's official residence. Whipped by violent winds, it burned until a rain shower cooled the blaze, keeping it from torching the entire city. A week later, another fire broke out, and then in the next 3 weeks, fires raged.
As this rash occurs, a sense that there is some evil hand behind this develops. And then people begin to see a black hand. They begin to worry that slaves are behind this, that this is some act of vengeance, that this is some prelude to rebellion.
In 1741, England was now at war with Spain, and many of the colonial authorities in New York City feared that the enslaved blacks would have been influenced by the promises from Spain of freedom. It was the English authorities who claimed that they had discovered a combination between enslaved blacks and the lower orders of white town dwellers, transients, and vagabonds to destroy the town, to burn it to the ground, and to set up a black or Negro regime that would owe allegiance to Spain.
Just 30 years earlier in New York, fire had been instrumental in the Negro plot of 1712, where 9 whites were killed and 5 were seriously wounded. Now, the city's officials did not waste any time finding an explanation for the mysterious events.
A general dragnet goes out, and just about every African-American male over 16 years of age is taken up and put in jail, crowded under the city hall.
The court used the testimony of Mary Burton, a 16-year-old indentured servant, to accuse the alleged conspirators. Burton worked at a tavern and brothel in the city, a business that regularly served black customers. Promised her freedom from servitude, Mary Burton started implicating a constant stream of men and women, some white, but most young black men. For close to 4 months, black men were dragged into court off New York streets.
New Yorkers are so incensed over what they conceive of as a conspiracy that they create this wave of paranoia that leads to incredible murders and incredible punishments. It speaks to the whole entrenchment of slavery, even in the North. And also it speaks to racial attitudes as well, that they are very much afraid of racial egalitarianism and people in the lower echelons of their society coming together to form any kind of bond.
In May, New Yorkers witnessed the public execution of Caesar and Prince, 2 black men accused of participating in a robbery connected to the fires. Caesar's corpse was then hung in chains until it decomposed. From the spring of 1741 through the following winter and into the spring of 1742, some 160 slaves and at least a dozen whites were accused of conspiracy against the city of New York. 31 Africans were put to death, 13 of them burned at the stake, and 4 whites were hung.
23 June 1741, to Dr. Cadwallader de Colden, Governor's Council, Province of New York. Sir, the horrible executions among you puts me in mind of our New England witchcraft in the year 1692. I am humbly of the opinion that such confessions are not worth a straw, for many times they are obtained by foul means, by force or torment, or in hopes of a longer time to live, or to die an easier death. I entreat you not to go on making bonfires of the Negroes and loading yourselves with greater guilt than theirs. For we have too much reason to fear that the divine vengeance does and will pursue us for our ill treatment to the bodies and souls of our poor slaves. Anonymous letter from Massachusetts.
The encroachment of slavery in American society that began in Virginia culminated in 1750 with the decision to legalize slavery in Georgia, the last free colony. It had been a little over 100 years since Anthony Johnson first arrived in Virginia. Now slavery existed everywhere in the 13 colonies. But the argument over who would be free and who would be equal had just begun. For generations to come, slavery would continue to trouble the soul of America.
When you make men slaves, you deprive them of half their virtue. You set them, in your own conduct, an example of fraud and cruelty, and compel them to live with you in a state of war. Olauda Equiano, enslaved Africans.
Your country, how came it yours? Before the pilgrims landed, we were here.
To learn more about Africans in America and to see the teacher's guide for the series, visit the Africans in America website at www.pbs.org. Next time on Africans in America. America's struggle for independence begins. With the threat of war, black men become soldiers in exchange for the promise of freedom.
It gave you a purpose in life. You were part of a national effort.
To purchase the Africans in America home video, companion book, or CD soundtrack, call 1-800-255-9424.
Where we are, I guess. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Lawrence. Cooperation ends today. It is time for you to pay.
The following program is from NET.
Good evening. This week and next, we will present a black paper on white racism. Frequently, the definition and effects of racism are greatly misunderstood. Certainly, the impact on blacks can only be described by us. An operational definition of individual racism is subordination of a person or group because of race. But we will focus on the institutional practice of racism. when a group is subordinated by factors indirectly related to race. An example would be a union with all white members. You can only get in the union if a member sponsors you, and automatically whites select one another. So this pattern of selection automatically keeps blacks out. The union is white in the first place because its membership reflects the leftover patterns of slavery. Therefore, racist behavior is both intentional and unintentional. Our institutions mostly involve unsuspecting individuals who are part of a racist pattern. All definitions of black people's standards and values have been defined by whites in a society basically European. As simple as it may seem, we have never made any definition of our condition, beauty standards, social etiquette. Even our names have been given us by white culture. To make an authoritative statement of our concept of Christianity, history, education, values and culture, war, colonialism and imperialism, and psychological development, and how these institutions operate in a white racist society, 6 black scholars and philosophers have been invited to present positions and analyses of these topics. With me tonight are John Henry Clark, an associate professor of African and Afro-American history at Hunter College in New York. Mr. Clark is also author of 11 books, including Harlem, USA. Preston Wilcox, head of the Education Workshop of the Congress of African People, is president of Afram Associates, a black educational consultant firm, and is an outstanding author. Reverend Albert Clegg is pastor of the Shrine of the Black Madonna in Detroit, Michigan, and an advocate of black Christian nationalism. He is author of a soon-to-be-published book, Black Christian Nationalism, New Directions for the Black Church. Brother Clark?
I'd like to begin by establishing some kind of a frame of reference. Exactly what are we talking about? And I think in order to do this, I'm going to try to dismiss the subject, then come back to it and deal with it. There is no such thing as a race. Nature created no races. Man created races, racial classifications, and he had his own reason for doing it. Now, who benefited from this artificial creation at first? Who benefits from it now? Now, let's look at the historical roots of this whole thing, and you're not going to understand it until you understand the implications, the far-reaching effects of the opening up of the so-called New World, Christopher Columbus and other thugs coming, suppressing the Indians, and finding a justification for this kind of thing. Let's look at Europe in the 15th and the 16th century, because racism has its roots in that second rise of Europe in the 15th and the 16th century. They had to justify what they were going to do to most of mankind. They were about to take over the whole world. Now, there's a myth about an argument about whether the world was round or flat. That's an old wives' tale. The European had gained enough knowledge and had enough guns, and he had been hungry enough within the body of Europe until he decided that he was going to go out and take the world, be it round or flat. Now, in order to understand the religious basis of racism, we have to go back to a papal bull that the Pope issued in 1455 in an argument between Portugal and Spain. He turned to them impatiently and said, "You are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people." And it just so happens that most of the so-called infidels were non-European people, non-white people. Europe not only had its basis for racism, it had its basis for the slave trade, and this same basis would be good in the colonial system that followed. Racism was created to justify the slave trade, to justify the colonial system, and to justify the utter ruthlessness that had to go into the making of modern capitalism.
Brother Wilcox?
Let me begin by suggesting that the clearest evidence of racism in education is the essential control over black education, both in so-called integrated settings and in segregated settings, by white people many of whom are incapable of responding to the people they're educating as people, many of whom are incapable of understanding the culture and the history of the people they're educating, many of whom really do not see any kind of responsibility for involving these communities and managing their own education. The second kind of aspect is the ability of white communities to keep black people out of their communities and still yet exercise some influence over the education in black communities. That is, even when there's no blacks in the white community, whites are still having some kind of influence over the education in black communities. A third example is the way in which our schools are organized. Despite the fact that we know we live in a racist society, the schools continue to be organized as though racism does not exist. That is, there's been no real shift of power within the school. There's been no effective change in the content. There's been no forthright recognition of the politics involved in education. For instance, in New York City, about 55% of the students are black and Puerto Rican, yet we have one black and one Puerto Rican member on a school board of 5 people. So 3 white people are making decisions that affect 55% of people whom they may not be able to respect as people.
Reverend Clegg?
Well, I think the basic reason or symptom or proof for the racism of the Christian church is the simple fact that white people have pretended for so long that Jesus was white, and that they've had the necessity to interpret Jesus as being white, when essentially white Christianity is racially, is historically false and theologically absurd, and practically, in terms of its effect on black people, it's a debasing institution that enslaves black people. I think we have to understand, though, that we're not making moral judgments here. Any institution that exists in any society exists to serve the interests of the people who set it up. And Christianity began as a black man's religion. It's an African religion. We have to remember that Israel went into Egypt with 70 people, and after approximately 750 years came out with over 2 million people, and hordes of other slaves who came out and became also part of the emerging new nation of Israel. So Israel, the biblical Israel, was a black nation, an African nation that came out of Africa and kept constant ties with Africa. And so we have to remember then that Jesus was a black Messiah, not a white Messiah, and he comes out of the whole historical background of Africa, of African traditions, of African history, of African culture, the concept of communalism, the concept of a chosen people, the concept of kingdom of God on earth. All these things were out of African tradition, not out of the white man's tradition. And Jesus was essentially a revolutionary Messiah who was trying to lead a black people in a revolt, in a struggle and conflict with a white Gentile oppressor. So the whole church has to be viewed from the point of view of the white oppressor. The white oppressor has one kind of Christianity, has one kind of church. The black church has to become independent and go back to the historic African roots of Christianity, because the slave church that the white man set up for black people tends to continue the enslavement of black people. So the black church has to become again a revolutionary instrument in the hands of black people, controlled by black people, fighting as Jesus fought for the liberation of black people against white Gentile oppression.
I'd like to continue from Reverend Clegg's point and deal briefly with image, because image is the paramount factor in keeping racism alive. Now, exactly when did the Christian church become white, in as much as Christ is described in early literature as being swarthy and having hair like sheep's wool, and that's surely not a Caucasian's hair. The first image of the church, the first image of the Madonna was the black Madonnas, and these black Madonnas were very prevalent in the churches of Europe. Up until the 16th and the 17th century, there was no white Madonnas in the churches of Europe. And some of the churches of Europe to this very day have black Madonnas. All right. At what point did Christianity become all white? And at what point did Christ become a blonde, blue-eyed person that hangs in your churches, and with a haircut and a uniform, he'd probably be a good Nazi? All right. One thing the Jews seem to have forgotten is that the picture of Christ as in present-day literature is an insult to them, because there's nothing particularly Jewish about him, physically or otherwise. All right, now, another thing we're going to have to look at seriously is that when the Europeans projected themselves out into the broader world, they not only colonized most of mankind, they colonized the teaching of history itself. And gradually, so many things black became white.
I'd like to just say one little word about when did Christianity become white. The process by which Christianity became gradually to be interpreted as being white began at a very early point with Apostle Paul, who wrote the epistles of the New Testament, and who was, even at that time, with black Israel and black Jews, an Uncle Tom Jew. He was an Uncle Tom black Jew, and he wanted to identify with white Gentile world. He prided himself on being a Pharisee, but more on being having Roman citizenship. So as soon as he had sunstroke on the Damascus Road and said he's been converted, he started out to take the Christianity, the teachings of Jesus to the Gentile world. Now, he could not take the revolutionary teachings that Jesus had actually taught, because Jesus was a zealot, and they were engaged in revolution, I mean open revolution. He was one of the zealot leaders at that time. So he couldn't take that to the Gentile world, so he had to make an image, a symbol out of Jesus on the cross, which was compatible with the heathen symbolism of the Roman and Greco-Roman heathen world. So he made Jesus a kind of a heathen symbol that he could take to the Gentile world. And the whole writings of the Apostle Paul tend then to destroy the basic African background of Christianity and to make it compatible with the Greco-Roman heathen world. So it began there, but the actual identification of Christianity as being a white religion didn't really take place until the 14th, 15th, 16th centuries, when the pictures were being painted and paid for by the Catholic Church. At that point, white people had decided to declare black people inferior. And so the whole concept of Jesus being black, or the Madonna being black, was unacceptable to white people at all. A whole new type of slavery was beginning to emerge. The old type of slavery in Egypt, Joseph was a slave who rose to be second only to Pharaoh. A whole different concept of slavery. You were a slave only in the terms that your labor was taken. But gradually the white man declared that anyone who was non-white, who was enslaved, was declared to be inferior, therefore had a whole different kind of existence. So the whole gradual thing was a part of the slavery process that Dr. Clark mentioned, a part of the betrayal of the Apostle Paul, and a part of the fall of Jerusalem and the fort, and when Jews were scattered all over the world. We have to remember one thing I think is very important, that the white Jews that we see today have no bloodline connection with the Jews of the biblical period. They were converted to Judaism in Europe and in Russia. They were converted and have no bloodline connection with the black Jews who make up the biblical Israel that the Bible writes about and of which Jesus was a part.
Well, what happened to the black Jews?
The black Jews are still in existence. There are black Jews in America, there are black Jews all over Africa, there are black Jews in Palestine, there are black Jews everywhere. Diane's daughter complained not more than 2 years ago that black Jews had moved on either side of her house, and therefore her property had depreciated in Palestine. Black Jews had depreciated her property. Jews had moved directly from Palestine to India, and the community celebrated its 1900th anniversary or something, and they had white Jews who had emigrated from Europe and black Jews who had originally come from Jerusalem at the fall of Jerusalem, had an uninterrupted straight line of connection from the fall of Jerusalem to India. All over the world there are black Jews, but the Zionists Jews who had been converted to Judaism have taken over the control of the definition of what Judaism is, as white people do with anything. If they come into it, they take it over and define what it is, as you stated in your introductory statement. So we have to remember that white Jews, when you see them on the street, are not the Jews of the biblical period. And that sometimes confuses black people who ought to be black Christian nationalists.
See, one of the things I'm hearing from both of the brothers is that not only have whites tried to deceive blacks about the realities, but they in effect, deceived each other about the realities. That is, I'm sitting here thinking about the institutions in this society, all of which are racist, you know, which whites created and which whites have used in order to advance themselves, but never at any point stopping and recognizing, for instance, that the prisons have nothing to do with rehabilitation, or the courts, in most cases, really have nothing to do with justice.
What about schools?
The schools
What
really-
specifically is a racist pattern, in your opinion, as far as the educational process or the schools is concerned?
Well, I would say that the overwhelming educational process that is racist is a tendency to educate people against their own interests. That is, to educate black kids to hate themselves, to educate blacks to feel alienated from their own people, to educate blacks to become advocates for the mainstream against their own community.
Well, how is that done, specifically?
Well, I would say that, the traditional educational process is, number one, the concealing of the truth about history, the educating of black students away from the problems of their own community. For instance, very few black students on college campuses are enabled to use their minds to work on the problems that bedevil the black community, like sickle cell anemia, or the housing problems, the drug problems that are imposed on the black community by the outside. Very few black students on white campuses or any campus are spending their energies and their minds on trying to find solutions to those problems. In most cases, they're being educated, say, with the drug problem, learn how to use methadone.
Now look, let's deal with our own historical naivete. Until we deal with it, we're not going any place. Black people have no right to expect anything from this establishment because it wasn't set up for them. They wasn't brought to this country to be given democracy. They was brought to this country to do some work, to labor and to obey. And once the machines made a whole lot of these jobs obsolete, it tended to make a whole lot of the people obsolete. Now, we keep worrying about the American promise and the American dream, and we forget it wasn't made to us. And the white man has not betrayed anything because he didn't promise us anything in the first place. Now, the role of institutions in a society is to reflect the power that controls that society. So we have American institutions arrayed against us. And we naively expect these institutions to reform themselves, because if they reform themselves, that's tantamount to presiding over their own demise.
I'd like to say one thing on that. I think the question you asked is how do the schools accomplish this? I mean, you were concerned about the process. I think we got to understand that there's no such thing as objective truth, which is implicit in everything that Clark says. That white people use the institutions to accomplish white purpose. The white purpose is to maintain a power position and keep everybody else in a subordinate, powerless kind of position. Now that's the institution's purpose, and that's the way it functions and how it functions. And we got to realize then that everything that the schools teach is designed to fit into that purpose. The schools teach not objective truth, but what the white man wants to project as truth. Now that's from the very kindergarten right straight on through.
Well, for example, what?
Sociology. Sociology is not a science in the sense that it's dealing objectively with the way people live together. It's dealing with the white man's pattern of living together as the norm by which we judge how other people live. If you live like white people live, then you're living the way you are supposed to live. If not, you're either primitive or insane as a people. Psychologically, it's the same thing. Psychology does not deal with any objective kind of discussion or development of how people live or analysis of how people function as individuals, but how does the white man function? If the white man does it this way, then this is the norm by which we judge all other people. If the white man is violent, then actually all people have to be violent to be normal. If you're not violent, obviously there's something wrong with you and you should be in an insane asylum. The whole pattern that's set up as a norm for human behavior by psychologists, the whole library full of it. Psychiatrists, everybody that's dealing with it is dealing with it from a white point of view. So they teach white children, black children and white children, to look through white eyes. From the kindergarten on, the black child is beginning to look at the world and interpret it through white eyes. Everything he is wrong. Everything that exists in his community is wrong. And we ought to declare that white music really is no good, that white psychology is no good. The white man either acts like we do or he's insane. White sociology is no good. The very structure of white society indicates that white people, obviously in social structure, are either insane or they're abnormal. So we have to project then a black psychology, a black sociology, a black music, a black history that takes in the realities and that is essentially sound, as opposed to the mythology that the white man has developed out of his own ignorance, for one thing, out of his non-creativity, because the white man has never created anything. He's stolen things, but never created anything. He cannot actually deal with history, because history is a recital of his total failure and his total absence of making any genuine contribution to
if
the
we
world.
define a black psychology, a black sociology, where will we use these?
Where would we use? We'd use them first to unscramble our own mixed up minds. If we could understand that black psychology is the psychology that the black man has to have if he's going to escape from powerlessness in a white man's world. Now, the struggle is a struggle between black people for power and white people to keep power. Now, all we're dealing with is a power struggle. Every institution that the white man has, he uses in this power struggle. There's nothing wrong with that, nothing immoral about it. Any people would do that. When we get on top, we're going to do exactly the same thing. We're going to use every institution to perpetuate black power. And the white man's going to have to fight up from the bottom again for another, 100 million years trying to get back to a position of power. There's nothing wrong with fighting for power, but the thing that's wrong is for powerless people to accept their powerlessness and to accept the definition by which they are maintained powerless and to accept the institutions which perpetuate their powerlessness. So that's why I think the black church has to become a power base for black people in changing this total institutional conception structure that black people are living in. We've got to use it as a base to spin off all the institutions that black people need that come from a black perspective, a black orientation, and are concerned with black power as opposed to white power.
Let's go back to this value, and I think I don't think we've gone over it too well. We need to look at what kind of societies did black people come out of? What happened before this interference? Now, we came out of basic pluralistic societies, but we came out of sharing societies where nobody was very rich and nobody at all was poor. Now, an African in these societies would no more kill a deer and say, "This is mine," than he would fly, because he didn't think that way. He thought of all property as belonging to the total community. Now, we were brought into a society as slaves just at the time the concept of private property and capitalism was getting well underway with the backing of the church. Now, there is a clash between the values of, the best values of the society we came out of and the society that enslaved us. And too many of us are tied up with these values, the sacredness of private property. What is so sacred about private property? What is so sacred about one man taking upon himself more than he could use in a lifetime while people walking by this mountain of wealth starving? Nothing particularly sacred about this. And these things did not exist in these old societies until these old societies began to have internal differences, and the European came in, and the African naively permitted him to arbitrate an African family dispute until we understand that up on sight, the African invited the European for dinner. That's the first thing he did. The Indian invited the European for dinner. The Polynesians invited the European for dinner. Now, if you invite people for dinner, first place, you've got plenty dinner, and you have a society that is traditionally hospitable to strangers. The Indians invited Christopher Columbus for dinner, the first thing they did. All right, now let's look at what was happening inside of Christopher Columbus's mind, and we can go to his own diary for this. He said, "I wonder why they're so friendly. They'll be easier to conquer than I thought they would be. I wonder why they're bringing such small amounts of gold. I wonder where the mines are." His intentions were not good. It wasn't good then. The intentions are not good now. And the black man is still hung up with this dinner invitation, this kindness, with the thought that if you treat a person humanely, that he will act humanely toward you. Black people have not seen white people at all. That is why they can't deal with them.
I want to say one thing. I think we have to be careful, black people. We too much tied up in this what's good and what's bad. I think what we need to begin to look at is what's real. Now, I don't care whether it's good or bad. I just care whether it works, whether it doesn't work, whether it helps black people or doesn't help black people. White people are individualistic. White people are materialistic. And I think Dr. Clark is absolutely correct in the definition of black civilization, African civilization. Communalistic, whole concept is different. But the white man's individualism and materialism stems from the fact that he comes out of a situation, a place where you could hardly live. You know, the barren land where you could hardly grow, no resources, where they had to fight each other just to keep alive, and where each person had to try to steal all he could to keep somebody else from getting it so he could stay alive. Now that builds individualism and materialism. Now he didn't have much in the way of materialism, but he had the need, the desire. So he built ships, he built guns, everything in order to take something from somebody else. Now you got to realize that the black man came up in a wholly different kind of environment, where there was everything that a person needed. They didn't have to cheat and lie and steal to get enough to eat. Enough to eat was everywhere. Nobody had to take from somebody else. All the resources of the world were right there in the ground. They had everything. They didn't need to build ships and go conquer someplace else. If Africans built a ship, where would they go? Any place they went was worse than where they were. But the white man could build a ship and go any place, because any place he went was better than where he was. Anything that he could take was better than what he already had. So we're dealing with the cultures of two people that stem from the kind of situation in which they live. Black people today are trying to be individualistic and materialistic because we are now in a slave culture. The white man has dominated us so completely, we try to accept his values. What we've got to do is reject his values, go back and accept the old values that come from Africa, our own historic black values, and have a black value system that we put in opposition to the white man's materialism and individualism.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This week we have presented a black paper on white racism, part 1. We have discussed education, history, and Christianity, and how these institutions in a racist pattern affect the lives and mentality of black people. Next week we will present part 2. We will deal next week with values and culture, war, colonialism and imperialism, and personality development or psychology.
Donald Trump is panicking over his unlawful war in Iran. It's going terrible, and now the Trump regime says that they are not ruling out the possibility of a draft. Donald Trump's chief propagandist, Caroline Leavitt, went on state regime media, which calls itself Fox, and she was asked by Maria Bartiromo about how lots of parents out there are worried that their kids could be drafted if this war continues to spiral. And can you rule that out, Caroline? And Caroline Leavitt says, we're not going to rule that out. One of the great things about Donald Trump is he doesn't rule out the draft with his unlawful war against Iran. He doesn't rule out ground forces and invasion. He hasn't ruled out anything. And as this war spirals out of control, as the markets are tanking, as the price per barrel of oil surges right now to record highs, as we have the biggest shock in oil supply in world history right now, this is what Caroline Leavitt had to say. Here, let's play this clip.
Yeah, and the president had an interesting exchange on Air Force One over the weekend, Caroline. I want to get your take about this idea of troops on the ground. Mothers out there are worried that we're going to have a draft, that they're going to see their sons get in and daughters get involved in this. What do you want to say about the president's plans for troops on the ground? As we know, it's been largely an air campaign up until now.
It has been, and it will continue to be, and President Trump wisely does not remove options off of the table. I know a lot of politicians like to do that quickly, but the president, as commander-in-chief, wants to continue to assess the success of this military operation. It's not part of the current plan right now, but the president, again, wisely keeps his options on the table.
So if you're feeling the way I'm feeling, I think that we should first and foremost draft Donald Trump's children. They should be the first people selected in a draft. Let me show you, as the Trump regime is out there saying that they are not ruling out drafting people in this war against Iran. What were Donald Trump's children, grandchildren, family members doing? What was Donald Trump doing? Well, Donald Trump's granddaughter, Kai Trump, posted a YouTube video on Sunday called "I Brought My Secret Service to Erewhon," which is a very expensive grocery store in Los Angeles. And she talked about how expensive the sushi was and how one bag cost her over $220. And she was mocking people in the United States.
Okay, people. It's important before the election that you understand what is going on with this so-called leadership.
Pillar number 3, endogamy and the control of marriage and mating. The framers of the American caste system took steps early in its founding to keep the castes separate and to seal off the bloodlines of those assigned to the upper rung. This desire led to the third pillar of caste, endogamy, which means restricting marriage to people within the same caste. This is an ironclad foundation of any caste system, from ancient India to the early American colonies to the Nazi regime in Germany. Endogamy was brutally enforced in the United States for the vast majority of its history and did the spade work for current ethnic divisions. Endogamy enforces caste boundaries by forbidding marriage outside of one's group and going so far as to prohibit sexual relations or even the appearance of romantic interest across caste lines. It builds a firewall between castes and becomes the primary means of keeping resources and affinity within each tier of the caste system. Endogamy, by closing off legal family connection, blocks the chance for empathy or a sense of shared destiny between the castes. It makes it less likely that someone in the dominant caste will have a personal stake in the happiness, fulfillment, or well-being of anyone deemed beneath them, or personally identify with them or their plight. Endogamy, in fact, makes it more likely that those in the dominant caste will see those deemed beneath them as not only less than human, but as an enemy, as not of their kind, and as a threat that must be held in check at all costs. Caste, wrote Bhimrao Ambedkar, the father of the anti-caste movement in India, means an artificial chopping off of the population into fixed and definite units, each one prevented from fusing into another through the custom of endogamy. Thus, in showing how endogamy is maintained, he added, we shall practically have proved the genesis and also the mechanism of caste. Before there was a United States of America, there was endogamy, said to be ordained by God. One of the earliest references to what would come to be known as race in America arose over the matter of sexual relations between a European and an African. In 1630, the Virginia General Assembly sentenced Hugh Davis to a public whipping for having abused himself to the dishonor of God and the shame of Christians by defiling his body in lying with a Negro. The Assembly went to the trouble of specifying that Africans, who might not normally be permitted to observe the punishment of a dominant caste man, had to attend and witness the whipping of Davis. This served a dual function in the emerging caste system. It further humiliated Davis before an audience of people deemed beneath him, and it signaled a warning to those being banished to the lowest caste in a country that did not yet even exist. If this was the fate of a white man who did not adhere to caste boundaries, so much worse will it be for you. By the time of Davis's sentencing, European men had been having sex with African women, often without consent or consequence to themselves,
throughout the era of the slave trade and had grown accustomed to acting upon their presumed sovereignty over Africans. So for the colonial fathers to condemn Hugh Davis to public humiliation for behavior that many took as a birthright meant that he had crossed a line they found threatening to the hierarchy, something about the way he related to his mate that got their attention and required their intervention. The emerging caste system permitted the exploitation of the lowest caste, but not equality or the appearance of equality, which is why endogamy, which confers an alliance between equals in the eyes of the law, was strictly policed, and rape of lower caste women ignored. The case of Hugh Davis was not only the first mention of race and hierarchy in America, but also the first attempt at setting the boundaries of publicly known relationships across caste lines. 10 years later, another white man, Robert Sweet, was forced to do penance when it came to light that he had gotten an enslaved black woman, owned by another white man, pregnant. By then, the focus of caste enforcement had shifted. In that case, it was the pregnant woman who was whipped, a sign of her degraded caste status despite a medical condition that would have protected her in most civilized nations. In 1691, Virginia became the first colony to outlaw marriage between blacks and whites, a ban that the majority of states would take up for the next 3 centuries. Some states forbade the marriage of whites to Asians or Native Americans, in addition to African Americans, who were uniformly excluded. While there was never a single nationwide ban on intermarriage, despite several attempts to enact one, 41 of the 50 states passed laws making intermarriage a crime, punishable by fines of up to $5,000 and up to 10 years in prison. Some states went so far as to forbid the passage of any future law permitting intermarriage. Outside of the law, particularly in the South, African Americans faced penalty of death for even the appearance of breaching this pillar of caste. The Supreme Court did not overturn these prohibitions until 1967. Still, some states were slow to officially repeal their endogamy laws. Alabama, the last state to do so, did not throw out its law against intermarriage until the year 2000.
The following program is from NET.
He stood there, alone on the stage, with one hand up in the air, and he was a perfect target. And a man, police say he was Thomas Hagen, ran down the aisle with a shotgun, and the ones with him were already shooting, when the shotgun was right in front of Malcolm X, and both barrels raked him. Malcolm went straight back, and the sound of his head slamming onto the wooden floor was mixed with the screams, and he lay on his back on the stage of an old ballroom. It has been 7 years since Malcolm X was assassinated on a bare stage in New York's Audubon Ballroom in front of 400 witnesses. Shortly afterwards, 3 men were brought to trial and found guilty of the murder. But circumstances surrounding the trial, the assassination itself, accounts in the press, and subsequent actions were so peculiar that 7 years hence, the question of who killed Malcolm is still with us. although 3 men have been convicted of his murder. We must ask the larger question: why was he murdered? What power structure felt so threatened by the words of this one man? There were at different times in his life 3 Malcolms, living under separate names and philosophies: Malcolm Little, Malcolm X, and El Haj Malik El Shabazz. To fully understand the threat that Malcolm posed, one must understand his evolution. He was born Malcolm Little in Omaha, Nebraska, May 19, 1925, the 7th of 9 children. His father, a staunch follower of Marcus Garvey, was found dead. Allegedly, he was killed because of his involvement in black nationalism. Malcolm was 6 years old. At age 15, after completing the 8th grade, Malcolm quit school and moved to Boston to live with an older sister. He eventually made his way to New York, where he was known as Big Red, and worked as a pimp, waiter, numbers man, and dope peddler. In 1946, when he was 20 years old, he was arrested and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for armed robbery. While in prison, he was converted into the Muslim religion and became Malcolm X. When paroled in 1952, after serving 6 years, he was a devout follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. His first assignment was to set up a Muslim mosque in Detroit. In 1953, Malcolm went to Chicago to live and be trained by Mr. Muhammad himself. A year later, he was sent to Harlem to establish Mosque Number 7. An excellent debater and orator, Malcolm X became the verbal whip of Mr. Muhammad and the Muslims.
Well, sir, if we have sat around here for the past 100 years begging all of the white political hypocrites and every president that has taken office for some kind of freedom or some kind of justice and some kind of equality, and we today yet don't have it, then I think you can easily see that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is right when he says that the only way the black man can be free is when he has a land of his own and a government of his own and an economy of his own, an industry of his own, so he can do the things for himself that he now is waiting and begging the white man to do for him and never gets done.
No matter what happens, we don't teach you to turn the other cheek. We don't teach you to turn the other cheek in the South, and we don't teach you to turn the other cheek in the North. We teach you to obey the law. We teach you to carry yourselves in a respectable way. But at the same time, we teach you that anyone who puts his hand on you, do your best to see that he doesn't put it on anybody else. You don't have any boats or airplanes bringing drugs into this country. The white man brings it in. The white man brings it to Harlem. The white man makes you a drug addict. The white man then puts you in jail when he catches you using drugs. Who is it that controls the prostitution in Harlem? It's the white man. Who controls the large sale of whiskey and wine? It's the white man. You don't have any distillery. You don't own Shenley's. You don't own Old Overholt or Seagram. You don't put the seal on that bottle of whiskey. It's the white man. Who gives you the deck of cards and the dice that you use to gamble with? It's the white man. And after he sell them to you, he catch you with them and puts you in jail for using them.
Malcolm warned against the drug threat long before it had become a popular issue. Because he preached separatism at a time when most blacks pursued integration, Malcolm was not fully appreciated by most blacks during his lifetime. He was often branded a, quote, radical militant because of his outspoken attitude toward whites.
When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad finishes opening your and my eyes and making it possible for us to see this white man like he really is, he don't have to worry about us integrating with him. We don't want to be around that old pale thing. We don't want to be around that old pale thing. We don't want to integrate with that old pale thing. We don't want to sleep next to that old pale thing. No, we can do without him. You find that old pale thing laying out in the sun, trying to get to look like you. That old pale thing. You find him using man tan, trying to look like you. That old pale thing, that old sickly looking thing. And today we see him like he is. There was a time when we used to drool in the mouth over white people. We thought they were pretty because we were blind. We were dumb. We couldn't see them as they are. But since the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has come and taught us the religion of Islam, which has cleaned us up and made us so we can see for ourselves, now we can see that old pale thing to look exactly as he looked. Nothing but an old pale thing.
On December 1st, 1963, at a public rally in New York City, when asked what he thought of President Kennedy's assassination, Malcolm called it a case of, quote, the chickens coming home to roost, which was construed generally as meaning he was happy Kennedy was dead. 2 days later, the press reported a 90-day suspension of Malcolm X by Elijah Muhammad for the comment.
Malcolm, is there really a split between yourself and your former leader, Muhammad?
No, I wouldn't call it a split. Everything I know, I was taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Whatever I speak, I'm speaking that which he has taught me. And whatever position I've attained as a Muslim, I've attained it through his guidance and through his help. But during the 90 days that I've been silent, I have come to the conclusion that I can best help spread the solution and the diagnosis that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gives of the so-called Negro problem in this country by continuing to remain out of the Nation of Islam and working on my own without restriction in the way that I think I best know how.
In mid-December 1963, the suspension of Malcolm X was extended indefinitely.
On March 12, 1964, after 10 years with the Nation of Islam, Malcolm X called a press conference announcing his break with the organization and the formation of a new group, the Muslim Mosque, which became the religious body and later the Organization of Afro-American Unity, the political body which leaned toward black nationalism.
That we will do everything within our power to bring about the complete control, political control of Negroes over their own community, over the politics of their own community. And our economic philosophy, which is also black nationalism, is designed to show Negroes the importance of controlling their own economy. When Negroes are re-educated into the knowledge of how to set up businesses and establish factories, they can create their own employment, and then they won't be running downtown trying to boycott the white man or sit in at the white man's door or force him to give them a job. We want to try and show the Negro with the economic philosophy of black nationalism that he can house himself, clothe himself, feed himself, and do something for himself. And the social philosophy of black nationalism is to teach, again, it involves the re-education of Negroes. I hope I'm not talking too fast for you, but I can't help it. The social philosophy of black nationalism is to show the Negro how to take some pride in his own society. How, instead of trying to force himself into the white society, how to elevate how to elevate his own society and get some racial pride, racial dignity, so that he'll be socially acceptable to himself in his own society, and then perhaps he can get along better with other people in other societies. Make the city or state or government, which takes our tax dollars, channel some of these dollars right back into the Negro community and establish better schools in the Negro community with better teachers, with better curriculum. And one of the most important ingredients in that curriculum must be the culture, the lost culture of the Negro. So some effort must be made to restore the cultural roots of the Negro in the school system where Negroes attend.
You seem to have had a change of heart in your attitude toward Negro leaders in the civil rights movement. What position are you taking now?
Well, I think that the problem itself is so big that all of the so-called Negro leaders should try some way to forget our differences. I'm willing to forget anything that any Negro leader has ever said bad about me. And as I said earlier, I am praying that they will also be able to forget the many bad things that I've said about them. So we can sit down and try and find some common approach that can be used to solve this problem that's of common and mutual benefit to all of us.
After his break with the Muslims, Malcolm broadened his scope to include the international scene, and it was at this point that his life was threatened. In April 1964, Malcolm made a pilgrimage to Mecca. Here, at 39 years old, he received the name El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, the honorary Hajj being given to all who visit that Muslim holy city. From Mecca, he journeyed to Nigeria, Ghana, Morocco, and Algeria, finally returning to the United States May 21, 1964. Malcolm wanted to galvanize public opinion against the United States for its oppression of black Americans, and to get African support in bringing the American racial question before the United Nations. To do this, he needed the support of independent African states, and so in the summer of 1964, Malcolm returned to Africa for a 4-month tour of 14 countries. In his autobiography, Malcolm notes that he was followed throughout Africa by persons from an unknown source. One of them was described as, quote, a thin-lipped, olive-skinned man.
On July 23, 1964, Malcolm was in Cairo, Egypt, to deliver a scathing attack of Washington's domestic and foreign policies in an address before the African Summit Conference, when he collapsed in his hotel room with severe abdominal pains. According to Eric Norden, in an article, The Murder of Malcolm X, Malcolm was rushed to a Cairo hospital, suffering from toxic poisoning, and had to have his stomach pumped. Malcolm later said he had been deliberately poisoned. Throughout the fall of 1964, Malcolm worked primarily on his plan to indict America in the United Nations. According to Eric Norden's information, Malcolm had been under surveillance since he broke with the Muslims, but now there were as many as, quote, 3 different agents shadowing him at one time.
In early February 1965, Malcolm flew to London to address the Council of African Organizations. From there, he was scheduled to fly to Paris to deliver another speech. However, on February 9th, when his plane landed in France, he was told by agents of the French government not to deplane, and he was ordered to leave the country immediately. Later, Malcolm was to say, according to Eric Norden, after an interview with Malcolm's sister, that his being barred from France led him to believe that the plotters of his death were much bigger than the Muslims.
On Saturday, February 12th, Malcolm returned to the United States by route of London. 10 hours later, at 2:45 Sunday morning, the home in which Malcolm, his wife Betty Shabazz, and their 4 children lived was firebombed. The house was severely damaged, although Malcolm and his family amazingly escaped unharmed. In an article entitled The Last Days of Malcolm X, Earl Grant said, quote, evidently, there were several degenerate persons involved in this cowardly attack. The one in the rear had lost control of his flaming bottle and dropped it. Had this bottle been thrown into the house, Malcolm and his family would have been trapped.
On February 20th, he called a business meeting of his new group, the Organization of Afro-American Unity. That night, Malcolm stayed alone in a 12th floor room at the New York Hilton Hotel on 53rd Street and 6th Avenue. His family had been put up by friends in Queens, New York. A man later identified as Thomas Hagen, one of Malcolm's assassins, would be identified by a Hilton Hotel house detective as one of 3 black men asking questions about the location of Malcolm's room the night before his death.
The next morning, Sunday, February 21st, the day of his murder, Malcolm left his 12th floor hotel room, got into his blue Oldsmobile, and finally parked his car a number of blocks from the Audubon Ballroom, where his organization's meeting was to take place. He entered the main ballroom about 2:30 p.m. Shortly after 3 p.m., approximately 400 people had crowded into the ballroom, sitting on folding wooden chairs. One of Malcolm's aides introduced him.
The New York Herald Tribune, February 22, 1965, reconstructed what happened from eyewitness accounts. The applause stopped, and the people sat down, and Malcolm's goateed face looked up and he said, "Assalamu alaikum." And the crowd murmured its response of, "Peace be with you also." And then the 2 leadoff men made their move. They were in a middle row, and they stood up and started pushing each other. And one of them was saying, "Get your hands out of my pocket. Stop messing with my pocket." Malcolm's bodyguards started to move towards them to break it up. And up on the stage, Malcolm stepped out from behind the lectern, and he was saying, "Now, brother, break it up. Let's cool it." He stood there, alone on the stage, with one hand up in the air, and he was a perfect target. And a man, police say he was Thomas Hagen, ran down the aisle with a shotgun, and the ones with him were already shooting, when the shotgun was right in front of Malcolm X, and both barrels raked him. Malcolm went straight back. and the sound of his head slamming onto the wooden floor was mixed with the screams, and he lay on his back on the stage of an old ballroom. Peter Bailey, an associate editor of Ebony magazine, was a member of the OAAU and worked closely with Malcolm X. He was at the Audubon the day of the shooting. That same day, he wrote his immediate reactions to what took place.
I was in the rear of the ballroom, sitting and waiting at the entrance for the speakers who were expected. After hearing 4 shots, I ran into the main ballroom, looked up front, and saw nothing but confusion. The place sounded like a battlefield. I then dashed back out with a group of people running towards me and ducked into the bathroom at the side to avoid the shots. Immediately after hearing the last shot, I ran out of the bathroom and down the center of the totally wrecked hall to the stage. Jumping onto the stage, I saw Brother Malcolm's lying on the stage floor with bullet holes all over his chest. I leaned over him and saw that his skin was already getting that deathly look. There were several people administering to him when I got to the stage. I went into the room where others were holding his wife. I said that someone had gone for the doctor, not knowing whether this was true or not. I then jumped from the stage and started to the rear of the hall to see if the doctor was on the way. It was almost 3/4 of the way down the hall that I saw the first 2 cops that I had seen, and those 2 were just casually walking through the hall as though they were on a Sunday stroll. This despite the fact that people were still screaming, crying, and the place looked like a battlefield.
Several questions arise from press accounts of what happened that day. In all 3 New York morning papers, descriptions were given of the capture of 2 suspects at the Audubon Ballroom immediately after the murder. In later editions of the same papers, and from then on, only 1 suspect was said to have been captured at the scene by police, and the press never questioned this.
An early edition of the New York Times, dated February 22, 1965, in an article headlined, "Malcolm X Shot to Death at Rally Here," said, quote, "The police indicated 2 suspects were being questioned," end quote. One of those suspects was identified as Thomas Hagen. In a later paragraph, the capture of the second suspect was described, quote, "Patrolman Thomas Hoy, 22, said he had been stationed outside the 166th Street entrance when, quote, I heard the shooting and the place exploded. He rushed in, saw Malcolm lying on the stage and, quote, grabbed a suspect who he said some people were chasing. As I brought him to the front of the ballroom, the crowd began beating me and the suspect," Patrolman Hoy said. He said he put this man, not otherwise identified later for newsmen, into a police car to be taken to the Wadsworth Avenue station. A late city edition of the same paper only indicated 1 person, Thomas Hagen, was captured at the scene. There is no further mention of a second suspect from then on.
All early edition February 22nd newspapers were actually on the newsstands the night of February 21st, which is the date of the assassination. In the February 22nd early edition of the New York Daily News, the same thing happened. Quote, 2 men, one the reputed assassin, were taken by police from the hands of a howling mob of Malcolm's followers. Both men were spirited away by the police. Again, later editions made no further mention of a second man.
Because of the mystery surrounding the second suspect, several independent writers and lesser-known publications have wondered if he could have been a police agent, and several other questions follow. What was the other man arrested by Patrolman Hoy doing to make the crowd think him a suspect? The police never explained why they didn't release this suspect's name as they did with Thomas Hagen's. He was described by eyewitnesses at the Audubon Ballroom as a, quote, tight-lipped, olive-skinned man with slanted eyes. The same description was used by Malcolm for a man he said followed him throughout Africa and Europe. One of the most curious aspects of the events surrounding Malcolm's assassination has to do with Gene Roberts, an undercover policeman who infiltrated Malcolm's organization, shown here administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Malcolm as he lay on the Audubon stage. The Muslims claim Roberts had defected from them with Malcolm the year before. He finally surfaced as an undercover police agent at the New York trial of the Panther 13. According to the New York Times of December 8, 1970, Roberts was assigned to undercover work when he became a policeman in 1965, the year that Malcolm was killed, and did not reveal himself until his Panther 13 grand jury testimony on April 1, 1969. The Times says, quote, Detective Gene Roberts said he had been assigned to infiltrate the organization of Malcolm X and was on duty as the black leader's bodyguard the afternoon he was killed on the stage. It is a frequent practice of white journalism for the press to convict blacks suspected or charged with crimes. Nowhere is the example of this practice more blatant than in the case of Malcolm's death.
Immediately after the assassination, both the police and press were quick to blame the Muslims for the assassination of Malcolm X. A quote from Time magazine, March 5, 1965. Malcolm's murder, almost certainly at the hands of the black Muslims from whom he had defected, came on a bright Sunday afternoon. The New York Times of February 22, 1965, in an article by Peter Kish said, quote, about 2 hours later, the police said the shooting had apparently been the result of a feud between followers of Malcolm and members of the extremist group he broke up with last year, the Black Muslims.
Besides Thomas Hagen, the one suspect police admitted holding, 2 others were later arrested. Norman Butler on February 26th and Thomas Johnson on March 3, 1965. Both Butler and Johnson were well-known Muslims who were out on bail on an assault charge at the time of Malcolm's murder. Neither was arrested at the scene. During the last days of the trial, the other suspect, Thomas Hagen, confessed to murdering Malcolm X, but said it was others, not Butler and Johnson, who aided him in the assassination. All 3 were subsequently found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. The court transcript of the trial reads, Thomas Hagen.
I know that they, Butler and Johnson, didn't have anything to do with the crime that was committed at the Audubon Ballroom February 21st, that I did take part in it, and that I know for a fact that they weren't there, and that I wanted to tell this to the jury, this to be known to the jury, the court, and the judge. I want to tell the truth.
Assistant District Attorney Dermody.
Will you tell us what the plan was, how the assassination was to take place?
Hagen.
4 people, 2 people sitting in the front row, man with the shotgun, short dark man with the beard sitting around the 4th row from the front, man in the back. One man starts commotion, says, get your hand out of my pocket. Guards from the stage goes after this man. Man with the shotgun shoots Malcolm. 2 men on the front row shoot pistols.
D.A.
And which of these men were you?
Hagen.
One of the men sitting on the front row.
Later in the court transcript, D.A.
Do you know the names of these 4 people?
Hagen.
I do.
D.A.
Give us the names of these 4 people that you say you know were involved with you.
Hagen.
I will not.
D.A.
You testified a few moments ago that you were told to do this by somebody. Is that right?
Hagen.
I was offered some money for doing it from people that probably would have been revealed if Mr. Williams,
one of the defense attorneys,
could have continued his interrogation.
D.A.
I ask that that be stricken as not responsive.
The judge.
Strike it out. Although Hagen testified that 3 others than himself were involved, only 2 others than himself were convicted, neither of whom was involved in the murder, according to Hagen. According to the court transcript, no further efforts were made in the trial by the defense attorneys or the prosecution to discover the identity of the person or persons who hired Hagen and his Confederates. Who actually ordered the killing of Malcolm? There has been much speculation. Although 2 of the men convicted of Malcolm's death were Muslims, and one, Thomas Hagen, rumored to be a Muslim, there has never been any formal evidence that his death was an official plot of the Nation of Islam, nor that these men convicted were acting under orders of black Muslim officials. The New York Times, dated February 23, 1965, reported that Elijah Muhammad denied that the black Muslim movement had anything to do with the slaying of Malcolm X. James Farmer, former director of CORE, felt Malcolm X was killed because of his crusade against drugs. Author Eric Norden notes that if the Muslims had their reasons for wanting Malcolm dead, so did others. Novelist Jay Kennedy also said it was because of drugs, but specifically named Red China as the force behind the assassin. Malcolm's sister, Ella Collins, said that his death was planned even before he was refused entry into France by the Western power structure. It has been 7 years since the assassination of El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, but there are still numerous questions left unanswered and many ends left dangling.
The Freedom Singers were singing the song Oginga Odinga, because Oginga Odinga is one of the foremost freedom fighters on the African continent. At the time he visited in Atlanta, Georgia, I think he was then the Minister of Home Affairs in Nairobi, in Kenya. But since Kenya became a republic last week, and Jomo Kenyatta ceased being the Prime Minister and became President, the same person that you are singing about, Oginga Odinga, is now Kenyatta's Vice President. He's the #2 man in the Kenya government. And the fact that you would be singing about him, to me, is quite significant. 2 or 3 years ago, this wouldn't have been done. 2 or 3 years ago, most of our people would choose to sing about someone who was, passive and meek and humble and forgiving. But Oginga Odinga, humble and forgiving. But Oginga Odinga is not passive. He's not meek. He's not humble. He's not nonviolent, but he's free. Oginga Odinga is vice president under Jomo Kenyatta, and Jomo Kenyatta was considered to be the organizer of the Mau Mau. And I think you mentioned the Mau Mau in that song. And if you analyze closely those words, I think you'll have the key to how to straighten the situation out in Mississippi. When the nations of Africa are truly independent, and they will be truly independent because they're going about it in the right way, they will give the historians will give the Prime Minister, or rather President Kenyatta, and the Mau Mau their rightful role in African history. They'll go down as the greatest African patriots and freedom fighters that continent ever knew, and they will be given credit for bringing about the independence of many of the existing independent states on that continent right now. There was a time when their image was negative, but today they're looked upon with respect, and their chief is the president, and their next chief is the vice president. And I have to take time to mention that because, in my opinion, not only in Mississippi and Alabama, but even right here in New York City, you and I can best learn how to get real freedom by studying how Kenyatta brought it to his people in Kenya, and how Odinga helped him, and the excellent job that was done by the Mau Mau freedom fighters. In fact, that's what we need in Mississippi. In Mississippi, we need a Mau Mau. In Alabama, we need a Mau Mau. In Georgia, we need a Mau Mau. Right here in Harlem and New York City, we need a Mau Mau. And I say it with no anger, but I say it with very careful forethought. The language that you and I have been speaking to this man with in the past hasn't reached him. And you can never really get your point across to a person until you learn how to communicate with him. If he speaks French, you can't speak German. You have to know what language he speaks and then speak to him in that language. And when I listen to Mrs. Hamer, a black woman, could be my mother, my sister, my daughter, describe what they had done to her in Mississippi, I ask myself, how in the world can we ever expect to be respected as men when we know that we will allow something like that to be done to our women and we do nothing about it? How can you and I be looked upon as men with black women being beaten and nothing being done about it? Black children and black babies being beaten and nothing being done about it. No, we don't deserve to be recognized and respected as men as long as our women can be brutalized in the manner that this woman described and nothing be done about it, but we sit around singing, "We shall overcome." We need a Mau Mau. If they don't want to deal with the Freedom, with the Freedom Democratic Party, then we'll give them something else to deal with. If they don't want to deal with the Student Nonviolent Committee, then we have to give them an alternative. But never stick someone out there without an alternative. We waste our time. Give them this or give them that. Give them the choice between this or that. When I was in Africa, I noticed some of the Africans got their freedom faster than others. And some areas of the African continent became independent faster than other areas. And I noticed that in the areas where independence had been gotten, someone got angry. And in the areas where independence had not been achieved yet, no one was angry. They were sad. They'd sit around and talk about their plight, but they weren't mad. And usually when people are sad, they don't do anything. They just cry over their condition. But when they get angry, they bring about a change. When they get angry, they aren't interested in logic. They aren't interested in odds. They aren't interested in consequences. When they get angry, they realize that the condition that they're in, that they're suffering, is unjust, immoral, illegal, and that anything that they do to correct it or eliminate it, they're justified. And when you and I develop that type of anger and speak in that voice, then we'll get some kind of respect and recognition and some changes from these people who have been promising us falsely already for far too long. So you'll have to speak their language. The language that they were speaking to Mrs. Hamer was the language of brutality. Beasts they were, beating her. The two Negroes, they weren't at fault. They were just puppets. You don't blame the puppet, you blame the puppeteer.
They were just carrying out someone else's orders. They were in someone else, under someone else's jurisdiction. They weren't at fault. In a way they were, but I still won't blame them. I put the blame on that man who gave the orders. And when you and I begin to look at him and see the language he speaks, the language of a brute, the language of someone who has no sense of morality, who absolutely ignores law, you and I then learn how to speak his language and we can communicate. But we will never communicate talking one language and he's talking another language. He's talking the language of violence and you and I running around with this little chicken pecking type of language and think that he's going to understand. Let's learn his language. If his language is with a shotgun, get a shotgun. This language, yes, I said, if he only understands the language of a rifle, get a rifle. If he only understands the language of a rope, get a rope. But don't waste time talking the wrong language to a man if you want to really communicate with him. Speak his language. And there's nothing wrong with that. If something was wrong with that language, the federal government would have stopped the cracker from speaking it to you and me. I might say, secondly, some people wonder, well, what has Harlem got to do? What does Mississippi have to do with Harlem? It isn't actually Mississippi. It's America. America is Mississippi. There's no such thing as a Mason-Dixon line. It's America. There's no such thing as the South. It's America. If one room in your house is dirty, you got a dirty house. If the closet is dirty, you got a dirty house. Don't say that that room is dirty, but the rest of my house is clean. You're over the whole house. You have authority over the whole house. The entire house is under your jurisdiction. And the mistake that you and I make is letting these northern crackers shift the weight to the southern crackers. The senator from Mississippi, one senator from Mississippi is over the House Judiciary Committee. He's in Washington, D.C., as Mrs. Hamer has pointed out, illegally. Every senator from a state where our people are deprived of the right to vote, they're in Washington, D.C., illegally. This country is a country whose governmental system is run by committees, House committees and Senate committees. The committee chairman occupies that position by dint of his seniority. Eastland is over the Judiciary Committee because he has more seniority than any other senator after the same post or on that committee. He's the chairman. Fulbright, another cracker from Arkansas, is over the Foreign Relations Committee. Ellender of Louisiana is over the Agriculture and Forestry Committee. Russell of Georgia is over the Armed Services Committee. And it goes right on down the line. Out of 16 committees, 10 of them are in the hands of Southern racists. Out of 20 congressional committees, 13 are in the hands, or at least before the recent elections, in the hands of Southern racists. Out of 36 committees that govern the foreign and domestic direction of this country, 23 are in the hands of Southern racists. And the reason they're in the hands of Southern racists is because the areas from which they come, the black man is deprived of his right to vote. If we had the ballot in that area, those racists would not be in Washington, D.C. There'd be some black faces there. There'd be some brown and some yellow and some red faces there. There'd be some faces other than those cracker faces that are there right now. So what happens in Mississippi in the South has a direct bearing on what happens to you and me here in Harlem. And likewise, out of the Democratic Party, which black people supported, recently, I think something like 97%, all of these crackers, and that's what they are, crackers, they belong to the Democratic Party. That's the party they belong to. Same one you belong to. Same one you support. Same one you say is going to get you this and get you that. Why, the base of the Democratic Party is in the South. The foundation of its authority is in the South. The head of the Democratic Party is sitting in the White House. He could have gotten Mrs. Hamer in Atlantic City. He could have opened up his mouth and had her seated. Hubert Humphrey could have opened his mouth and had her seated. Wagner, the mayor right here, could have opened up his mouth and used his weight and had her seated. Don't be talking about some crackers down in Mississippi and Alabama, in Georgia. All of them are playing the same game. Lyndon B. Johnson is the head of the cracker party. No, I don't want to be stepping on toes or saying things that you didn't think I was going to say. But don't ever call me up here to talk about Mississippi. It's controlled right up here from the north. Mississippi is controlled from the north. Alabama is controlled from the north. These northern crackers are in cahoots with the southern crackers. Only these northern crackers smile in your face and show you their teeth. And they stick the knife in your back when you turn around. You at least know what that man down there is doing, and you know how to deal with him. So all I say is this. This is all I say. That when you start talking about one, talk about the other. When you start worrying about the part or the piece, worry about the whole. And if this piece is no good, the entire pie is no good, because it all comes out of the same plate and it's made up out of the same ingredients. Wagner is a Democrat. He belongs to the same party as Easton. Johnson is a Democrat. He belongs to the same party as Easton. Now, Wagner was in Atlantic City. Ray Jones was in Atlantic City. Lyndon B. Johnson was in Atlantic City. Hubert Humphrey was in Atlantic City. The crackers that you voted for were in Atlantic City. What did they do for you when you wanted to sit down? They were quiet. They were silent. They said, don't rock the boat. You might get Goldwater elected. So I just have one bit of a suggestion to offer before I sit down. And excuse me for raising my voice, but I feel like raising it. I have this bit of suggestion. Find out what Wagner is going to do. So I just have one bit of a suggestion to offer before I sit down. And excuse me for raising my voice, but I feel like raising it. I have this bit of suggestion. Find out what Wagner is going to do in behalf of this resolution that you're trying to get through before January the 4th. Find out in advance where does he stand on these Mississippi congressmen who are illegally coming up from the South to represent Democrats. Find out where the mayor of this city stands and make him come on record without dilly-dallying and without compromise. Find out where his friends stand on seating the Mississippians who are coming forth illegally. Find out where Ray Jones, who is one of the most powerful black Democrats in this city, find out where he stands before January the 4th. You can't talk about Rockefeller because he's a Republican, although he's in the same boat right along with the rest of them. So I say in my conclusion, as Mrs. Hamer pointed out, that the brothers and the sisters in Mississippi are being beaten and killed for no reason other than they want to be treated as first-class citizens. There's only one way to be a first-class citizen, as first-class citizens. There's only one way to be a first-class citizen. There's only one way to be independent. There's only one way to be free. It's not something that someone gives to you. It's something that you take. Nobody can give you independence. Nobody can give you freedom. Nobody can give you equality or justice or anything. If you're a man, you take it. If you can't take it, you don't deserve it. Nobody can give it to you. So if you and I want freedom, we want independence, if we want respect, if we want recognition, we obey the law. We be peaceful. But at the same time, at any moment that you and I are involved in any kind of action that is legal, that is in accord with our civil rights, in accord with the courts of this land, in accord with the Constitution, when all of these things are on our side, and we still can't get it, it's because we aren't on our own side. We yet don't realize the real price necessary to pay to see that these things are enforced where we're concerned. And until we realize this, they won't be enforced where we're concerned. We have to let the people in Mississippi, as well as Mississippi, New York, and elsewhere know that freedom comes to us either by ballot or by bullet. That's the only way freedom is gotten. Freedom is gotten by ballot or bullet. These are the only two avenues, the only two roads, the only two methods, the only two means, either ballot or bullet. And when you know that, yes, when you know it, then you are careful how you use the word freedom. As long as we're going to sing up on, as long as you think we're going to sing up on some, you come in and sing. I watch you. Those of you who are singing, are you also willing to do some swinging with some of these? No, this is true. They've always said that I'm anti-white. I'm for anybody who's for freedom. I'm for anybody who's for justice. I'm for anybody who's for equality. I'm not for anybody who tells me to sit around and wait for mine. I'm not for anybody who tells me to turn the other cheek when a cracker is busting up my jaw. I'm not for anybody. I'm not for anybody who tells black people to be nonviolent while nobody is telling white people to be nonviolent. So I just say in my conclusion, I know I'm in the church and I probably shouldn't be talking like this, but Jesus himself, he was ready to turn the synagogue inside out and upside down when things weren't going right. In fact, in the book of Revelation, they got Jesus sitting on a horse with a sword in his hand, getting ready to go into action. But they don't tell you or me about that Jesus. They only tell you and me about that peaceful Jesus. They never let you get down to the end of the book. They keep you up there where everything is, non-violent. No, go read the whole book. And when you get in Revelation, you find that even Jesus' patience ran out. And when his patience ran out, he got the whole situation straightened out. He picked up the sword. So, I believe that there are some white people who might be sincere. But I think they should prove it. And you can't prove it to me by singing with me. You can't prove it to me by being nonviolent. No. You can prove it by recognizing the law of justice. And the law of justice is, as you sow, so must you reap. The law of justice is, he who kills by the sword shall be killed by the sword. This is justice. Now, if you are with us, all I say is, make the same kind of contribution with us in our struggle for freedom that all white people have always made when they were struggling for their own freedom. And your freedom was, you were struggling for your freedom in the Revolutionary War. When your own Patrick Henry said liberty or death, and George Washington got the cannons out, and all the rest of them that you taught me to worship as my heroes, they were fighters, they were warriors. But now when the time comes for our freedom, you want to reach back in the bag and grab somebody who's nonviolent and peaceful and forgiving and long-suffering. I don't go for that. No. I say that a black man's freedom is as valuable as a white man's freedom. And I say that a black man has the right to do whatever is necessary to get his freedom that other human beings have done to get their freedom. Just a moment. And I say that you and I will never get our freedom non-violently and patiently and lovingly. We will never get it until we let the world know that as other human beings have laid down their lives for freedom and also taken life for freedom, that you and I are ready and willing and equipped and qualified to do the same thing. It was just a shame that Mrs. Heyman came out here this afternoon where there are so few people. It's a shame. All of our people in Harlem should have heard her describe what they did to her down there. Because I think the people in Harlem are more capable of evening the score than people are anywhere else in this country. People in Harlem, yes they are. And they need to hear her story. They need to know more about firsthand what's happening down there, especially to our women. And then they need some lessons in tactics and strategy on how to get even. And I, for one, will make the first contribution to any fund that's raised for the purpose of evening the score. I, for one, will make the first contribution. Whenever someone commits murder, what do? You put a reward, wanted, dead or alive, for the murderer. Yes, learn how to do it. Here we've had 3 people murdered. No reward has been put on the head of the murderer, and don't put it on just a reward, dead or alive. Dead or alive. And let that plan know that we can do it tit for tat. Tit for tat. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you all don't want to do it, we'll do it. We'll do it. We have brothers who are equipped and who are qualified and who are willing to as Jesus said, little children, go ye where I send thee. We have brothers who can do that and who will do that and who are ready to do that. And I say that if the government of the United States cannot bring to justice people who murder Negroes, or people who murder those who are at the forefront, fighting in behalf of Negroes, then it's time for you and me to retire quietly to our closets and devise means and methods of seeing that justice is executed against murderers where justice has not been forthcoming in the past. I say in my conclusion that if you and I here in Harlem, who form the habit oftentimes of fighting each other, who sneak around trying to wait for an opportunity to throw some acid or some lies on each other, or sprinkle dust at each other's doorstep. If you and I were really and truly for the freedom of our people, all of the energy that we waste thinking of how to do harm for each other, since you have that engine to know how to do it, let me know. I'll give you some money and show you where to go, and show you who to do it to. And then you will go down in history as having done an honorable. In addition to it just being gross.
Who knows the news before it drops? Tell me who. Who shorts the oil before it flops? Tell me who. Who sits in the White House and bets on the war? The president's son. Yeah, that's the score. Donnie Jr., the advisor of two betting jams. Kalshi and Polly Market ain't no complaints. He holds the strings while daddy drops the tweet. Crude oil crashes, the family's alive. Jared Kushner, the son-in-law with the golden touch. Epstein file, so he played 2 mouths. Now both of them deep in the prediction game. Every war headline brings another million in the frame. Who knows the news before it drops? Tell me who. Shorts the oil before it flops. Tell me who sits in the White House and bets on the war? The president's son. Yeah, that's the score. Daddy in the Oval says peace is near. Oil shorts place the profits appear. 20 minutes later the strait is open wide. someone new before, who's the inside guy? Junior's got 2 seats at 2 different tables. One goes up, the other goes down, he's never in fables. The friendly company truth predictors on the why. Now the public gets to gamble while the sharks get paid. A soldier got arrested for 100,000 wounds. Used classified info, now his freedom's doomed. But the son of the president, he's an advisor. Same crime, different name, that's the liar's miser. Abby Phillip called it insider trading with the mask. Congress banned itself from betting, but they won't even ask why the man who owns the casino writes the rules, why the public plays the fool, that's the score. Who knows the news before it drops? Tell me who shorts the oil before it flops? Tell me who sits in the White House and bets on the war? The president's son. Yeah, that's the score. First it was money, now it's blood and fire. A soldier in a cell, Junior's still alive. Democrats and Republicans both saying no, but nobody touches the family, that's the truth, bro. Holly Market and Cal, she's still printing cash. The only one punished is the soldier who dashed. The ones who built the casino, they're in the security need. Daddy tweets, oil drops, another family tree. So who knew before the news? The guy with the cucumber support. Trump is business, baby. Look up at the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, dropping UFO files just to mess with your brain. Blurry little saucers while the economy dies, but you'll keep the Epstein list in the dark with the lies. Yeah, it's the weapon of mass distraction. Look at the stars to avoid the reaction. Keep the fake aliens, we calling your bluff. Show us who went to the island, yeah, we had enough. Mr. President playing hero with a classified stash, but the footage looking like it was recorded on trash. 144 pixels of a smudge in the clouds, and you throwing it like candy to the gullible crowds. Where the real files at? Oh, the CIA tripped you? Dyer stepped in and they suddenly zipped you. No spaceships, no bodies, just a weather balloon. Selling tickets to a movie that is ending too soon. I'm the man of the truth, nah, PR machine. The cheapest magic trick that the world ever seen. Trying to shine a little logic so we follow the beam, while you hide the real monsters in the back of the scene. Bring it back to the ground where the pockets are peaking. Crime on the corner while the podium's speaking. Gas prices up, inflation is wild, so you point at a comment like you tricking the child. And what's this about skipping the midterm votes? Changing up the maps just to keep you afloat. Talking about democracy but rigging the game. Pointing fingers at the world to escape your own blame. You say you want it fair but you alter the lines. American dream looking like a series of crimes. You want us looking up while the country is burning, but the wheels of the truth, yeah, they constantly turn. Turn up at the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, dropping UFO files just to mess with your brain. Blurry little saucers while the economy dies, but you keep the Epstein list in the dark with the lies. Yeah, it's the weapon of mass distraction. Look at the stars to avoid the reaction. Keep the fake aliens, we call it your bluff. Show us who went to the island, yeah, we had enough. Now let's cross the Atlantic, look at how you behave. Throwing tantrums globally, putting trust in the grave. Germany speaks up, so you pack up and split. Pulling troops out of spite, cause your ego was hit. A diplomatic child with the button to press. Turning international relations into a mess. And at the border, yeah, we see the divide. Only white refugees get a ticket inside. Call it what it is, man or racist agenda. Return to sender, no pretending to mend ya. You're building up walls while you tear down the bridges and hide your dirty secrets in the Hollywood ridges. Look at the sky, ignore the blood on the floor. Look at the sky, ignore the cost of the war. Look at the screen, ignore the man in the cell. Welcome to the shiny little PR hell. Let me speak from Tehran, let me set the record straight. Yeah, we got our own struggles with the bulls of the state. We fight for our freedom, we bleed in the street, but we don't need a savior with an occupying fleet. Keep your missiles, keep your sanctions, keep your bloody liberation. We don't want a U.S. bomb to democratize our nation. The war is going bad for you, the casualties rise. So you threaten escalation, do cover the cries. Sign the deal or we strike, man, you sounding absurd. Hurting your own economy, breaking your word. We defending our soil, we ain't bowing to pressure. Your military might is a failing endeavor. So wrap it all up in a shiny foil package. Use the little green men to cover the damage. You distracting from the war, distracting from the prices, distracting from a nation in a multitude of crises. But the Epstein ghost still knock on the door. The billionaire secrets ain't safe anymore. You can't
truth can't bury the corruption, can't silence the youth. From the streets of Iran to your own Capitol dome, the karma that you built is finally coming home. Put the UFOs away, man, the gang is up. We drink in reality, you poison the cup. Look up at the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, dropping UFO files just to mess with your brain. Blurry little saucers while the economy dies, but you keep the Epstein list in the dark with the lies. Yeah, it's the weapon of mass distraction. Look at the stars to avoid the reaction. Keep the fake aliens, we calling your bluff. Show us who went to the island, yeah, we had enough. Yeah, greetings from Iran. We see the shiny object. We ain't looking. Fix your own house before you try to burn ours down. Where's the real files? Yeah. Epstein didn't fade away just because you showed us a blurry drone. Wake up. Wake up.
Country, how came it yours? Before the Pilgrims landed, we were here. Your country.
Presenting history's best on PBS.
Your country, how came it yours? Before the Pilgrims landed, we were here. Your country, how came it yours? Before the Pilgrims landed, we were here.
Africans in America has been made possible by a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities, expanding America's understanding of who we were, who we are, and who we will be.
A home is more than four walls and a roof. It's safer streets, better schools, stronger communities. The American Dream. The Fannie Mae Foundation, helping Americans on the path to home ownership.
They were torn from homes and families, yet they never let go of their courage and perseverance. And our nation is stronger because of it. That's why Africans in America is proudly brought to you by Bankers Trust, architects of value.
It's not just African American history, it's American history. McDonald's is proud to support this presentation of Africans in America. Additional funding is provided by the Ford Foundation, the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, Stratford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and the annual financial support of PBS viewers like you.
Men may write fictions portraying lowly life as it is, or as it is not. May expatiate with owlish gravity upon the bliss of ignorance, discourse flippantly from armchairs of the pleasures of slave life. But let them toil with him in the field, sleep with him in the cabin, feed with him on husks. Let them behold him scourged, hunted, trampled on, and they will come back with another story in their mouths. Let them know the heart of the poor slave. Learn his secret thoughts, thoughts he dare not utter in the hearing of the white man. Let them sit by him in the silent watches of the night. Converse with him in trustful confidence of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they will find
that 99 out of every 100 are intelligent enough to understand their situation and to cherish in their bosoms the love of freedom as passionately as themselves. Solomon Northrop, 12 years a slave.
In January 1793, a remarkable sight appeared above the rooftops of Philadelphia, the birthplace of American independence. A woven basket large enough to carry a man, suspended only by an enormous balloon. It was the first voyage in the United States of the famous French aeronaut, Jean-Pierre Blanchard. Benjamin Rush, one of the city's fathers, declared, "It was a truly sublime sight. Every faculty of the mind was seized, expanded, and captivated by it."
We're into the age of enlightenment, and the balloon is certainly a product of it, because we're talking chemistry with the gases that expand it. We're talking about aeronautics with the principles developing principles that hold it up. And we're also talking about that kind of optimism that the mind can do anything.
Part of what the Enlightenment gave people faith in was this notion of a doctrine of progress, that history itself could be progressive, that human beings and the human character and human nature could be improved, maybe even perfected. And in America now, there was the spreading belief that liberty would expand, and the contradictions to that liberty, the problems that that liberty would face, would somehow be dissolved or absorbed.
At the end of the Revolution, the most conspicuous contradiction to liberty in America was slavery. By 1790, 1 in 5 Americans was being held in bondage. Most of the 700,000 enslaved men, women, and children who planted America's crops and tilled them, who kept America's homes and cooked its meals, who forged America's tools and weaved its very fabric, had been born in the oldest colonies of the South, over half in Virginia and Maryland alone. And though they were not untouched by the rhetoric of progress and equality that swept the young nation in those days, neither were they freed by it. America had decided in its first documents to keep nearly all the Africans now in America slaves. The Constitution prohibited even a vote on ending the slave trade until 1808.
Still, blacks claim out of the American Revolution their own kind of a Declaration of Independence, that they claim their own place now in this republic, that they refuse to let America say that the Declaration of Independence only applies to white people. In all of the ways that blacks start writing petitions to state legislatures, the ways that they appropriate the very language of the Declaration of Independence to their own uses, it's quite clear that they saw themselves as vessels of the legacy of this revolution.
During the Revolution, Thomas Jefferson had written the words, "All men are created equal." He had defined the spirit of resistance and shaped the foundation of American democracy. And in the early years of the new republic, his writings would give voice to the paradox of human bondage in the land of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Jefferson always believed, always stated, in any case, that the right of one man to hold another as property was an illegitimate form of property. From his earliest public pronouncements, Jefferson announced that there was something profoundly wrong with the entire concept of slavery. Yet, like most Virginians of his day and class, he found it virtually impossible to live without all of this unfree labor.
In 1793, Thomas Jefferson was Secretary of State and the owner of over 130 human beings. Jefferson knew firsthand of the injustices of slavery, and his writings, both public and private, warned of a day when the slave would rise, as he put it, from the dust.
Can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, the conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are the gift of God, that they are not to be violated, but with his wrath? Thomas Jefferson.
Jefferson gave us the Declaration of Independence, but Jefferson is really one of the first people, and certainly the most important person, to discuss in writing Black inferiority. He's the first person to discuss in writing the idea that Blacks and whites cannot live together as equals.
In 1781, 5 years after he composed the Declaration of Independence, Jefferson wrote notes on the state of Virginia. In it, he answered queries about the mountains and rivers, cascades and caverns, several pages devoted to the average fall of rain. But in Query 14, the administration of justice and the description of the laws, Jefferson turned his attention to the character of his slaves. Their griefs are transient, he wrote. Their odor, disagreeable.
Are not the fine mixtures of red and white the expressions of every passion by greater or less suffusions of color in the one, preferable to that eternal monotony which reigns in the countenances, that immovable veil of black which covers all the emotions of the other race? Add to these flowing hair, a more elegant symmetry of form, their own judgment in favor of the whites, declared by their preference of them as uniformly as is the preference of the orangutan for the black women over those of his own species.
Jefferson had to find excuses for why he said one thing and practiced another. And so his answer was that Africans and their descendants were biologically inferior to Anglos, and therefore they were essentially children. And it was his responsibility, his duty, to care for these people who simply couldn't care for themselves in a free world.
I was awakened and brought to see myself poor, wretched, undone, and without the mercy of God. I was tempted to believe hell would be my portion. And all of a sudden, my dungeon shook, my chains flew off, and glory to God, I cried.
During the American Revolution, Richard Allen, born a slave, had been converted under the preachings of an itinerant white minister. He had worked for the Patriot forces during the war to earn money to buy his freedom, and in 1786, he came to Philadelphia, America's capital, a free man and a Methodist preacher. His dream was to build a church, to uplift the morals of those so long oppressed by slavery.
Here's a man who has
bought himself out of slavery. He's participated in the evangelical revolution that's happening concurrently with the revolution in the political realm. And in that evangelical revolution, the sense of the equality of people across racial lines in the eyes of God has, for at least a moment, become a reality in the social order.
By 1793, Richard Allen was one of over 2,000 freed slaves in Philadelphia, embarking on another experiment in liberty. Allen had enlisted members of the white community in raising money for an African church and offered himself as an example that former slaves could reach as high as white Americans.
Some of what moved Allen were ideas like work real hard, go to school, learn, you can do anything. You know, these principles, these American principles that hey, here's this wilderness, and if we dedicate ourselves, we can change it. We can change it into a garden. I think Allen believed that.
Allen spent his days going among the poorest of the freed slaves, preaching as many as 5 times a day. He attended this white Methodist church until black members were evicted from services one Sunday for mistakenly sitting in seats reserved for whites, seats the black community had helped to build. But during the sweltering summer of 1793, Allen believed Philadelphia's black community would have an opportunity to prove itself once and for all.
Any summer in a city was an unhealthy time. I mean, sanitation was primitive, to say the least. People got sick and people died. What was unusual about 1793 is that the rates of death creep up, and then they start to leap up.
A malignant fever has broken out in Water Street, which has already carried off 12 persons. The disease is violent and of short duration. In one case, it killed in 12 hours, and in no case has it lasted more than 4 days. Benjamin Rush, Philadelphia.
A real siege mentality took over, so that in a household, if one person caught it, that person was ostracized, and often just put outdoors. And you had the situation where you had actual situations where children were put out of doors, dropped in the street because people were afraid the child would infect everybody else. It's a scary moment. It's a moment of absolute chaos. The government flees town. The people who are supposed to be responsible for law and order give up, run away, the ones who can, the ones who are rich enough.
The week before last, the deaths were about 40. The last week, about 80, and this week I think they will be about 200. All persons who can find asylum elsewhere are flying from this city. The president set out from Mount Vernon yesterday. General Knox is setting out from Massachusetts, and I think to go to Virginia. Thomas Jefferson, Secretary of State.
Dr. Rush has acknowledged with a candor that does him honor that in his early days, having depended on gentle purges of salts, his patients all died. Afterwards, he had recourse to strong purges of calomel and jalap and the bleeding. Matthew Carey.
Benjamin Rush, a signer of the Declaration of Independence and Philadelphia's leading physician, had acquired a reputation as a friend of the black community when he joined Allen in soliciting funds for the African church.
Rush had some reports that seemed to him to indicate that people of African ancestry are immune. So several ideas come together in this man's mind that this is a divine dispensation, that you have a segment of the community despised, discriminated against, who are, for some reason, he thinks, unable to contract yellow fever. So what an opportunity for them to be of service to the white community that is afflicted, nurse people, treat people, and then in the aftermath, how much gratitude is going to be lavished upon them.
And so you had this anomalous situation of people who wouldn't allow, who would never dream of having a black person enter their front door, let alone their bedroom. People who are now dependent on a black person who was wielding a knife and who entered the bedroom and opened a vein.
I don't know what the people would do if it were not for the Negroes, as they are the principal nurses. Dr. Rush has had it, but recovered. Isaac Heston.
By October, nearly 4,000 white Philadelphians lay dead or dying, and 10% of the city's black population had been claimed by the plague. In the end, the fever had shown no preference for black or white.
The plague didn't end until the first frosts in November. And then there seemed to be this miraculous lifting of the curse. And of course, people were jubilant and felt that the city had been saved, had been delivered. And then race rises up and begins to become the organizing principle.
With the cool weather came accusations and charges against the black nurses, cart drivers, and grave diggers, charges of wrongdoing, of profiteering, and of murder.
The yellow fever epidemic is a harbinger of things to come for African Americans because it's a place where African Americans put in a lot of energy, hoping to earn themselves a place in American society. And as a result, they are vilified for it.
What we see is folks beginning to dig in and become entrenched for this long struggle that they saw on the horizon. So we have this, how do we live for today, and also how do we live for tomorrow? What is it that will make things better for our children and our grandchildren? And this planning and strategizing was beginning to form in earnest.
The following year, in the shadow of Independence Hall, Richard Allen opened his church, that it would be a gathering place of souls. It was called Bethel, House of God.
When I arrived at the age of 18, it was my lot to be introduced to a slave girl named Melinda. Melinda was graceful in her walk, extraordinary. Her skin was smooth with dark and penetrating eyes. Before I was aware of it, I was deeply in love and became satisfied that it was reciprocal. I could read it by the warm and affectionate shake of the hand and the gentle smile upon the lovely cheek. I could read it in the language of her bright and sparkling eye. Our marriage took place during Christmas. And some months later, Melinda made me a father, Henry Bibb.
Slave marriages took many forms, from elaborate weddings to a couple's jumping over a broomstick, hand in hand. When ceremonies were conducted by white ministers, the phrases, till death do you part, and those whom God has joined together let no man put asunder, were customarily omitted, since slave marriages were neither legal nor secure. In 1793, a new invention would threaten those unions as never before. That year, an application for a patent was made by a school teacher named Eli Whitney. Philadelphia's yellow fever epidemic had shut down the government and delayed action on Whitney's invention, a device to separate the seeds from cotton without destroying the fiber. It was called an engine, or gin for short.
This gin, if turned with horses or by water, 2 persons will clean as much cotton in one day as 100 persons could clean in the same time. Eli Whitney.
The cotton gin was important, probably the most important invention in American history up to the Civil War. But it carried a great price. It carried a price for black people, and it also carried a price for white people. Because while the country advanced economically because of this technology, it created a system that they were going to have to deal with later on.
Before Whitney's invention, short staple cotton could not be grown for profit because of the labor needed to filter out the seeds. Now, it could be grown almost anywhere climate permitted. And American farmers wasted no time pushing west into the wilderness of Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi, seeking more and more land to turn white with cotton. Within 50 years, 75% of the world's cotton came from the black earth of the American South, making work for an army of laborers who planted and picked it. But as the nation moved west, no slave family would be safe from separation.
When my babe was born, it weighed only 4 pounds, but God let it live. When he was a year old, they called him beautiful. The little vine was taking a deep root in my existence, though its clinging fondness excited a mixture of love and pain. When I was most sorely oppressed, I found a solace in his smiles. I loved to watch his infant slumbers. But always there was a dark cloud over my enjoyment. I could never forget that he was a slave. Harriet Jacobs.
If a master died, or if a master went into debt, or if the crops failed, or if there was some catastrophe, these people were a prey not only to hunger and poverty, but were prey to their most intimate relationships being violated.
One of the challenges of trying to understand what slavery meant is to somehow balance the big picture of here's this dreadful, oppressive relationship with the other reality that there are men, women, and children who are living their lives, who are falling in love, who are deciding to have children, who have all the kinds of human frailties of others.
After the sale of my mother, my father's master resolved to sell my father to a southern slave dealer. About midnight, my grandfather silently repaired to the cabin of my father, gave him a bottle of cider,
and a small bag of parched corn, and then, praying to the God of his native country to protect his son, enjoined him to fly from the destruction which awaited him. In the morning, the Georgian could not find his newly purchased slave, who was never seen or heard of from that day. Charles Ball.
After the invention of the cotton gin, the threat of sale loomed larger than ever before, and laws were passed to keep slaves under a tighter watch. Some resisted by running away, others by stealing or refusing to work. A very few saw no other alternative but to take up arms. One was a slave named Gabriel, who stole a pig and was hauled into a courthouse outside Richmond, Virginia, in 1799.
Gabriel was caught stealing a pig. Instead of accepting the abuse, which of course every slave was supposed to accept, he threw the man to the ground, wrestled him to the ground, and bit off the better part of his left ear. That, of course, was a capital crime. Pig stealing was a common occurrence. Biting white people was something that it was not encouraged for black Virginians to do.
Gabriel was convicted of attacking and maiming the white man who caught him. To deter others from such crimes, he was publicly humiliated, branded, and forced to spend a month in jail. As Gabriel sat in his cell, he decided that the time was right to organize the slaves of Richmond and strike against those who were holding them in bondage.
The only time that slaves would have had any mobility without the most rigid observation of whites would have been on a Sunday, would have been at night. Religious gatherings could have, in some cases, provided an opportunity for people to meet. We must never forget that any kind of move toward liberation among blacks was a question of life and death.
Like all revolutionaries, Gabriel seemed to have very little concern for violence and danger. He was an enormous man, 6'2", 6'3", in a time of relatively shorter men. He was a blacksmith, so he was a man of enormous strength. He was described as having scars on his face. He was missing most of his front teeth, and I suspect that came from mixing it up in the quarters with other slaves. He was a man who people instinctively tended to follow, and he apparently feared very little.
After his release, Gabriel began hammering out instruments of war, turning shovels into swords and molding bullets. Through most of the year 1800, he recruited soldiers for a rebel army.
All the whites were to be massacred, except the Quakers, the Methodists, and the Frenchmen, and they were to be spared on account of their being friendly to liberty. They intended also to spare all the poor white women who had no slaves. Ben Woolfolk, conspirator.
Obviously, he was not a naive man. He realized that this would be black freedom born of white fear, not out of white magnanimity.
1,000 men was to be raised from Richmond, 600 from Ground Squirrel Bridge, and 400 from Goochland. The business of the insurrection had so far advanced that we were compelled, even if discovered, to go forward. Solomon, conspirator.
Gabriel decided his troops would move at midnight on August 30th, 1800, carrying a flag with the motto, "Death or Liberty."
We can imagine what it was like
on that day in August in 1800 with scores of African Americans gathering on a Sunday to create this rebellion with picks and axe and knives and clubs, and what it must have been like for them, prepared to strike and yet unable to strike.
That very evening, one observer wrote, there came on the most terrible thunderstorm accompanied with an enormous rain. Rivers swelled, roads and bridges washed away, and when it became clear that the business, as it was called, would be impossible in the storm, Gabriel tried to postpone the revolt. But before morning, the plot was betrayed by 2 slaves.
What's phenomenal is how close it got. If the accounts and the inferences we can make about the numbers, that it lasted so long before any betrayal is quite extraordinary.
Gabriel went to trial on October 6, 1800. He refused to testify or to explain his actions, but one of the rebels did make a statement.
I have nothing more to say in my defense than what General Washington would have had to offer had he been taken by the British and put to trial. I have adventured my life in endeavoring to obtain the liberty of my countrymen, and I am a willing sacrifice in their cause. And I beg, as a favor, that I may be immediately led to execution. I know that you have predetermined to shed my blood. Why then, all this mockery of a trial?
One cannot go to bed in the evening without the apprehension of being massacred before morning. Masters and overseers are obliged to retreat to some secure place during the night or employ armed sentinels. A gentleman of high respectability lately informed me that he personally knew a master of slaves who retreated every night into an upper room, the entrance of which was by a trapdoor, and kept an axe by his side for defense. Jesse Torrey.
The growing fear of slave uprisings in the American South was intensified by the success of the rebels in the small Caribbean colony of Haiti, known then as Saint-Domingue. Saint-Domingue had been the most brutal of Europe's colonies in the New World, and the most successful, until a violent slave revolt in 1791 had changed all that, releasing hundreds of thousands from their bondage and overturning the plantation economy. But by 1801, peace and commerce had returned to Saint-Domingue, and a detente between the former slaves and former masters had come with it. While still a French colony, Saint-Domingue was moving toward independence, just as the United States had done 25 years before. That year, Saint-Domingue's governor, Toussaint Louverture, himself a former slave, declared a new constitution outlawing slavery forever.
Slavery's regime tried to create for slaves a very limited horizon in terms of what constituted their world. And one of the things that this Saint-Domingue Revolution was doing was really focusing attention at things that were taking place outside and opening up, to some degree, a whole set of possibilities.
As vice president, Thomas Jefferson urged Congress to cut off trade with Toussaint. black sailors from the island mixing with American slaves in southern ports was a threat that could not be contained, he argued. But the trade was too profitable, and Congress refused.
Jefferson's fear was that black Americans, like Gabriel, would be inspired by what they saw taking place just off the shore of America. And he spent virtually his entire career trying to shut down any contact and therefore any movement of information between the American mainland and the Caribbean island.
In 1801, weeks after Jefferson's inauguration as America's third president, he was visited by Napoleon Bonaparte's representative in America's new capital, the city of Washington. Napoleon, the first consul of France, was seeking Jefferson's help in reimposing slavery in Saint-Domingue. After the meeting, the envoy wrote to Napoleon that Jefferson promised that all necessary measures would be taken to starve out Toussaint and to aid the French army. In February 1802, the first of Napoleon's troops began to arrive at Saint-Domingue's harbors. After 4 years of peace, war resumed immediately.
Despite the French effort and despite the Americans' tacit support of that French effort, they managed, nevertheless, to establish independence, to resist and defeat the French force under Napoleon's brother-in-law, and establish an independent country on January 1, 1804, whose name was Haiti.
Haiti was now the second republic in the Western Hemisphere, and a stunning example for American slaves. It had taken 13 years and cost over 100,000 black lives, but there would never again be slavery in Haiti. Napoleon, now unable to use Haiti as a military base to protect French interest in North America and embroiled in other foreign wars, abandoned the New World, selling the Louisiana Territory to the United States for $15 million.
Well, it's ironic that despite Jefferson's own hostility to the Saint-Domingue Haitian Revolution, that the signal achievement of his administration was very much based on the success of that revolution. That was the purchase of the Louisiana Territory.
Called the greatest bargain in American history, the Louisiana Purchase doubled the size of the American Republic, making room for 13 new states, all west of the Mississippi River. 4 years later, the first American steamboat would push away from its mooring. And by the 1830s, the Mississippi would be crowded with them, embarking from ports like New Orleans, Louisiana, and Jefferson City, Missouri, laden with slave-grown cotton. By 1808, agriculture was on the decline in the older southern states, like Maryland and Virginia. There was not enough work to support the 500,000 slaves now held there. In the North, slavery was dying, and an anti-slavery movement was being born. Its first goal was achieved when Congress abolished the foreign slave trade, stopping importations from Africa or the Caribbean. The ban was signed into law on January 1st, 1808, the earliest moment allowed by the U.S. Constitution.
Let the 1st of January be set apart in every year as a day of public thanksgiving. Let the history of the sufferings of our brethren and of their deliverance descend by this means to our children, to the remotest generations. And when they shall ask in time to come, saying, what mean the lessons of this day? Let us answer them by saying, the Lord on this day abolished the trade which dragged your fathers from their native country, and sold them as bondmen in the United States of America. Absalom Jones, Philadelphia.
In an odd way, the prohibition on further African imports as of January 1, 1808, actually strengthened slavery in a place where it had been the weakest. The ban created an artificial scarcity of black laborers, and consequently immediately an inter-American trade between the upper South, between Virginia and Maryland, and the lower South, South Carolina and Georgia, emerged.
My purchaser ordered me to cross my hands behind, which were quickly bound with a strong cord. And then he told me that day that we must set out for the South. I joined 51 other slaves, 32 men and 19 women. A strong iron collar was closely fitted by means of a padlock around each of our necks. We were handcuffed in pairs with iron staples and bolts. Charles Ball.
Though slavery would vanish from the North, it would flourish on the new frontier and provide a market for the surplus of slaves in the upper South. Charles Ball was born into slavery in Maryland, as his parents had been. He would be one of hundreds of thousands force-marched into the deep South and West.
If one was between the age of roughly 18 and 30, you had about a 1 in 3 chance of being sold to South Carolina or to Mississippi. Some masters, and Jefferson falls into this category, tried to sell women with their children, but for slave men, they were not regarded as being part of the family.
And if we think about someone such as Charles Ball, who is married, who has children, his first thought when he's captured, when he's taken, he makes the request that, can I at least see, well, his first thought is the issue of the futility of any resistance. And then his thought immediately goes to facing that quickly. This is a fait accompli. And he simply asks, can I see my family beforehand? And one of the things to me when I read this, it sends a chill down my back, that the response that he gets is, you can get another wife in Georgia.
We all lay down on the naked floor to sleep in our handcuffs and chains. The women, my fellow slaves, lay on one side of the room, and the men who were chained with me occupied the other. I at length fell asleep, but was distressed by painful dreams. My wife and children appeared to be weeping and lamenting my calamity, and beseeching and imploring my master on their knees not to carry me away from them. My little boy came and begged me not to go and leave him, and endeavored with his little hands to break the fetters that bound me. Charles Ball.
In the first place, it is impossible in the nature of things for the blacks in the North to ever be reconciled to the whites, while hundreds of thousands of their countrymen are groaning, bleeding, and dying beneath the frowns of despotism in the South. Suppose an army of them should march on Philadelphia. What havoc would a handful of infuriated Negroes occasion? Thomas Brannigan.
Since 1793, the black population in Philadelphia had grown to over 10,000 souls. Many were refugees from slavery. There and throughout the North, free black communities had built churches and formed mutual aid societies to help the fugitives and those newly freed. And on April 11, 1816, the African Methodist Episcopal denomination, uniting congregations throughout the country, was founded at Richard Allen's Bethel Church in Philadelphia. Allen was consecrated its bishop.
Arguably, the AME Church was the main black institution for most of the 19th century. It served as a forum for political organization, for economic cooperation. It served as a place where blacks could express themselves in a public arena. It served as a focal point for the organization of free black communities.
As the black population in northern cities grew, some whites worried that the peace and security of the nation was at stake. 3 times from 1805 to 1814, bills were introduced to ban further black immigration into Pennsylvania, and by 1816, black citizens were shut out of public celebrations on the 4th of July. That year, a group of white politicians and ministers met in Washington, D.C. to discuss the problem of free black people in the United States.
You genuinely had individuals who were concerned about the future of black people in America, whether it be from purely racial motivation that they did not like the prospect of living alongside black men and women who would be fellow citizens, or whether it was because they wanted to protect their slave investments and felt that free black people were likely to incite the slaves to rebellion.
On New Year's Day, 1817, the concerned statesmen gathered in Washington founded the American Colonization Society, with support from the federal government. Its mission was to resettle free black people outside the United States. The ACS would list among its members President James Monroe, the author of the Star-Spangled Banner, George Washington's nephew, and a famous anti-colonizationist from Tennessee named Andrew Jackson.
This is the same generation, bear in mind, that forced thousands of Georgia Cherokees to move to Oklahoma. And so the idea of moving people around to make this a more perfect white man's country was not nearly as irrational as it often seems to us.
Days after its founding, the American Colonization Society contacted James Forten, a wealthy businessman in Philadelphia's black community. The ACS hoped free black people would see their future in a place like Sierra Leone, an English colony on the coast of West Africa.
There were a good number of free blacks, moderately prosperous blacks, barbers, artisans, tavern keepers, who'd simply had enough and decided to go. They were weary of endless white demands for deference. They were tired of getting off the sidewalk when a white man walked toward them. They decided, as the antebellum period dragged on, that America never would give them an even break.
Paul Cuffey, a black shipping merchant from Massachusetts, wrote that the citizens of Sierra Leone were instilled with every privilege of freeborn citizens. On January 15, 1817, a meeting was called at Bethel Church to respond to the Colonization Society's proposition.
This was a meeting that absolutely packed Bethel Church with 3,000 men, constituted the vast majority of the adult men in the black community. It was a tremendous meeting, and led by the very people that they had the greatest reason to respect: Richard Allen, Absalom Jones, James Forten, men who had proven themselves over and over again, whom the community was accustomed to look to for leadership, for assistance, for guidance.
That night, Forten and other leaders argued in favor of setting sail for African shores. But when a vote was called, Forten later wrote, a no was heard that sounded as if it would bring down the walls of the building. The assembly gathered that night adopted the following resolutions without one dissenting vote.
Whereas our ancestors, not of choice, were the first successful cultivators of the wilds of America, we, their descendants, feel ourselves entitled to participate in the blessings of her luxuriant soil. We will never separate ourselves voluntarily from the slave population of this country. They are our brethren by the ties of consanguinity of suffering and of wrong.
Tis thee, oh,
A polygamist, a former slave who had purchased his freedom with money won in a lottery, a man described by his acquaintances as mean and intolerant of human frailty, Denmark Vesey seemed an unlikely candidate to unite slaves and free black people in the fight for their liberty. As the property of a slave ship's captain, Joseph Vesey, for nearly half his life, Denmark was well acquainted with the harsh realities of the traffic in flesh.
I think that his own experiences, being born a slave in St. Thomas, living briefly before the Revolution in Saint-Domingue as a slave, being forced by Captain Vesey to go down to the docks and even bring ashore slaves who were being imported into South Carolina and get them to the slave pens in Charleston, reminded him that this was not a world of brotherhood.
In 1816, Denmark Vesey and other black Methodists in Charleston elected to separate from the white church. By 1820, there were some 3,000 members of the city's African church, accounting for nearly a third of the members of the AME denomination nationwide.
The church was opening this horizon. People were experiencing this conversion so that all of a sudden they see themselves as a part of this larger world, this larger God, this cosmos, where they have rights.
When white authorities shut down Charleston's African church, church members decided it was time to orchestrate a plan to free the slaves of Charleston. They were led by Denmark Vesey. Vesey called a meeting to organize the strike, excluding, he said, slaves who accepted presents of old coats from their masters, and the pastor in charge of the African church.
I one night met at Vesey's a great number of men. Vesey said the Negroes were living such an abominable life, they ought to rise. I said I was living well. He said though I was, others was not, and that it was such fools as I that were in their way. Frank.
The number of conspirators in Vesey's plot was estimated to be in the thousands, making it the most far-reaching insurrection planned in North America.
Denmark Vesey's plot against Charleston, South Carolina, was one of the most significant of the attempts to strike against slavery by American slaves. It was probably the most elaborately planned of the conspiracies that we know about. And it's interesting in several regards. One of the ways in which it's interesting is that it appeals to both biblical Christianity and to African conjure.
Jack Pritchett called on me. He's sometimes called Gullah Jack, sometimes Cooter Jack. He said, put into your mouth this crab claw, and you can't be wounded. He said all his country born promised to join because he was a doctor, that is a conjurer. He said his charms would not protect him from the treachery of his own color. Witness number 10, a Negro man.
Unlike Gabriel 20 years before, Vesey planned to spare few whites. But like Gabriel, his insurrection ended before it began. Vesey was informed on by one of his men and captured and sentenced to die.
Denmark Vesey, it is difficult to imagine what infatuation could have prompted you to attempt an enterprise so wild and visionary. You were a free man, were comparatively wealthy, and enjoyed every comfort. You ought to have known that success was impracticable. A moment's reflection must have convinced you that the ruin of your race would have been the probable result. Lionel H. Kennedy, presiding magistrate.
In the aftermath of the Vesey conspiracy, white citizens of Charleston tore down the African church, brick by brick.
It was important to raise the church. It shows the importance of these black institutions for a sense of black independence and autonomy. It's the same reason that black churches are bombed or burned today. It represents a sense of crucial autonomy for black people, and an autonomy which in Charleston had turned dangerous.
In one Friday, late in July of 1822, the state executed in one moment 22 of Vesey's followers. Instead of using the regular gallows, they simply tossed ropes over an old wall known as the Lines that was built in the northern part of Charleston.
The 22 were all slaves. A crude platform was built for them to stand on, but the platform was so low to the ground that when the slaves fell, their necks didn't break, and they were slowly strangling to death. To hasten them to the grave, the captain of the guard rode down the line, shooting each of them in the head, reloading as he went from one man to the next. The year before Vesey was executed, Missouri was the second territory carved out of the Louisiana Purchase to be admitted to the Union. Despite protest from the North, the Compromise of 1820 allowed Missouri to come in as a slave state. But the Southern states were forced to agree to a new line drawn across America, above which slavery could not expand. There was now officially a border between North and South, and by 1830 there would be fewer than 3,000 slaves living above it. Writing in 1820, Thomas Jefferson expressed the opinion that this line would never be obliterated and that every new irritation would mark it deeper and deeper.
As it is, we have the wolf by the ear, and we can neither hold him nor safely let him go. Justice is in the one scale, and self-preservation in the other.
It would be Jefferson's last contribution to public debate. Thomas Jefferson died on the 4th of July, 1826.
When Jefferson died on the 50th anniversary of his most celebrated document, for white America, it was a moment to ponder the meaning of the Revolution and to make a new commitment to revolutionary ideals. For the roughly 200 slaves who lived on his hilltop in Monticello, it was a moment of enormous tragedy. Jefferson had always lived well beyond his means. He died in great debt, which meant it was quite clear that his heirs were going to liquidate.
In his 83 years, the author of American Democracy had freed 3 slaves. His will freed 5 more. Jefferson had written that he wanted to be remembered by future generations for only 3 things: the Statute of Virginia for Religious Freedom, which he wrote, the University of Virginia, which he founded, and the Declaration of Independence. But Jefferson owned 5 working farms in 1826 and over 200 slaves. His life and his death would come to mean something far different to those who he once said labored for his happiness.
An inventory of the state of Thomas Jefferson deceased. And this is dated the 7th day of August, 1826. Negro man Barnaby, who's valued at $400. Negro woman Betty Brown, who's worth nothing. Critter, Negro woman, worth nothing. Negro woman Ellen, $300. Negro man Peter Hemmings, $400. Negro Sally Hemmings, $200. Negro man Wormley, $200. Negro woman Ursula and her young child, $300. Negro woman Ann and her young child, $350. And it goes on down. It lists all of his slaves. This Negro woman Ursula and her young child and a few of her other younger children were sold to the university for $1,100, along with some other household goods.
To satisfy Jefferson's enormous debts, 130 slaves were sold in one auction, most away from the only home they had ever known.
What good man would prefer a country covered with forests and ranged by a few thousand savages to our extensive republic, studded